He was DS, and the plane ahead suddenly felt like his own kingdom. But the catch, his kingdom was basically just endless grass. His parents drilled it into him, be the kind of dude who helps people and stands up for the weak. So at 15, he took their advice and launched a brutal war in another country, cutting through enemy lines to protect his crew. That war chewed through 20 brutal years, then, at last, a peace deal got slammed into place with the neighboring country, and Diaz finally exhaled like he'd been drowning. Weirdly enough, people even adored him. And people everywhere crowned him the patriot hero. Maybe it was his solid but not super skills in battle that made the records shine, because that's what really put him on the map. The king blew up his achievements way past what they deserved, then crashed straight into a massive, grand speech. Diaz couldn't read a single thing and was barely keeping pace, then boom, they told him he was about to be made a feudal lord. So the smartest play was to step into his brand new kingdom and see what's waiting there. So he climbed onto the cart, nerves jittering through him. He barely had a second to get ready before he bolted out, and a government official was already watching his every move. He was dozing off when he suddenly slammed into the thief, then got yanked out of the cart like trash, and they hauled him straight to what looked like the heart of the thief. And the official started staking claim, drawing the borders of his territory with ruthless precision. All he could see was this endless sea of grass, like someone built the world's biggest lawn just for him. The officials swore this was the perfect place for a kid like him, an orphan with nowhere else to go, and that plane was called Netros. Now it was officially DS Netros. He practically dashed to the drink, and his heart soared when he spotted a clean spring. During the war, he'd never been able to escape the dirt and mud. Day after day, it clung to him no matter what. But kept trudging for what felt like ages, until Diaz finally scanned the ground and realized he hadn't spotted a single tree. He couldn't stop wondering if the grass was secretly edible like some sneaky snack, but the second Diaz took a bite, pure shock hit him as it tasted absolutely awful. He figured he'd cook up a smarter plan later, anything to keep from dying out in the middle of nowhere. Diaz. He figured he'd bail the moment things turned hopeless, then hunt for some other way to help, because that was the only way he could truly honor his parents' wishes. Right then, he jerked awake to a roar of voices demanding to know who he even was. Even a brutal kick couldn't fail to snap him awake in seconds. Right beside him stood a girl with a sharp horn jutting from her head. Diaz froze in total disbelief at the horn sprouting from her forehead. Then she demanded the same question again, who he was, and practically begged for every last detail before Diaz could even start. He stepped up to introduce himself and casually said he was just catching a few Z's. He had nowhere else to land, so they shoved him into this plane and told him, just chill. Diaz got called an idiot, and honestly, he couldn't even come up with a real argument. Then she pressed for his deal, and Diaz snapped back that for now he just wanted to live and not go around kicking anybody's butt. She looked like she was about to yank an arrow from her bow, and he shot in fast. Hey, calm down. The girl demanded the truth or else he'd be her next target, and Diaz swore it was all real, just trying to honor his parents' wishes. It was all about stepping up for the people around him, shoving danger aside, defending the weak, and loving every second of it. The girl was stunned because he wasn't lying, and he swore he had zero reason to make anything up. With a shaky breath, she demanded to know, was he a friend or a foe? Diaz couldn't figure out what she was really fishing for. That question was straight up weird. He couldn't dodge it either, he'd have to pick one side and commit. Diaz couldn't shake the question, why did she care so damn much about his answer? Because this was his fief. And now that she's by his side, she's meant to fall in line under him, his subordinate. But you can tell something's off, because as her feudal lord, he never turned into her buddy or her protector, and she's probably hurting from that. Diaz jolted upright out of nowhere, and it totally blindsided her. He declared loud and clear, I'm your friend and your shield. No matter who the enemy was, he'd stand there and back her up. The girl spotted her horns flare with light, and in the same heartbeat, both of them launched into a jump. She couldn't figure out why it was glowing that wild, blazing blue. To be a mistake, she refused to believe it was real. Then she snatched him by the arm and yanked him forward with. Yeah, she couldn't just sit there. She grilled him about what was happening, then promised, don't worry, I'll take you straight to my village. He only had to follow in silence, and that blew her mind. She couldn't wrap her head around how a whole village could exist in this dead empty spot. In the village, people clock how wildly rushed they are when they finally show up. The next day, DS wandered around and found nothing. No sign of a place like that at all, yet the girl kept steering him forward because they were headed straight to see the village chief. The village chief's eyes snapped to it. Aruna was carrying something, and he knew it mattered the second he saw it. He showed up out of nowhere in her village, then sized up Diaz like he'd been staring at a blue aura. Aruna spilled how she tracked him down, and then the blinding light slammed into the world, so the village chief knows she never saw any red vibes, not even for a second. No matter how hard they squinted at it, it stayed pure, overpowering blue. Pretty wild, this blue-haired dude, and she asks him his name. Then Medea steps right up to the village chief. His name hits the air like a secret. He says he's Aruna's buddy, and then he leans in, daring her to swear it's true too. And now he finally cracked the mystery. He learned the true name of the horned girl. But Diaz, he thinks everyone in the fief is beneath him, and of course, they'd be his pals cause that's his whole job, and the chief leans in, demanding to know who handed him that power. Diaz swears the king did it plain and simple. Then, without warning, Aruna snatches her bow, draws it back, and levels an arrow straight at him. The chief throws out a chill signal like, "All right, how did we even land here in the first place?" Jess looks around like he's totally misplaced, then decides to stop hiding and spill his life story from the moment he was a kid. When she finally gets it, the reason he shines so bright and blue wrecks her. She's stunned, and now she desperately wants to hear what he thinks. If they weren't underneath him, what would he even do? Diaz says. Because if that were true, he wouldn't lift a finger. Still, they'd stay friends all the same, stuck side by side, sharing the land next door. They always back each other up when it matters. That's what makes them real homies. Diaz keeps scratching his head, stuck on those questions, totally not getting what they even mean. And then it hits him, what if these subordinates were never his at all? This was his fief, and Zeus wouldn't buy it wasn't all his men. The chief threw back, he's right. And just like that, it was confirmed. They weren't his subordinates at all, they were still the king's enemies. He'd been locked in war with his own country for years, yet somehow, even the king's enemies might not mess with Diaz because he's blue, the rarest kind, and he can sit with them in peace. So the village chief snaps at him to lift his head. She's dying to find out, can she listen to his story too? Chief Maru, the Oni leader, has been battling for ages, fighting tooth and nail for the right to own the plains. For 50 brutal years, war after war tore through them, devouring their people and finally kicking them out. DS can't believe it. How are they still here if they were supposed to be expelled? Maru grins and says, "We stash magical power in our horns." And then they start using magic like a flare of darkness, shielding their faces, and everything else kept them lurking in the shadows. Diaz straight up asks Maru if it's cool that he's in on all this, and Maru tells the tale just because, plain and simple, he's that kind of guy. A blue soul hits the scene. This world calls it soul judgment. Blue means luck and happiness, white screams stay calm, and red means trouble is coming. She's been around forever, but she's never met a clueless idiot like Diaz. Turns out their luck is unreal. Somehow a guy like him ended up owning these lands, and the protagonist can't help but wonder why they're still hanging around instead of bolting to some far-off place. Moro blurts out, "Could I really just bail on my home that easy?" They rely on grass-munching animals, and Moro catches a glimpse of Diaz's surprisingly good side. Turns out the previous guy actually lived somewhere else. Then he proved himself a total fool, chasing the wrong hobbies and getting completely lost. But just a short while ago, he died from an illness, so now one who's left decides to step in, help out, and share animals. As long as he keeps it tucked away in that cap, low-key and hidden. She calls it their capital, then adds, "I can use Aruna too, we'll have each other there hands down." Which totally stunned Aruna, but she knew she still had tons to learn, and teaming up was going to be the real power move. Mora leans in and reminds her she's the one who dragged Diaz into their lands, so now she'd better step up and take responsibility. And that's how Diaz took his very first step toward becoming a feudal lord, right there with Aruna by his side. Mia was a woolly goat, one of those rare, cash-miracle beasts that everyone wanted. The more that male munches the grass, the faster that stuff shoots up, and when it's ready, they shear it for wool, so that's the whole trade, and Diaz couldn't believe what he was hearing. Which drove Aruna crazy, because he just didn't seem to understand a single thing. Aruna stepped in to handle all of Maya's survival duties, tending her, fixing the tents, and dealing with wild beasts, then taught Diaz everything like it was his survival manual, with her firmly calling the shots in every lesson. Moru vowed to send Diaz a fresh pair of Mia, and Diaz clenched his jaw, time to level up the thief. Diaz leans in and asks Aruna how they could boost the population. Then she blurts out, right on the spot, that she has absolutely no clue, just like she told him. As for the population, the Oni weren't in his crew at all, still zero. Aruna snaps that shouldn't he tackle something more urgent first, because right now he's got barely any supplies. If Diaz pulls in more people, he can stop his future from starving or getting sick. Yeah, he should do that. He got completely blindsided, sure the Oni crew would have had his back, and then guilt hit him for even raising it. But before all that, he had to tidy his own mess first. But then Aruna hurled a bag at him, and he snatched it out of the air like he'd done it 1,000 times. Diaz's world suddenly reeked of that metabai grass wild animals can't resist. Then they came charging in like a stampede, and Diaz was left staring in total shock with zero clue what was happening. That made her roll her eyes, because if he managed to snag those animals, he'd come back with meat, hides, and horns to trade in the village. That's how he'd fire up his brand new crew of thieves, and DS was asterisk all in asterisk, because chasing targets was his absolute sweet spot. Aruna told him to head straight into the wind until the village vanished from view, otherwise the animals would tear everything apart. He kept fretting over the exact amount to use, like one wrong choice would ruin everything, while she made sure not a single detail was left out. But in a split second of doubt, Diaz just flung the entire sack into the air like everything depended on it. After it exploded, a few of those pieces even whacked his head, and now he had to cool off, just sit tight and wait for the animals to finally arrive. Diaz couldn't stop thinking, how many would he need to trade for a tent? Maybe 10 of them. 10 tents meant 100 animals, and yeah, that sounded like it would take forever. That's when he spotted a colossal horde of animals barreling straight toward him. Diaz stared in disbelief at the crowd piling in, no clue where they all came from, but if he could just track them all down. He'd already pictured that one perfect shot, so he threw his whole soul into the moment and geared up to land it. Animals came barreling in, and Dia lashed out with his spear, blasting them away like they didn't stand a chance. No hesitation, just pure instincts, because that was his whole game plan. As a volunteer, he trained with swords and bows, but hitting the weak spots, that was a whole different beast. Diaz refused to stay stubborn and miss what mattered, because his war spear was a beast, and he set his focus on bringing them down. Out of nowhere, he watched the animals freeze, then bolt in every direction. But somehow, he still tracked down half of them, piece of cake, because they marched right into his trap every time. Still, Diaz had no idea how he was going to drag all those leftovers back with him. He could haul them one by one, but the logistics never even crossed his mind. He already braced himself. Aruna was about to call him an idiot again. Back at the village, Aruna spotted him marching in, closing in like he'd never left. She screamed his name, cheering hard, because on his very first hunt, he finally hauled in that black buffalo that was. Wild Diaz was totally lost, because when the fight came charging in, he only ended up with half the crew, and out there were about 30 to 40 of the exact same animals. She thought it was just normal until she realized the shocking twist. It was actually amazing news. Now she stared at him like everything had just changed. Moru even threw him props, because nobody in that crowd had ever seen a guy with that kind of unstoppable masculine aura. Aruna didn't waste a second. She rallied everyone to help haul the buffaloes back, and they all pitched in together to get them returned. Everyone started to respect Diaz's power once he hunted down 30 at once. Now that was a full-on flex. He leaned in and demanded what masculinity even meant, and it turned out to be nothing like the usual lines he'd been hearing. Morrow breaks it down like this: you've got to be solid, put in the work, earn trust, and prove you've got the skills. Diaz leaned in and asked if that was the reason Aruna was acting so different. They treated Aruna like a real woman of the tribe, the kind of thing they cherished, and even Morrow would have been all over it if she was just younger. So Diaz decided the fastest way to win points with the girls was to play the macho role. The chief nodded and agreed, because in her tribe, masculinity was the whole prize, and it totally threw him off like, wait, shouldn't it be looks or charm instead? But the chief didn't care a bit. Pretty faces and sweet talk wouldn't put food on the table, and marrying some soft, lackluster man meant she'd end up starving along with her kids. Diaz finally got it. Every culture moves to its own beat with its own values and rules, and Morrow made it crystal clear. If he wanted to marry Aruna, he'd have to cough up the bride price. Still, after what he'd bagged that day, he could use it to finally ask for her hand too, and DS couldn't believe she said it so casually. Oni folks were intense, sure, but this wasn't the moment. he had to lock in on building his crew. Then Maru leaned in and reassured him, hornless or not, they could still have kids, and that definitely wasn't what Daya's placement, so he shrugged it off like it didn't matter. He stumbled into the crash, snapped awake, and found Aruna already whipping up breakfast. While he was eating, he pumped her up hard. Her cooking was pure pro level. And Aruna was buzzing with excitement, because in her eyes it was totally no big deal. Then she leaned in and asked when he planned to kick off the hunt for the day. Daya's froze in shock, because there was still a mountain of it left over from yesterday. She told them straight up if they wanted to pull people in, they'd need a warehouse and water that didn't run wild, so they had to go hunting again, and this time, not just buffalo. Aruna leaned in and proposed one wild plan: hunt monsters. Daya's knew those things were nothing but a headache, dragons of the earth's miasma, crawling out like they despised everything they touched. They grabbed whatever they could find, because their flesh is poisonous and totally unsafe to eat, though a few pieces could still be salvaged for crafting. Daya's demanded to know if any monsters were lurking nearby, and Aruna shot back that they'd have to hunt them down. She could use magic to track them, but honestly, getting guided would be way easier. Daya's didn't buy it for a second. Hunting wasn't some casual game, and it definitely wasn't easy. It was supposedly just a kid's game, but Aruna wouldn't drop it. She kept insisting it would be just as fun as a game night. In the end, he finally caved to her demand. Daya's hurried over to greet Francis and Frankais. Then the Mayas hit him with a surprise gift from Maru. As he geared up, he spotted a pack of Honest barreling toward them, while the villagers hustled along with the goods they'd traded for the black buffaloes. Daya's didn't know what to do. He wasn't even done shaving yet, and somehow he already looked like a full-on mess. Anyway, the second they said the prep was done, he strode over like he couldn't wait. Right then, the whole room snapped to silence when Aruna finally showed up. Even Daya's blinked in shock at her makeup. It looked totally unlike her usual style, and something felt different, yet he couldn't pin down exactly why, no matter how hard he tried. Or maybe a guy like him should finally understand why she did all that. Aruna turned to the crowd and begged them to keep the Mias safe, so they could kick back all day, tormenting the other Honest nonstop. Daya's was itching to get out fast, but first they had to handle the monsters, because one wrong delay and he'd end up as one of them. Chao Monster Zone in the northern plains pops up out of nowhere like it's hunting for trouble. After they hauled back all the useful parts, they'd finally have what they needed to sink a well and fire up a shop. Aruna begged to use her magic to hunt monsters, and somehow she nailed it. Then Daya's made his move and decided to trust her and watch her light up with pure pride. So she began this strange prayer, chanting the spell like it was alive. Daya's felt unstoppable so long as Aruna stayed safe, then he vowed to keep eyes on. During the prayer, she suddenly sensed something coming for her. He pushed through the clues and finally zeroed in on where the monsters were hiding. It looked massive, like way bigger than it should have been, and if I had to bet, it was his fault there weren't any smaller ones nearby. He wanted to warn everyone it was dangerous, but DS already had a plan to handle it. She stayed exposed, refusing to hide, and with that, they charged off to hunt down the monster, which turned out to be a massive. Aruna snapped to it this was a land dragon, and she couldn't believe one of those had ended up here. Daya's leaned in and told her to step back, because he was about to smash it first. He shrugged like it was no big deal. If things turned dangerous, they just cut and run. Biggie watched the monster whirl around the moment it clocked DS, but the fear never really showed. If you're going for the neck or the legs, go for it like a turtle, slow, steady, and locked in. Daya's wouldn't stop there. He still wanted to give it a shot, even if the shell wouldn't do much. He let it fly and swung his axe straight at the shell. And yeah, just like everyone feared, that shell was built like armor, tough enough to swallow the impact. So he slammed into a new gear and went hunting for other parts. The second he reached for its neck, the turtle snapped back, vanishing into its shell like a door slamming shut. At that exact moment, Aruna screamed at the top of her lungs. He had to get out soloing a land dragon. Absolutely no way that might stay true to that, because up until the moment he was forced to retreat, DS was all in. They'd probably label him an idiot lord again, but he couldn't stop. He had to keep smashing forward. If the first hit didn't land, he'd just charge in again and again, because that's exactly. Daya's finally rolled then, out of nowhere after all that brutal swinging, his axe snapped with a sick crack. He snapped to the truth this was seriously bad, and Aruna startled hard even still. DS clenched his focus and forced it to spring back to life. It might shock everyone else, but the moment he laid eyes on it the first time, he knew he snatched it. During the time he was in the volunteer court, he proudly displayed this as his war trophy from the shogun he crushed from a neighboring country. He kept it because the design was straight up awesome, and somehow it refused to break. He patched up most of the damage single-handedly, even while it was supposed to handle everything on its own. Music starts and DS just mentally recites it, then snaps into action, cutting himself fast. Then he turned to his second try, charging in again to take the turtle down. But it didn't take long before he knew, oh no, he was in way over his head. He couldn't crack a single inch of the shell, and when night finally dropped, they'd be forced to turn back. Diaz couldn't even process it, he just couldn't deal with that giant turtle. Jonas suddenly looked crushed for some reason, so he threw in the towel right there and stopped fighting. But that's when he finally cracked the X's shell open. Leaving Aruna stunned, the turtle suddenly popped back in like nothing happened. Diaz came into view, face blazing with rage, and then the beast ripped into motion. Diaz twisted and dodged every strike like he'd done it 1,000 times. Aruna shrieked in panic, but DS didn't stop. He slammed into the turtle again, right through the moment. This turtle went berserk, launching magical blasts as it spun in circles like it had a power-up to prove. But it didn't stay out long, soon it snapped back into its shell. Aruna sensed the monster's miasma rolling in from afar, and it slammed into her like a gut punch. But for some bizarre reason, DS was totally unbothered. He caught that the turtle had finally quit biting back, then he slammed the hammer into that same crack nonstop, just to be sure. Then, like it came out of nowhere, it thrust its head forward and unleashed surprise attacks. The first time anyone ever broke through his defenses. But every move crawled, and its aim kept missing by a mile. If it kept this momentum up, a real shot at victory might actually be within reach. While they were battling, Diaz's eyes locked on Aruna as she crumpled to the ground. And that's when the turtle snapped and switched targets. It lunged for her instead of him, and she couldn't even move. DS wasn't about to let that slide. He swore he'd be her friend, stand guard, and protect her. No matter what enemy comes for her, he'll step up and make it happen. Then Diaz whipped his axe around and smashed the turtle straight on the head. He knocked it down, then sprinted over to check if Aruna was okay. She came sprinting in and wrapped her arms around him, sobbing hard, so fast it totally blindsided him. She decided right then that she was going. Lift him right there just like that. Right then the other Honest burst in, firing off worried questions, "Are you two okay?" But they spotted the Earth Dragon's wreckage almost instantly, and the shock hit them hard. Diaz slammed into a hug so tight it might as well been a dragon's grip. He couldn't pry himself loose. The other Honest bolted away, cheering like they'd just won. DS tore the Earth Dragon down, wrecking it in one brutal hit. Moving through all that was a brutal grind, even with every single guy in the village throwing their backs into it. And just as they finally stumbled back to the village, dawn had already broken. Even the village chief couldn't believe it. He wiped out an Earth Dragon all by himself. That magical miasma wiped everyone out cold, right in front of him, yet it couldn't touch him, and he still walked away with most of the loot. They could split the loot, there were mountains of useful stuff, but even Diaz's brain would struggle to process it all out loud. It didn't matter what happened, what mattered was that he'd finally be able to marry Aruna. That marriage had to happen no matter how chaotic it got, because linking up with the only people who made sense was the smartest move. And yeah, he'd just proven peak masculinity by dropping that dragon, so if DS ever turned Aruna down, every village maiden would come flooding in, fighting over his heart like it was first prize. Before he even had time to breathe, he clocked every Ana girl staring at him with hearts practically exploding in their eyes. For now, they were totally relaxed, because everyone knew Aruna was the one he'd marry. He couldn't believe they were shoving him into marriage. There wasn't even such a thing as an engagement back in that villa. So Aruna raced back to her village and urgently told her parents about the marriage. And just like that, the wedding happened. Boom, it became official. Aruna was impossible not to love. She was stunning, insanely talented, and honestly, this might not have been the bad thing people warned about. She was so bad it hooked our curiosity, so we had to find out how old she really was. Turns out she'll probably hit 15 this year. Pretty wild luck, honestly, to land a solid guy to marry at that age. Diaz knew she was young, but that whopping 20-year gap felt like a lifetime. By the kingdom's laws, you had to be at least 18. Honestly, that rule felt sketchy, and the engagement had to drag on for 3 long years, way too many to ever grow into a proper feudal lord. She wasn't about to sit there and do nothing, like that would have spat in the face of her hard-earned commitment, and yeah, DS had to prove his devotion too. A full month slid by since they tied the knot with an engagement. They dug a deep well, then hauled it all together and built the shop right on top of it. But his beef didn't budge a single bit, still stuck with 0 subordinates. His mind was sprinting for answers, how to get them, how to make it work, but nothing landed, no plan stuck. Diaz could lean on Aruna as backup, yet it still felt less like strategy and more like family. I swear, it would be amazing if people just dropped from the sky like a miracle. Then Aruna burst in, breathless, shouting that they were about to have a baby. Daya snapped in shock, but Aruna grinned and said, "We're finally getting one." And seriously, they both lit up with the biggest smiles, like they'd just won everything. Diaz marched up to Francois to shower her with praise for raising that little lamb. He looked after Francis and Francois, and together they put in their part, building the family step by step. The Mies were sharp as knives. They understood every word he said. Good, surviving in this world meant he'd finally cracked the code, and even the toughest ones understood him within a week. He leaned in and explained how the Mias finally got tamed and turned domesticated. They claimed it was a choice they made to keep living. Aruna burst in and snapped that the pregnancy news was a total drag, because those smart little meows might be clever, but they freak out the second anything gets pregnancy-related. There were moments when they literally scared themselves to death. They kicked back under pure chill vibes with the oldest Mia in the flock. Especially at night when they were catching Z's, Diaz knew he had to crash there. But that just wasn't his style, so when they pushed it on him, he wasn't having it. They brought. The yurt kept rolling along, but a bunch of the guys just couldn't stand it, so drama blew up fast. Those yurts could turn weird and nasty in seconds, and with Maya doing everything solo, nobody could actually relax. Diaz burst out laughing, couldn't care less. Francis and Francois were his whole world. Everything else faded out. Aruna burst out laughing, swept up in the relief of it all, and thinking that he had both kindness and that manly strength made her glow with pride over her husband. She told him the differences were subtle but packed with meaning. Mia's could totally get the message across, while Diaz just stood there, scratching his head, completely baffled, still trying to figure out what they were really talking about. Turns out, it turned into a full-blown wild discussion about just how far Aruna had gone with him. She figured slow burn feelings weren't a big deal, until she realized she didn't want relationship advice from two Mias at this exact moment. Suddenly, her horn burst to life with a vivid green glow, and it was the very first time it had ever happened. As soon as Aruna spoke up, the plane's magical protection snapped to life, making sure they weren't just robots wearing skin, checking if those people were real humans. DS finally got it. Coming from the east meant they weren't just traveling, they were marching straight for the king. Kingdom, he couldn't even guess who was coming next. If it was bandits, it would turn into instant chaos. He couldn't resist finding out, so he asked Aruna to blast a cloak of magic over everyone in the village. The two Mias came barreling over, face to face with worry, asking what in the world was happening. He told them to calm down for a sec, then he swore he'd go scout the humans. Aruna leaned in and asked, "Can I trust you to hold the fort while I'm gone?" She tossed the rest to Deus and watched him stride out of the village. Before long, he spotted the crew up ahead. 3 riders clung to horseback, 4 more charged on foot, and together they were nearly 10 strong. The real question was friends or enemies, but yeah, odds were stacked against them ever becoming friends. The moment the knights spotted Diaz charging in, he threw his hand up and waved like they'd been waiting for him. Everyone was buzzing to finally see him, because it had been a full minute since their last meet. Diaz clocked Klaus, a longtime buddy from way back, and Klaus still held him in high regard even though he didn't buy the rough way Diaz began. Those two were solid. Klaus ran guard duty and played guide, and the crew was circling Diaz because they wanted something from him. And DS whipped around to face the whole group, wondering who they were and what they were hunting for. Then Klaus grinned and promised, "I'd love to show you around my place." Everyone was worn out from trudging down that road, and DS was done messing around. He was determined to lead them straight to where he lived. Klaus burst into laughter because he was finally about to step onto his own property. He could barely contain his excitement to see it with his own eyes. Then bam, right in that tiny spot he called home, they got blindsided by a surprise. Even DS didn't see it coming. This hidden magic hit harder than anything, and it totally stunned them. But Diaz still barreled in front of them, waving them on like, "Go on, check it out." They were rattled and stunned, yet they still swallowed their fear and followed him inside. Then one of the knights screamed that the guy was a complete fool. He needs to call her Princess Diane while he's talking to the princess. He went for his sword, and Diaz just kept locking eyes with him, totally unmoved. Diane snapped at her guard to back off and told Diaz to keep going. Then Diaz shrugged and said he didn't have any craftsmen or fancy stuff. They could only stare at what was there, maybe not much, but he still did it. He smashed his fingers trying to build a few things all by himself. Diane went wide-eyed at what she heard and immediately demanded to know who his carpenters were. Diaz snapped back that nothing like that could exist on a plane this empty, even. And yeah, he got the funds, but DS hadn't seen a single copper coin in all that time. The princess was stunned because that was the cold truth of his life in that place. Diaz realized nobody handed him a dime to settle or build a future there, and he couldn't shake the feeling he'd end up like a dead dog on the roadside. Anyway, Diaz cornered Diane and demanded to know what dragged her here. She told him the war was calling the hero back, hunting that patriotic spark and begging him to lend his strength once more. She was ready to hand over a fortune, either her or one of the girls riding beside her, and whichever of them it was, Pernicia or Muraryuda, would be the one to marry him. Diaz couldn't wrap his head around it. Now a war was raging, but he was trapped here, unable to leave Francois behind. Plus, Diaz had zero intention of marrying anyone he'd just met. But then it hit him, he remembered the rune. And he apologized to Diane, admitting he never meant to get pulled back into war again. He had to hold back the troops, his thief was wrecked, and there was no way he could march out soldiers. Diane fumed and demanded he reconsider, this time with a way better offer. And yeah, Diaz goes right back to apologizing. Whatever the offer was, if that's all she was here for, she could have just skipped out. The guard jerks up, rage blazing, because the princess has the nerve to beg for help, and he lashes out with insults like he's trying to kick her while she's down. Even while Klaus tries to calm him down, the guy explodes, screaming that he's just a dumb peasant. Before he even gets a grip on his sword, DS snatches it away, yanking it off him with his axe. Everyone freezes in disbelief, except Klaus, because the blade shatters right in front of him. DS wasn't hunting blood at all. The protagonist could tell they were lining up some kind of trap, but Diaz slammed the conversation shut before it went any further. So yeah, they needed to bail right now. Klaus nods and agrees they've got to get out of here, because shoving Diaz more around would only blow the whole situation up. Side by side, they still couldn't touch him as he squared off with the ultimate hero. No way they could beat him, not even if they tried. Diaz's face looked so terrifying that they couldn't help but decide to scatter fast. The protagonist slammed so hard he tore the rug right out. Aruna was going to be furious with him. The princess was furious because what they handed her was nothing like the truth, just useless garbage lies. As she shoved him out, she swore she'd make DS regret ever treating her like that. When the protagonist found himself alone, Aruna popped up out of nowhere. Everyone was dressed in red, except one lonely soldier rocking blue, while the rest stayed blazing in red. White, she finally caught him off guard, and her smile told the truth. She knew this would blow up just like that. Since Francis started crying to join DS, they slipped in wearing the magic cloak. The protagonist got hit with a wave of emotions, then wrapped Francois in a tight hug and apologized for not staying close. Then Francis burst onto the scene too, swore that Diaz was still fighting, still kicking and refusing to go down. Aruna got a little jealous, so Diaz stepped in and showered her with love too. He tried to blurt that all those girls looked sketchy as hell, and that they were a threat to Aruna. She told him the only call that mattered was the danger to her and to Diaz. Since they were fam, the protagonist got it and then nodded it along. He wanted to say the marriage offer and the war proposal both looked wildly shady. Aruna pointed out that one of the soldiers was dressed in blue. Probably Klaus. DS breathed out in relief, and before the silence could stick, Aruna picked right back up and started talking again. Diaz froze, nervously stammering like, so who's actually gonna fix the floor? And just like that, the protagonist slammed down beside the two Mia-s and called it a night. Night fell, and like always, Aruna whipped up breakfast while Diaz slid in beside them. Suddenly, her horn blazed with blinding light, so bright that Diaz choked on the spot. She looked like a lone intruder, just one, and he was a human from the east. Diaz caught it as strange because he'd been wandering like he was lost and there weren't any travelers around at all. Anyway, he stepped outside pronto to see what the heck was going on. The second he spotted Aruna stepping out, he leaned in and asked if she'd be down to roll with him. She shrugged it off. If they hid her from sight, everything would stay smooth. With that, Diaz stepped back and let them work, clutching the mayo like it mattered. When DS found Klaus, he finally saw who had been wandering this whole time. He tried to blaze a path back, but the world spun and he got lost, and Diaz totally got it. Earlier, Diaz had sworn he'd return to the kingdom with the others. Turns out Klaus got thrown out, and they immediately started demanding his armor and sword back. Diaz felt sick with guilt for causing it, but Klaus snapped back that it was exactly what he'd wanted. A fresh war was brewing on the horizon, and Klaus just couldn't stomach it. So he seized the moment and resigned, and the protagonist nodded like, all right, but what are you gonna do now? Then he leaned in and said he wanted to team up with Diaz again. He wanted to get hired as a soldier. No hesitation. They crashed into battle side by side, and he stood there like an unshakable wall. He started freaking out, wondering if he was really making that call all by himself, until Aruna chimed in that she was totally on board. And boom, DS turned him blue all the time. Aruna practically burst with excitement because the protagonist was finally weighing her thoughts. Klaus got blindsided when she burst out of nowhere, leaving him scratching his head, Still, she was his new ally and his first subordinate. Long ago, Klaus caught his captain abandoning innocent people and slipping away to safety. Klaus flat out refused to bail because the enemy was on the verge of invading. And if they stayed, the people in the shelter would get wiped out, so the captain tossed it to God, then turned his back and walked away. Klaus begged him to hold on, but the guy just vanished on the spot. The village was buzzing with pure laid-back peace. DS made sure a cabin was ready for Klaus to crash with them. He didn't mind a training cabin at all, until DS rolled out a brand new one. Right in the middle of the work, Aruna shouted for everyone to come eat. She whipped up buffalo roast slathered in fragrant herbs. DS thanked her for the meal, and she immediately insisted Klaus eat too. He could barely wrap his head around it. This wasn't just any feast, it was fit for a king, and she'd make an incredible wife. DS nodded along, but his words tripped over themselves. Aruna beamed at the compliment and basically pushed Klaus to chow down even harder. Diaz jabbed a finger at Klaus's gear, and suddenly they could smash the dragon's scraps into weapons and armor like it was nothing. Aruna was already on board, and you could tell the village must have been scrambling to prep everything. And wouldn't it be awesome if their fangs and claws became spears, their tendons snapped into bows, and their scales forged into shields? So the protagonists agreed to trade those materials for full-on gear. But Klaus wore the biggest shocked look of all, because out of nowhere they were talking about a dragon and DS just dropped one solo like it was nothing. DS said it was an earth dragon, and Klaus nearly lost his mind, because it took an entire squad of knights to bring it down. He started to panic at the thought of burning those epic resources on himself, but Diaz laughed it off, because nothing spent on his crew is ever a waste. If it really went down like that, Klaus got choked up and swore right then and there that he'd give his whole life for him. He'd stand between danger and his crew and his people no matter what chaos hit next. Diaz thought it was wildly extra, but he still kept calling him sir anyway. 10 days vanished in a blink, and Klaus was itching to get back in uniform and fight again. Both the spear and the armor were forged completely from dragon parts. That gear was so valuable Diaz couldn't even wrap his head around whether he could pay for it, let alone a noble. And that's how deep Diaz trusted him, so there was no way he could afford to let that trust slip. If the capital were stuck in the middle of a throne succession firestorm, every side would be fighting with its own backing crew. It's the same chaos out in the provinces. Feudal lords run wild, doing whatever they want, and there's zero chill. Racing toward his destination, Klaus caught the neighboring lord's cruelty with his own eyes. Diaz's promised reward slipped away when the second prince swooped in, and while Diane couldn't match him in military muscle, she crushed him in political power. So she marched straight up to Diaz, batting her charm like a weapon to get him on her side. With all that throne chaos brewing, you could feel the ripples about to hit hard, so Klaus sprinted to catch up with Diaz. If war breaks out and he's drafted as a soldier, he might die. But if it's for Diaz, he'd smile and not give a damn. Maybe he'd finally snag an epic ending in that, if the moment strikes right. Klaus locked eyes with Diaz and strode right over. Aruna asked what was going on, and then she felt another presence. 12 people were closing in from the east, one barely holding together. DS knew he had to go check them out before it was too late. The protagonist told Klaus to hang back, because if things got dicey, he'd fire off a runner and he should hang back to guard them if trouble hits, so they headed out together. Klaus watched Aruna's concealment magic hit the stage, and man, it was straight up dope. He kept his mouth shut and just vibed while his order cooked. Then he spotted them returning way earlier than expected, and his gut flipped, because he had to know what just happened. Diaz and his crew dragged back a whole group of grim, exhausted people who looked like they'd been through hell. They handed over shelter, piled on food, and gave him a real shot at finally shutting his eyes and resting. During the crisis, those old women were thrown out by their village, driven away so the food could stretch and keep everyone alive. Kazdex's second son sparked a rebellion, grabbing weapons to overthrow his own father. Maya, the leader of the women, ignited her divine light and carved out a path that let them survive. Diaz was buzzing with excitement because he just scored 12 brand new crew members. Klaus let out a chuckle too. He'd always expected that grin from himself when he helped out and stayed cool, even if it wouldn't make him all that useful. Then, Klaus told Diaz, yeah, we're older, so we're way more fragile, and one bad moment and we could be gone. Even in that moment, Diaz didn't sweat a thing. He just raced off to build huts for them like it was nothing. Klaus let out a heavy sigh, because that wild kind of behavior was exactly what made him him. Years ago, the village near that field got stormed by the enemy, so the moment it looked like the whole place would be crushed and the strategy would collapse, the group sent "Help me." Klaus noticed the enemy homing in fast and totally panicked. DS steeled himself for a brutal ending, then who walks in out of nowhere? DS, still skinny back then. The whole place erupts with running, and that's when DS panics, convinced he's been left in the dust. He heard a child's sobs echo through the village and sprinted in to find her, only to realize she was truly lost. The protagonist swallowed his pride, apologized hard, and begged the sheltered people to take in the child. But the boy's fear hit hard, and he clung to Diaz like he wouldn't let him out of his sight. Afraid they'd get left behind, he told himself not to panic. Diaz promised he'd protect them, so all they had to do was stick it out. So he snapped away from the shelter and left everyone behind, and watched the enemy crew surge forward, rolling through like a storm. DS barked at Klaus, "Don't you dare die," and Klaus nodded hard right up until nerves clawed at him. He can't even pin down every detail of what happened, but one thing he knows: Klaus had his back on that battlefield. Even if it didn't look like anything special, he was still sure of one thing: standing right beside Diaz was the best place he could possibly be. Just as the reinforcements finally roared in, dawn cracked open, and the enemy crew instantly scattered, bolting out of the city. Diaz hadn't budged an inch, nothing about him changed. No matter how much time dragged on, he stayed kind, calm, and unshakably cool. Klaus absolutely cringed at the thought of stepping out like a hero in a blaze of glory. He couldn't dip, he had to stay right there and back this guy up. DS was hardening into a true solid lord, and that's why Klaus threw himself in full throttle to help. He lunged in to help Diaz get the hut ready, yanking it back from the brink before it could fall apart again. Days blasted by and Aruna leaned in, read the whole mood, and confirmed everyone was totally chill. They spun through village names until one finally stuck, a luck, because it means first village. Klaus was ready to call the Dragon Slayer legendary, until Aruna cut him off in a single heartbeat. The whole crew huddled together to toss a mini party, even though it was totally low-key. When Dia saw everyone vibing, relief hit him like a wave. He'd poured his whole heart into making these folks feel safe, calm, and genuinely happy. Aruna waved Diaz over and whispered that they needed to talk about the people living there. She hated ruining the vibe, but they had to move fast. The very next day, they kicked off a brainstorming frenzy to lure new settlers to their turf. But nailing a fast, foolproof solution turned into one giant head-scratcher. Their master plan got obliterated, so Maya threw out a simpler idea on the spot. But Diaz felt it was way too much, and then Maya burst in so fast it freaked him out. Still reeling from the shock, Diaz snapped that he wanted to run their combo again, the one from the other day. Maya demanded to know what his whole slavery plan was, saying it would jack up their numbers. That was Maya's pitch, but Diaz wasn't buying it. He wasn't sold at all. Turning humans into merchandise, cheap labor could bloat the population, and Diaz had already seen. He clenched his memory tight, those battlefield slave soldiers flooding his mind, and when it was all said and done, it was nothing but a brutal, messed-up nightmare. Still, Maya pushed the idea that they should be treated like property. Diaz snapped back that buying people was the real problem, because it wouldn't weaken the slave trade at all, it would just make it stronger. He shut that whole owning and selling people scheme down. No way was it happening in his territory. Aruna couldn't help but feel proud of him, and Maya let out a breath of relief at that. What totally blindsided Diaz. Maya told him she tossed the idea out there on purpose, just to see what kind of person he really was. She tried to dodge the drama that was coming later, and when Diaz said she could have just been upfront, she burst into laughter, because yeah, he nailed it. She'd heard a flood of stories about how slaves were tortured in Kazdeks, and she immediately apologized for it. But Diaz heard her worries and shot back, promising that this would never happen again. Right there, no exceptions. While they were chatting, Klaus suddenly popped in and demanded to know what was going on. Then the second he spotted Diaz and her lurking in the shadows, he started misreading everything. And even with Maya standing right there, he slapped his hands over his eyes and pretended he wasn't seeing something off. Turns out word got around fast. Those merchants were raking in serious cash. So Diaz couldn't resist and decided to go take a look. They were fired up to meet them, not just to shop, but to spread the word about their thief and press them with their demands. Before he even realized it, the main character clocked the carts barreling in from the distance. But the biggest shock hit him hard. A frog was driving the cart and it slammed straight into wreckage. Diaz snapped to the Dragon Slayer legend. Then the guy stepped in and shouted his name, Page Endo, just like that. Pageant was hunting a super profitable trade, big money on the line, and one plan was all it took. This wild race called Frogmen left both Diaz and Klaus completely stunned, and Pageant was like, alright, enough talk, let's jump straight to it and see what materials we've got. He gave off a chill, no drama vibe, no hostility, just one mission, buy low, sell high. So yeah, DS dumped all the materials he had on the table and set up everything he needed for Pajun froze in shock and Diaz shot back, "What's going on?" Pajun admitted he'd heard Diaz took down the dragon all by himself, then he leaned in, too curious to stay quiet. He just had to know, was it really true he took down that monster all by himself? The soldiers watching him clung to every move, locked in on DS like their lives depended on it. It looked like they were basically saying Diaz grabbed the body, then lied through his teeth about how the kill happened. The main character lunges to Klaus and demands he snatch the chunk of shell that has to be cut. And just like that, when everyone gasped, DS decided to sprint into the page in surprise, to shove his strength in front of his face and make sure he knows it. The merchants didn't just feel surprised, they got hit with a full-blown shock when they saw it. Pajun even pulled a hilarious face right then, and Aruna glowed with pride while Diaz flaunted the power behind his wild moves. Out of everything they snatched from that dragon, the shell was the hardest nut to crack, scrambling to find a way to save the only people who ever believed in his work. The main character came down hard with his axe on the shell, then, after just a few days, Diaz cracked the secret to shattering it fast. Klaus slapped a name on it, Dragon Splitter Strike, and honestly it sounded like the worst idea ever. Still, Diaz flexed his strength and prayed the merchant would give him a shot, and Pajun actually nodded, then asked if he wanted to buy the broken shell. He barked for the boxes to be unloaded on the spot, because the coins he had in his pocket still weren't enough to cover the price. Looks like Pajun might have to crack this another way. He's the kind of super honest merchant who won't play dirty. And while they were there, he also tried to dig up some other stuff. Diaz just sat there, baffled, until two figures hopped off the car. Two kids stared back at you, pointy ears, hollow eyes, and sadness hanging off them like a storm. The second everyone clocked the truth, total panic hit, because they finally realized what they really were. DS was absolutely fuming, steam practically blasting out of his ears. Those empty, glassy eyes belonged to orphans just like him. Pajun's words hit like a slap, like they were nothing but worthless freight, and yeah, that meant they were slaves. Aruna lunged in fast and snapped in to cool Diaz down. She squeezed his hand and he sucked in a breath, like the panic finally loosened its grip. Maya cracked a joke and said a face like that would totally freak the kids out. She shot the seller an apology, but there was zero way they were buying slaves. Pajun stammered, and the truth came out quick. It wasn't what it looked like. They weren't slaves, not really. If he hadn't snatched them as loot, they'd be completely done for by now. These two were twins back in their village, and everyone treated twins like a curse, bad omens, period, so they were ordered to be executed right after. Their parents shut it down and they bolted for it. Then Pajun ran into them again later. But surviving alone out in the woods, every day felt like a brutal grind with no end in sight. In that brutal situation, the parents fell ill one after another, and then, with heavy hearts, they passed away. They watched the disease crawl in and knew they were finished, so they begged Pajun to take the kids. Only Pajun was a traveling merchant, not some charity stop, so his parents begged him to take their kids along like they were just merchandise. And that's how the kids tore through their goodbyes, with tears streaming down their faces as they clung to their parents. With their pleas spilling out and their last little cash clutched tight, Pajun finally caved. He swore he'd stay with them and protect them until he finally found someone with a truly kind heart. Demand was everywhere, but keeping all those buyers happy turned into a non-stop nightmare. The Pajun freaked out about upsetting him, then apologized fast, because she definitely pushed DS's buttons. Aruna chimed in, "Yeah, it's all true." And everyone knew those kids weren't just messing around, they were powerful as hell. They were cursed, and the moment they came face to face with that brutal reality, everything fell apart. He grabbed them, swapping dragon parts like currency just to pay the bill, which made the merchant feel a huge wave of relief wash over him. Diaz hesitated to buy them, but the idea of leaving those kids behind, that wasn't happening. No way, no chance. And that's how, somehow, he wound up with the twins as his brand new family. The merchant bolted out, laughing like he'd just won big. Diaz was his prized customer, and he'd bought every last thing he had. The guard leans in and asks if it's really chill for Diaz to hang out in the Beast King's territory. Pajun's feeling smug. He thinks a single lonely person can't hurt a thing, and that there's absolutely nothing suspicious about him. Still, the guard can't shake the feeling there's something deeper going on. If Diaz keeps expanding his village, he'll eventually turn his gaze to those northern mountains. People swear those mountains are loaded with minerals, so if someone hauls them off, you better believe the Beast King will step in. No matter what, Pajun was buzzing about his share of the profits. Then they wrapped up. Then the next round of talks went down, and just like that, everything crashed, ending with Pajun. But Diaz couldn't stop stressing over the twin sisters. He shoots them a chat, and right away he clocks how freakishly thin they look. He tries to make sure they're fed something good, but not a single one of them answers a word. But Diaz won't stop. He keeps chatting, peppering them with, "Do you wanna play? And what's your favorite food?" Maybe music, maybe stories, and he couldn't stop himself. He had to figure out what to call them. But the two stay silent anyway, because if their parents really loved them enough to leave them behind, then Diaz thinks they owe that same love back, at least deep down, to the names they carry. The protagonist pitches a new name for them, something cute since they're girls. They suddenly snap back and remember their parents. Their whole life with them comes rushing in. DS quickly shot down the idea of new names and told them, "All right, give me your names so I can call you." First came Sina and right after it, Ahun. Diaz couldn't wait to hear them talk. He even blurted out his thanks for letting themselves be introduced. Kids who lock themselves away usually end up living a heartbreaking kind of story. It felt like digging into their memories was the only way to crack their shells and pull them out. Diaz lays it out plain. Him and Klaus are the ones who will take care of the goods. Then Aruna and Maya would dash off, hunting down clothes and stuffing their faces with food. The two head straight with the women, sticking close and taking care of them right away. Klaus couldn't help but be impressed. Diaz was amazing with kids, and he even admits that before the war he'd been an adoptive dad to orphans, rocking newborns like it was his whole life. He had 10 of them, and when he marched off to war, he handed them to another guy and told him to keep watch. Klaus just hopes that someday, somehow, they'll find a way back and see him again. Then they wrap everything up, snatch the goods, and haul them straight to the warehouse. Finally, the job was done, and DS burst out on a dash. Check in on how Han and Sina are holding up. Diaz said everything was finally cleaned up and ready to go now. But Aruna snaps him back to reality. He's a total wreck, and DS suddenly gets it. Clean up first or he'll never move on. So Diaz and Klaus plunged to the river for a fast splash and a quick rinse, then headed straight back to the village. Meanwhile, Aruna guided the girls through their meals, then expertly braided their hair, one cool strand at a time. Once Ihan grew up, she was ready to take it all on by herself. Maya's eyes narrowed. Something about those two didn't feel human at all. But she figured their timing was a good omen, so she took charge and stayed with them for now. Diaz strode over and praised how incredible the two looked now, right as they laughed and admitted the outfits were absolutely stunning, all shiny and bright. That was a huge exhale for the main character, because they were finally letting it all out. Then Aruna snapped her fingers and beckoned the two girls closer. She leaned in and told them, "Sinai means beautiful as the moon, and Ihan means the sacred moon." Even though no one knew why, their parents carried a haunting, deep bond to the moon, like it was fate written in the night. Then Aruna handed them stones called A, each one clutched with the power of the moon. How are those two? Tears spilled as they clung to the memory of their parents saying they loved them. He couldn't stop thinking about their family, the same ones who always told them to stay happy forever. DS and the others lock eyes on the two, watching them finally let that sadness drain out. Then he pulled everyone in and hugged the girls with Aruna, pressing warmth into their hearts to steady them. Even the Mias couldn't resist jumping in, cheering the girls on and lifting their spirits. Then Diaz leaned in and asked Aruna one thing: did their parents know the Only? Aruna wasn't so sure, because it was the kind of ancient language her people only spoke about in legends. Maybe at some point those two groups finally tangled together, because they sure didn't look human. So yeah, just like that, 10 whole days vanished in the blink of an eye. Denai and Ihan still carried a heavy ache in their hearts, mourning their parents, lost like it happened yesterday. And just like that, they took the first step toward healing, grinning so bright it felt like the whole world could glow with them. Every person in that village claimed them like they were their very own kids. That's when Aruna's eyes snapped to it. Someone was rushing in right then. A human riding a horse, no doubt. He'd be there in minutes. DS couldn't help it. He rode to check it out. This time, the Miases must stay back with Ihan and Sinai, because the main character swore they'd be back in a blink the moment everything wrapped up. Sinai and Ihan showed up to say goodbye to Diaz, then practically begged him to come back soon. So Diaz stormed off with Aruna right as she got dragged into the trouble. Her bow snapped to the ready, and she instantly felt the figure closing in. It looked like a person wrapped in a glowing white aura, and not a single ounce of hostility hung in the air. He apologized for showing up without warning, and then greeted Diaz like he meant it. He stepped up and introduced himself as Camelot's Duke Caustic's right-hand rep. Eldon Castex couldn't wait. He was already sprinting toward Diaz, eager for their meeting. But Diaz snapped back, "We'll meet right here," and made it crystal clear he wasn't taking him home. Dio's intense stare pinned the Camelots in place, and they finally agreed to carry the message. Eldon Kazdex, the slaver who lit the match, started the civil war just days ago. Before they could even settle in, the two caught sight of a massive, fancy cart rolling toward them. That guy was so extra he rolled in a cart blasting music like he owned the whole place. Aruna pointed at a blazing streak of blue, and everyone around her stared like there wasn't a single drop of red in sight. He was that same electric blue as Diaz the very first time they met. The man jumped off the cart and blurted out an apology because he just couldn't stop himself. He had to go see Diaz. He introduced himself as Eldon, and you could tell he'd been chasing those stories of the legendary hero since he was a kid. So he set out to meet him, swearing he wouldn't mess it up as long as he didn't lose his temper. Diaz wasn't even mad, he just realized he owed Camelot's an apology for coming off kind of rude. Then Eldon demanded to know who the girl beside him was, and both of them went completely still, stunned out of their minds. She could vanish in plain sight, but her sharp ears and that nose of hers still caught him the moment he showed up. DS was completely blown away. This guy ripped through his illusion magic like it was nothing. Then Iruna marched forward, and Eldon fired the question at her right then. What her race was and how close their bond really was. DS stepped in, introduced her like it was official, and then blurted that she was his fiancée. But Iruna dug in her heels and declared she was totally his wife, and even though DS fought it, he ended up giving in. She claimed she was an Oni, and when Eldon mentioned it, I was like, Ajin, never heard of that. Then he broke it down. Ajin are basically human-like kinds of beings, beasts, mermaids, they're all Ajin. She shot back and told him he could call her on. And just like that, Eldon burst out with a shout of joy, totally out of nowhere. He pulled Diaz into a tight hug and blurted out, "So, do you have kids?" Diaz stared in disbelief. This guy was crying for reasons that made zero sense. Maruna cut in with a bright grin. She wasn't joking about it either. She wanted 10 kids. And he told Eldon he'd taken in 2 orphans, kids you could call Ajin. Every single person in Eldon's caravan was bawling their eyes out, overwhelmed by pure emotion. But DS and Eldon had no idea what was happening. Total confusion hit them both. Suddenly, that elephant man grabbed DS and lifted him like he weighed nothing at all. Aruna sprinted to help him, but the real gut punch hit. Eldon wasn't just any guy, he was the elephant man, and he was in Ajin too. Back when he was still young, he turned his legendary tales into a hit play, so he could pull soldiers into his ranks. Diaz swallowed his fear and carried out his parents' final wish, crashing brutal strongholds and throwing himself between the weak and danger. The nobles weren't feeling any of it. The show dragged on for a full week, and it was killing the vibe. It spread like wildfire, snapping from one person to the next. News of the buzz slammed into Kazdek's, because his whole mission was breaking away from the capital. Diaz's vibe from most of that story, straight up nonsense, completely made up. Eldon didn't buy the hype for a second, but every single person he ran into kept raving about Diaz nonstop. Eldon yanked him up as his body screamed and finally gave out, seconds before he hit the ground. DS asked, trembling, if he could still move at all. Then Camelots burst in, crashing the scene and breaking it all down for everyone. Eldon wasn't fully human, he was half a djinn, a creature so wild it could reshape its own form at will. His dad used to be the feudal lord until his life got derailed, and his story begins right there. His mom was enslaved by the elephant race. The body swap came with a brutal price, yet Eldon pulled it off with zero effort, doing it purely because he was giddy with joy. Eldon may be small, but that body of his is straight up a beast. His body shook so bad it was only the fierce love of his wives that kept him from falling apart. Aruna watched with a sharp pang of jealousy, seething as Eldon soaked up all the attention. But then Camelot showed up too. The way those Ajin got treated in the fief was absolutely gut-wrenching. Seeing Eldon's situation hit him in the chest like a punch. If there weren't walls between the races, everyone could finally vibe together, and he wanted to build that world. People said Eldon was a player, but that felt like a smokescreen for his real past. So Aruna leaned in and asked if she could fire off one question. She couldn't shake the question, why wouldn't the anchors treat Eldon like the other Ajin, even when he was Camelot's own son? Camelot nodded, admitting it was true. Eldon had been getting the short end of the stick from his. His dad was in the picture too, but his wife was named Janya, and they already had an older kid, John. Anchors didn't care that Johnny looked like him, or even that he was ugly. But the moment Eldon popped out as human, anchors snapped to attention. Messy, twisted tail, his dad despised what looked like him and pushed for the life that didn't even resemble his own. They kept Eldon's Ajin status totally hush-hush, and Neha stayed glued to his side, watching his back, until the day he turned 5 when his nose and ears started shifting shape. That's when Eldon finally realized Neha was his mom, and their bond ignited, stronger than ever. Eldon daydreamed about finally having that kind of sweet mother and son bond. Diaz caught wind of the civil war and the threat of a nasty succession crisis, and it clicked that Eldon didn't want power at all. he wanted to shield the people he loved. Jaina and her crew spilled the tea on Eldon's plans and the Urkers snapped into action, declaring Olden as good as dead. Then Eldon drew a line in the sand, standing up to his own dad and everyone who sided with him. After a brutal war tore the world apart, Eldon surged through the chaos, won it all, and seized the title of the new feudal lord. Eldon threw an apology at Diaz for marrying Ajin, insisting their kids would be Ajin too, while Aruna went full main character mode, living her best life because she knew her kids would be Ajin as well. The moment Eldon spotted Aruna, his heart jumped. She looked just like him, and they both chased the exact same dream. Then Diaz went all in on his dream. Right there in his village, Ajins and humans were living in perfect harmony. This was gonna be epic if word got out, so he geared up and pledged to back Eldon all the way. He was dead convinced his dream was the real deal. He lifted his chin like a champion. Stepping up with that unstoppable confidence was seriously awesome. Eldon got hit with a wave of emotion and started tearing up, totally losing that lordly aura. BS and Aruna locked eyes and traded smiles, like the universe just held its breath for them. Then they kicked back and traded stories, from what food they had left to how close they were to breaking. Eldon snapped that they needed to stock up, because his crew was exploding in numbers. Winter would slam in sooner or later, and that meant hunting would. Things were about to get brutal. DS got hit with a whole avalanche of advice. So he zeroed in on turning his plan into a full-on farming field. Before the war even started, he was out in the fields doing the work and dreaming of proving himself, so Diaz and Aruna swung back toward the village a little later. Right then, Sinai and Ihan were breaking down in tears. Diaz took forever and the guy couldn't stop complaining. Sure, he had his reasons, but to those two kids it would have sounded like a total lame excuse. Later on, they finally crawled into bed and called it a night. They were still just kids, and Aruna couldn't help but grin at the sight of them finally laughing. They ran wild and laughed in circles, and DS kept thinking this kind of peaceful village couldn't be real, like it belonged in a fairy tale. Sinai and Ihan would bicker over food like it was the last meal on Earth. And Diaz stepped in fast, talking them down until he finally brokered peace between the two. Their rivalry was so brutal that Aruna had to jump in when DS couldn't take it anymore. Sometimes Ihan would break down and cry at night, and Diaz would have to hold her close and calm her down. Kids weren't the only ones who lived for trouble. There were plenty of other crazy things they could have done. And even Aruna got blindsided by some of it, like the fact they were messing around with DS. Then out of nowhere, a nasty fever slammed into them. Aruna looked after them and Senai kept a firm grip on her hand so she wouldn't feel alone. The days kept crushing them, but somehow nobody blamed them. As they pushed through every challenge, they finally loosened up and real smiles started spreading across their faces. Then Aruna leaned toward Diaz and asked, shouldn't we at least give them a little scolding? But Diaz decided to swallow his pride, apologize first, act mature, and teach them a lesson. Still, Diaz couldn't shake the fear he'd ruin them. Maybe they needed someone to teach them how to snap and scold, too. Right out of nowhere, deep in the dead of night, Aruna's horn suddenly flared with a fierce glow. A pack of armed strangers crept into their turf with torches blazing in the night. She blew the alarm about the intruders, then warned they were closing in from the southeast side. Diaz couldn't stop wondering, were these guys actually Eldon's buddies finally showing up? Eldon bounced off, dashed to another spot, and by then it was already far too late for anyone to visit. They were probably thieves or bandits, pure buzzkill. Even at this hour, Diaz still couldn't resist, and he told Aruna to stay right where she was. But she wasn't having any of it. This was a brand new moon night, her magic was razor sharp, and Klaus had the whole house locked down. Klaus heard his name being shouted and shot awake all by himself. Then Diaz nodded and let her ride along with him. So the two strapped in, locked eyes, and marched out to hook up with the crew. The rich Cajuns of Fermia coast on that sweet cash flow, while the broke ones are out hunting for scraps, and before they even tie the knot, they rack up engagement gifts. The fastest escape from poverty was hunting bandits, but it was so rare it felt like winning the lottery. For anyone who dragged themselves to these lands with nothing but grass in their hands. So yeah, it means these guys had real stuff to talk about with D. No dead air, no boring moments. Yeah, the crew scanned the plains, and there wasn't a soul in sight, not even a single tree, so the leader shot his hand up and told everyone to shut up. He shelled out way too much cash to hire them, demanded his money back if they tanked, and they swore they'd put in the work and deliver. He just had to know why they'd chosen a moonless night, because the contractor told him about DS, a guy who throws down in broad daylight and always walks away with the win. If anyone spotted them, it was instant game over, and the plan was to wipe out Eldon too. the mercenaries leaned in and asked if they'd get even more cash for the job. Eldon was worth a whopping 100 silver coins. Pulling out DS would net you just. And gold, yeah, it was insane, but the mercenaries lit up the second they heard about that cash. Suddenly, a voice cracked through the darkness and they froze, because they had no clue what was coming next. Then wham, an arrow slammed into a guy right behind him. At that exact moment it clicked. This wasn't just rain, it was a rain of arrows. Boom, their sneaky attack got wiped out and those arrows came raining in from the. With the darkness closing in, they snapped back, choosing to fire their own shot to ignite the arrow. Suddenly the lights went out and they were left staring like, wait, what just happened? More arrows tore out of the darkness's depths, ripping through the air. They were fully aware of where they were, and somehow this still blew their minds. This was supposed to be a simple win. The boss screamed for his crew to open fire again, but with too few hands on deck, every shot felt like a gamble. If they could just find him, victory would be theirs for sure. Suddenly, a voice snapped through the air, and they barreled in, closing ranks around their target. Rushed out to hunt Diaz down and make sure he didn't get the last hit. But Diaz burst in and slammed them all flying, scattering like crumpled paper. Every single one of them got wiped out in one brutal, instant sweep. It felt impossible for one single guy to pull off something like this. The leader roared at the men to stay on guard, and then he called out that more brutal power was coming. The other side had the numbers, so they snapped into a battle line and stood ready to clash. And once more, they got launched into the air like a pile of trash. This time, a green light flashed ahead and it hit him. They might be agents, he screamed, demanding to know where that hidden monster was. Then Diaz burst in. We need that axe in his hands, right up against his sword. Blue eyes blazing, custom armor forged to fit, and a giant two-handed axe ready to crush whatever stands in his way. It could only mean one thing: the protagonist was the key. Kept pummeling the guy, but his strength was way too insane to just break through. He slammed on the brakes, then the truth hit him. The guy who hired him. Every single mercenary got wiped out. Then, no warning, he went stone still, shrieked at the top of his lungs, and crumpled to the ground. Then DS hit him, and his old scars burst back to life. He always stepped in front of him and ruined his every move. Even if he couldn't read him at all, he still swore, someday I'm getting you out. Meanwhile, the fight with the bandits ended in a flash. Then an enemy arrow clanged against Aruna's face and Diaz completely lost it. But thankfully, it didn't do any real damage. Rage hung heavy, those bandits took real hits, some limped away injured and one even slipped out, but it wasn't worth the chase. Dia grabbed their weapons and put them in their place, showing them just how foolish they'd been. Aruna raged because the deportation wasn't even legal, and if they tried pulling that stunt in the territory again, he swore he wouldn't go easy on them. Hunting bandits was a sweet gig: hit the streets, swing the danger, and rake in cash fast. On those grassy plains, they could pawn battered weapons for cash, because iron was basically gold, and once they melted it down, it could be forged into brand new tools. Aruna couldn't bring herself to admit her family was rich, so she chased her dream the only way she knew: by hunting bandits. After meeting Diaz, Aruna prowled and hunted these plains. Then it hit her. Bandits were almost impossible to spot out here. The moment she felt Diaz closing in, her heart raced. She figured it was just another gang of bandits coming to strike. She could feel the tension in the air, and DS just stood there in the open, like nothing could touch her. The next day, he hit his patrol route again and checked around. Something felt off, and his instincts were screaming. She was completely stunned to see some random guy totally passed out, acting like nothing mattered. So just to be safe, she went for a quick soul check. If he was a bandit, she'd have struck first, taken him down, and snatched every last thing off him. But because Aruna decided to wake him up and start chatting with Diaz, Aruna couldn't stop wondering why she didn't follow the rules. Because look at how this turned out. She hit a whole new stride, so Aruna knew her decision wasn't a mistake at all. Even she stumbled for a second when she tried talking to Diaz. Out of nowhere, Aruna started to vanish into thin air, and he was left totally baffled. Then bam, she rockets back in and smashes a kiss right onto his cheek. PS got completely blindsided, no warning at all. But it looked like Aruna was catching feelings fast. Before he could even open his mouth, she bolted off like lightning, and he got left eating dust. Diaz tore after her even as the world turned pitch black. He was already braced to move, especially if she could light the way for him. Earlier, Eldon shoved DS a mission: stock up on preserved food. If something went down and he dashed out, it'd be an absolute disaster for him. So Diaz was done playing it safe. He went all in on dodging anything that might turn into hunger for his crew. Even the kids and Mia would be in big trouble the second food ran out, so they'd go hunting and churn out mountains of jerky just to keep everyone alive. Eldon leaned in and reminded him, eating right mattered, and they still had to save some veggies. Diaz leaned in and asked, should we plow the fields and get those seeds in? Greens, Eldon didn't trust this pasture for a second. So many others had tried, and it all ended in failure. But Diaz was ready to go for broke. He always kept charging ahead no matter what. Then the two locked eyes and agreed on the plan. The main character jolted awake, snapping out of that wild dream. Diaz raced to find Aruna, and when she saw him, her excitement practically exploded off the screen. And the old ladies kept giggling, going, look at her, she's totally hyped, while they roasted her about last night. That night, Klaus stormed in, grinning, and told everyone he'd stumbled on something in his morning patrol. Something dangerous must have stumbled in and gotten wiped out in the middle of it all. Down it went, then the rest of the crew started. They'd bounced already. Diaz had never laid eyes on a bat in his life, but he still knew they had to watch themselves, just in case it decided to show up. The sky was crystal clear, and they dug into breakfast outside, soaking up the perfect weather. As they dug into their meal, they swapped worries about their health and what could have gone wrong. Then the shocking truth hit. Nobody had any problems, and those old ladies were somehow even healthier than before. With Iruna's herbs soaking into their meals and even their baths, Diaz couldn't take it anymore, so he demanded to know where she was getting all that magic. She said they were usually gathered or traded off with peddlers, but honestly, growing them yourself would have been the real win. They had movable plant pots, and that made their whole lifestyle wildly practical. Diaz said he'd been dreaming for ages about plowing the pastures and building something big from that vision. He wanted a stable life, so he begged her to teach him about it as a reference, because even after she apologized for not knowing much, it was still better than staying silent and talking to no one. Maru, so the main character raced over to Maru, laid out everything that was going on, and she replied. But no matter what she tried, nothing would grow in those pastures. Crops just refused to sprout. Yet she still managed to teach DS medicinal herbs, even if it turned into a real headache. Maru said if he used a plant fertilizer stone, everything would finally calm down. Then he could turn it into soil, let it rest for a bit, and start planting seeds or roots. They racked up all this awesome stuff, and the way culture's values always amazed him left him in full awe. If he plowed the field and tossed in the seeds, they'd just shrivel up instead, wilted weeds with nothing to harvest. The forest folks probably know. They live with these trees. They've studied every plant like it's second nature. Maru had never once seen their real forms. This was all she could do for Diaz, but the moment he learned anything more, she'd want answers too, because for the sake of his people, building fields for growing was their biggest dream, and the main character said yes right away, because from day one he'd been itching to share what he knew. He didn't want knowledge hoarded. He wanted everyone to hustle together and grow a mountain of potatoes for everyone. Just like always, Maru would be right there, waiting for his success to hit. She figured his kids with Aruna would score big from this too. DS didn't see it as necessary, but Maru wouldn't back down. He swore medicinal herbs were pure gold. It was a piece of nature he'd never truly have, and Diaz felt the weight closing in. Soon, Diaz stormed back and caught Klaus there, right alongside the twins. The girls spotted Diaz coming back to the village, hands full of something. He slammed the stones into their hands and let the truth hit like a punch. But the two still didn't look even remotely excited. He felt pretty bummed because it turned out painfully boring. These two never wanted this, and there were way too many dead, dull stones. So they zip off to play with Mia, scrambling to find something that keeps their minds off everything else. Aruna pops in right after Diaz hits the village, and when Diaz sees it, those things look like pure dope gemstones. But Aruna admits they're kind of plain up close. No magical aura, no mystical energy at all. But even Diaz couldn't sense a single hint of magic here either. Innate magical rocks are said to glow with energy, and magic users can spot it in an instant. Diaz immediately sensed Aruna had her Oni. But Senai and Ihan might be about to pack up some serious magic. Aruna nods like, yeah, we're actually pretty solid for our age. And she can feel those teeny sparks of magical power ticking in the air. Those girls have insane potential, so if life even tries to throw them off, they're still going to burn bright and end up with futures that shine. Someday, they'll finally unfurl their wings and step into the world as legendary magic users. Sinai is screaming, something's coming, watch closely. and suddenly everyone's locked in. Out of nowhere, they catch sight of a furious swarm of bats ripping through the sky like a dark storm. DS shouts for everyone to dive into the tent, and Klaus immediately lines up beside him, ready to move. They were the same crew we ran into that morning back and hunting revenge. Sure, they were small fry, but they came in massive waves, and with just an axe and a spear, they got completely outmatched. And yeah, DS was still a total beast, even when the pressure hit. Klaus is throwing everything he's got at the bats, trying to make them regret every move. Suddenly, the one leading the pack burst into view. Yo, here comes a massive bat. It's insanely fast, and it lunges at Diaz from behind. Then Aruna bursts in, with a blood-curdling scream that smashes the leader bat to the ground. And right as everyone thinks it's over, DS swings back and finishes it off with the... This bat tuned itself to sound, turned the magic volume way up, and it drops instantly. And if those bugs showed up, even kids could smack them flat. Diaz flashes a grin and thanks Aruna, because she genuinely saved them from disaster. Her voice hit so hard it knocked the words out of his mouth. Then he blurted, "What are these monsters called?" But Diaz was still buzzing in his ear, drowning everything out so hard he could barely hear a thing. Then Aruna darts closer and whispers urgently to Diaz. He can't land the catch because one ear is dead. He's totally deaf on that side. And she cracks up with every step as she heads down the road. And boom, Klaus got swallowed by the chaos and crumpled, fainting on the spot, poor guy. Time blasts by, and 5 whole days later, Diaz finally gets the hang of working with the herbs. Days he crushed the fertilizer stone and could finally start ripping through the fields like there was no tomorrow. Before he could till the soil, he had to clear the pastures first. Right then, Aruna lunges in and warns him. She feels it before she sees it, something S coming from the east. So they both jet out, and her perception magic kicks on. Then out of nowhere, a whole crowd of people and horses comes charging in, and with them, something that's not human, not horse, yet it marches along too. So DS decides to play it safe and check it out, but Aruna doesn't back down. She insists on going with him because that unknown place could be sketchy as hell. Still, it's honestly kinda sweet having her right there with him. Soon, Aruna insists they'll spot them any moment, and DS narrows his eyes at the distant blur, trying to figure out what's coming barreling in on that cart. Then he spots Camelot's Elden servant right in front of him. He whips around and spots a white creature lurking right behind him. Aruna points straight at the white cart packed with guards and overflowing luggage. So yeah, the animal we're talking about is a pure white buffalo. Diaz thinks that's so simple to remember. Then she points to the second cart, and dark shadows start squirming through its luggage. DS decides to corner Camelot's and find out what he's hauling. Meanwhile, deep inside the cart, a little creature cries that a slave hunter snatched it up, and now it's here, on its way straight into the depths. He's rushing back home just to grab his soy, and then, right out of nowhere, some other creature slides in and demands what he's doing. He just wants to snatch the food before it's gone, because nobody knows when they'll get another chance, and suddenly it's crystal clear the cart is sliding straight into a bad direction, heading west. They're not heading back into that desert. If you know your stories, you'll remember the Dragon Slayer. If they nurse him back to health, his power will blaze like never before, and they're ready to snatch back the desert folks' honor. They're convinced it's hopeless. Who could possibly tame something like that? It's all-powerful after all. But in the desert, pride and honor run the show. Meanwhile, the humans are playing dirty, so they've got to bring them down, and they'll send one of them back home with the food to prove it. Outside, Camelot suddenly roars at the cart driver to stop. He races over to DS, and Aruna grins and tells them he's finally delivered the exact goods he swore he'd bring. The desert crew starts shaking with nerves the second they hear Diaz is coming. While Diaz shoots the breeze with Camelot's, the crew spirals into panic, scrambling for anything they can do to survive. Do this and you're all going down, burned to a crisp, no survivors. Right in the middle of all that chaos, one of them gets blasted out of the cart, right as DS swings it open to peek inside. The rats snap into action and rush Diaz. He's stunned because they're actually talking. Aruna snaps her arm out and smashes their attacks aside, shielding her husband without hesitation. She grills him for every careless move, like, don't you get it, that stuff could have been Camelot's property. And he wouldn't dare mess with them, because those rats are getting fed up with her teasing. But Diaz has got her back. Aruna's a straight-up gem who refuses to let a single insult slide. Camelot's comes sprinting over, eyes sharp, and orders the guards to grab anyone who dares to. They're still clawing at rebellion. Those rats refuse to quit, even trapped in a sack fighting for freedom. Pamela drops to her knees, begging for forgiveness, but she's totally clueless on how to fix it. Meanwhile, Diaz shrugs it off like, it's all good, and leaves it at that. Camelot wants to slam this matter into place. Since he's Eldon's rep, it's literally his job, and the protagonist can't believe it when he realizes those tiny Jujin got dragged straight into feudal drama. Here's the deal, Ojin's pass for human, but Jujin look like they've crawled straight out of the wild. Diaz still remembers that legendary story, the blessing God once handed to all of humanity. He wired animals to a talking system and turned them into conversational partners. They called this crew the big-eared rat race ***, and everyone in the desert knew exactly who they were. They call it the desert's homeland, an enormous stretch of land that goes on. And somehow those slave hunters showed up out of nowhere, rolling in with bad intentions. Eldon threw himself in to protect his people, but they refused to back down. Even with all that hate and chaos erupting around him, Eldon stayed cool, and somehow the rats still didn't bother him. Still, the Jujin feel it in their bones. The day they'll crawl back to the desert is right around the corner. Aruna cracks a joke that Camelot's is blue now instead of white, and yeah, he could totally catch a break, but those rats were blazing a furious red and there was no stopping them. So Diaz takes Camelot's apology, letting him cool off before things blow up. Still, his words and that rat's chaos didn't make a lick of sense. Next time something pops off, they're done playing nice and will hand Camelot the wheel to deal with it. Camelot lets out a breath of relief and thanks both of them, relieved they actually understand. The guard cuts in and says he's done sweeping the area, then the scent hits him and he just trails off like, wah. Wild chaos roared everywhere, the air reeked of the race, and the cargo was packed with a ton of spices. Even Camelot checked inside the cart too. In the end, everything lined up perfectly. Every check went through clean and tight. Those rats slipped back with Eldon. Now they're going to squeeze answers out of them until they crack their whole game plan. Then DS shoots a chat with Camelot about those special items, then it hits him. He's supposed to be hauling farming tools, only Camelot's. He apologizes and says he's been rushing to get everything ready for the protagonist. Then he shoves a letter from Eldon into DS's hands like, read it. It said they shoved every last thing they could into his hands, and yeah, it should have been enough. They hurled in local spices, and those wagons rolled in loaded with goods meant for Diaz, because that's exactly what's about to seal his. Eldon threw himself into the trade, practically buzzing. He craved that combo magic and couldn't wait to see him again. DS is absolutely overflowing with gratitude toward him. Then Eldon fires back that the goods are gifts, a friendship offering, and Camelot immediately demands more, give horses and cattle, and build him a proper stable too. Diaz is stunned, but Camelot pushes forward anyway. Then it hits Diaz. He can't repay that favor ever. And Camelot tells him that if he wants to roam, he can snatch the reins of one of those carts and hit the road. They'd be his property, and this is his golden opening to strike a deal. With the coachman backing them up, handling everything would feel ridiculously easy. Aruna's buzzing out of her mind. She's about to haul in horses and bolts, and she can't wait. She's beaming like she owns the moment, riding the idea hard, because it's only for the chosen ones. Horses are the lifeline of war, everything you need to haul troops for battle and keep moving. These rounds are worth as much or even more than the Mia, and the quicker they move, the bigger the price tag. Aruna's flexing hard. Her family had horses, yet the cash was nowhere to be found. Diaz is stuck wondering if she's thinking about her family, and his hearts are going wild. Since she was a kid, she's been rambling nonstop about how she wants to become a horse lady, and the protagonist just has to grin and ride out her endless chatter and wild excitement. As she says it, she clamps onto him with the raw power of 100 horses. A rat still posted up in the cart, totally relaxed, thinking the quiet means it's safe. It's ducking out of sight right now, but it won't stay hidden for long, it'll bounce back soon. Realization hits fast, right when it spots someone standing over it. It realizes there's no way out. Meanwhile, Senai sprints over to Ahan, clutching a bundle of black tea leaves to show him. It'd be insanely cool if they served black tea with some seeds on the side. Her parents always brewed black tea, and that cozy sip is a sweet memory she'll never forget. The Lux village is leveling up day by day, getting stronger and stronger. Dia dives into training, learning how to handle the buffalo and get them marching on command. Soon he's blown away by what's about to hit him. How do you? Grab them and run it through a tool called a plow. Can cut through the land without wrecking the grass and still pulls off every task. Way faster. Suggest letting the refreshed soil cool off for a few days. After work, they finally kick back and take a well-earned break. but they finally split the field's soil and get it all sorted. DS slammed together water with stone powder fertilizer, and then, just to make it crazier, mixed in wood ash with water too. Chilchai said they should dig a reservoir while they waited, but Diaz just stared in confusion like, was this because they were running out of water? Honestly, the whole village drank from this skinny river, and it was about to vanish, so they had to stay on guard. DS didn't fully grasp it, but he was sure a reservoir would slam the solution into place. That's when Sinai and Ihan swooped in, demanding to know if he was finally done with the field. He flat out said no, sure, it'll take a few more days, but it looks like they're itching to talk about something right now. Aruna yanked her cooking to a close, and Diaz hurried in with gratitude, thanking her for calling him in for dinner. So they headed home with the two Mias in tow. But out of nowhere, the girls started acting totally out of character. Out of nowhere, Ihan leaned in and demanded, "So, are those fields rough?" Diaz shut that down fast. This wasn't some grueling grind, and he wasn't even sweating whether it would fall apart. Then I fumbled, heart pounding, because I knew they had a secret, and they were terrified. He said straight up, "I'd be bummed if you're hiding something. But if it's not something truly bad, then hey, everyone's got a secret or two they keep locked away." Still, Diaz couldn't shake the feeling. Why were they even talking about this? Curiosity sparked, but he couldn't crack what it was. Aruna was totally clueless. She and the villagers sat there, scratching their heads, because not a single soul could figure it out. It was the kind of situation that sent panic scrambling through everyone's minds. While they played along, putting on a show of normalcy and grinning like everything was fine, Diaz finally sighed, let it go, and then, just like that, forgot the whole thing. After 3 whole days of letting the soil cool off, they finally got to drop the seeds into the ground. Bruna proudly introduced everyone to the medicinal herb Yamoshi, and by the very next day, it would sprout. It's basically the perfect shot to see how the field's holding up, and DS thanks. Then, just 1 day later, the sprouts started popping up like magic, because that fertilizer stone had some serious power, and the protagonist couldn't stop buzzing with excitement to see what it would become. Then Klaus burst in to tell him the Camelot's crew had finally wrapped up the stable. DS was absolutely rattled. 3 days hadn't even passed since they kicked off the build. So what's their speed secret? It's prefab materials, baby. It was insanely practical. He could tweak the livestock, lock in the location, and even decide the extras in one go. The protagonist rushed over to thank Camelots for everything he'd done, and Camelots felt. They didn't bring up prices at all, so DS quietly stocked up on raw materials for them, straight from the Earth Dragon itself. Without warning, Camelot and his guards froze in shock and stumbled back, staring like they couldn't believe what they just saw. They just couldn't stomach taking in that massive mountain of dragon raw material. The guards pressed him, demanding to know why he was offering something that generous, because yeah, it screamed sketchy from the start. Eventually, they caved in and agreed to take it. No gift, no freebies, just so they could look after it themselves. Time shattered into the next day, and Camelot tore himself away, bidding goodbye to the group. Han and Sina were breaking down as they cried through their heartfelt goodbyes. At first, they clammed up, but time pulled the mask off. Then Aruna soothed them and they finally opened up. He reminded them they had to hurry back and get to caring for the horses. If they didn't, those poor horses would be bawling from pure hunger and thirst. They were fully convinced, then bolted back right away to take care of the animals. Then DS decided to swing by and see how those fields were holding up while everything else was going on. But the outcome looked grim, and Aruna's worry hit like a storm in her chest. But DS stayed optimistic, because hitting it perfectly on the first try is almost too good to be true. Rough, another day crashes down, and the field still refused to deliver. He figured they could squeeze out more power with extra fertilizer stones, so he added a little more right away. Another day blasted by, and the results stayed exactly the same. GS kept adding more, and as time dragged on, he stayed locked in, tending those plants like his life depended on it. Aruna was absolutely terrified for her husband. To make sure he finally believed he'd done enough, he pushed the idea, pause, breathe, and really think it through. Piling on too many fertilizer stones can wreck the soil completely, so bad that growing anything there could turn impossible. Deicide, life keeps hurling curveballs at you nonstop. Even if those seeds totally failed, he'd vow to come back swinging next time. Meanwhile, Sina and Ihan couldn't sit still. They were desperate to help Daya. They looked at us like we just pulled the rug out, because they had no idea what to do next. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the air, and a stranger's voice shouted for help. They sprinted over, desperate to see what the chaos was hiding. His voice cracked as he pleaded for help, insisting he had stuck in there for a week with zero food and not a single drop to drink. No matter how he got there, he'd still step in to help Diaz, just so long as he got rescued in return. The rat caught the noises, panicked, and screamed for help. But then he got backup from whoever was out there, ready to step in. The girls finally saw it. Someone was trapped inside that wooden box, and they knew it for real. They shoved the heavy stuff up top, and it all crashed down around them. He worried about the rat because he knew they were just kids, and he couldn't bear the thought of them getting hurt. Every adult was swamped, so there was zero chance we could ask for help. After what felt like forever, they finally pried the wooden box wide open. The rat squealed like it had just escaped death, convinced it owed its life to the duo. The girls went first, name-dropped themselves, and they started showering him with compliments for his glasses. And the rat practically radiated gratitude. Meet Amer Jeriboa, a Jiujun, and not just any Jiujun, she's an adult woman. Meanwhile, Diaz and the crew were sprinting through the field, pushing harder with every step. Miham and Sinai cornered Amer and demanded to know why she was trapped inside. She spilled the whole truth. Long story short, they finally got it. In the end, she never really clicked with DS. She didn't even get a real chance to talk to him. The girls begged her for advice, but they couldn't bring themselves to tell DS and the rest. She was completely alone. No one else was there to save her. DS pushed himself non-stop, but exhaustion was chewing him up from the inside. The land lay drained, and Diaz's methods had completely missed the mark. They had the power to pull off things that even humans couldn't be allowed to witness. Their parents begged them to hide it from humans, because people would just sniff it out and use it. Still, they pushed to help Deus, because Amer wasn't human. They figured they could finally spill the whole truth, and she kept circling it, asking for more details about the story. Turns out these two weren't just any strangers, they were forest people. They guard the forest like it's sacred, keeping it alive, growing, and thriving, because without them, everything falls apart for everyone. When a forest dweller knows death is seconds away, they cram all their power into a single seed. It gets planted, shoots up into a towering tree, and then links arms with the others to build an entire forest. It's like a tombstone carved with secrets, and the forest folk fiercely guard it. And with those powers, Ihan could work wonders. One curse spread magic to supercharge plant growth, and the other snapped up barriers to shut out disease and miasma. They were brand new rookies, but somehow they could crack open a tree seed and grow something amazing, because even small or not, they were insanely good at what they did. Gamers swore the safest way to mask their powers was to stay miles from humans. They were terrified of DS at first, but the second they met him, he turned out to be unbelievably nice. Compared to the people back home, even these folks were surprisingly chill, like nothing could rattle them. So they went straight to Amur, spilling their powers and brainstorming ideas until the sparks started flying. With the surface drained to nothing, the forest people had to step in and save the day. They needed a barrier that would never run out, something that could keep their magic going for real. Amherst said that if they could crack why the earth was getting drained, they'd finally know what to do, but they didn't care a single bit. Wanted to slow down and figure out how to save everyone's food. Amber understood instantly, like she could sense who started this whole disaster. Maybe some cursed harvest plague is creeping in, or a monster's miasma is choking everything. Even though she suggested they use a barrier, the others wouldn't, while they were still out in the fields. They fired back, no way, those two are always here. Not even at night do they ever wake up, they're just snoozing. Amherst told her she could wake them up. She was small enough to slip through, sharp enough to see in the dark, and all she had to do was point them to where they lived and swear she'd help. The two erupted into cheers, absolutely buzzing with excitement. They'd start by ripping through the plans, lining everything up so they were finally ready to move. They had to keep the whole operation running like clockwork and dodge being caught at all costs. Amer felt the night pulse through him, like everything was suddenly alive. Finally, he grabbed his legs back and started walking again. She stalked toward where they were crashed out, ready to shake them awake. She caught DS dozing off, and if she could slip in without anyone hearing a thing. Diaz had been grinding nonstop, the stench hit hard, and Amur suddenly erupted into a loud sneeze. She tiptoed up to Ihan and Sinai, barely managing to keep from waking them. She jolted awake the girls, to rush toward the fields, and they inched out of the tent without making a sound. The night swallowed everything, and they jumped out of their skin, so much so that it really threw them for a loop. Amer, she blurted out, "So what happens if we need the bathroom?" and then said it'd fall to either Aruna or DS. They'd tag along, clutching their hands the whole way. then they grabbed something and took off with it. They clutch their parents' seeds, and just holding them floods them with pure comfort, like they're finally safe. Now, Aimer finally understood why they kept those seeds with them every single time. Then they burst onto the field. Amur stared from that angle and found not a single flaw. The girls snapped their powers into action and started planting with real strength behind every seed. That light was insanely beautiful, and Amur practically couldn't believe what he was seeing. A ribbon of light blazed between them, then it dove straight into the ground like it was being swallowed. In the end, they forged a barrier, and Amur lit up like the happiest kid in the world. The two got completely wiped out, the darkness swallowed everything, and they decided to call it a night. They decided it was time to call it a day, and Aimer was done, completely wiped out by her work. Honestly, the girls were buzzing, no more splitting up, and they loved every second of it. Amur got slammed and squished right between them the moment they both nodded off. At that one bar in Cos Dex Fief, the gossip was flying around like it had wings. Eldon barreled toward the imperial capital, chasing a single mission, meeting the king. If he flashed those magical stones, he'd blow him away, and that would be a jackpot for the thief, because an Ajin teaming up with a human is a rare sight. People were whispering that Diaz was married to an Ajin, and they'd be openly flirting in public like it was no big deal. They swore DS came from the East, where everyone's usually allergic to Ajins, so the whole thing felt absolutely unreal. Since Diaz had never laid eyes on an Ajin, he probably married the very first one he spotted. Eldon and Diaz only became close because of this wife, yet the deets stayed a total mystery, and everything about it felt like all they. She finally noticed the horn jutting from her forehead. She deadpanned, "Should I be a rhinoceros?" And honestly, that would have been absolutely epic. And don't forget, Diaz also plastered up a recruitment poster. Turns out it was all about this: races don't matter as long as you're not a jerk. And yeah, some folks were quietly keeping tabs until a few rats tried to crash the party and the mentor. Some of it, was happening there, while a crew calling themselves the Monkey Tribe tried to whip up chaos and kick off trouble. They swore that if you wouldn't join in or lend a hand, you were branded as part of the Monkey Tribe. A tall dude with his face wrapped in black cloth showed up, and the rats had only heard scary stories about him. Meanwhile, Jujin and the others were totally clueless, and no matter how much you tossed at them, they never caught on or listened. In the end, the mentor was seething because the rats crumbled, and he couldn't shake the dread either. This was only a matter of time before he could finally take. More folks kept flooding in from Diane's crew. She never had the cash or the clout to start anything on her own. After dark at the post, they huddled and talked as the faction's chaos started to stir and spread. Ricardo, Mazer, Princess Isabel, Helena, and finally Diane showed up too, and the Eldon faction they'd brought was the kind that could flip everything in an instant. He also got super close with Diaz, and their bond snapped into place like real brothers. He snatched the title of Lord of Netros, and honestly, that was insane for someone chasing those cursed lands. Apparently, the drops don't multiply, and every house they build turns to ash. Eldon and Diaz's moves are rattling the whole kingdom. While the crew was laughing it up in the bar, a guard smashed through the door yelling at the top of his lungs. Diane was already leading a huge troop out of the capital. It was supposed to be laid back, but nah, this capital thing turned into a full-blown big deal. Diane was juggling supplies and carts for nearly 200 soldiers, and everyone could tell she was getting ready to go to war. Meanwhile, Aruna jolted awake from her nap, realizing the girls had swapped places overnight. She also clocked the rat hanging out with them, and Aimer shot her a quick nod. At that exact moment, Aruna erupted in a blood-curdling scream and jolted everyone awake. He sped off, leaving everyone standing there, completely baffled. Morning hit and chaos burst wide open. Everything felt painfully tense. Aruna ordered the girls to shower after that crash, then she panicked, because the rat they worried about was still on the loose. Health, and that's why his scream tore through the village, ringing in every street. Diaz snapped that it was another race rebellion brewing, but when the room. Luna told him to calm down, and then, like it was supposed to, the seeds from the field finally sprouted. What blew their minds was that it sprouted in a perfect circle, like the universe just snapped into place. The real shock wasn't the change, it was what they secretly dumped into the soil, and yeah, it was seriously messed up. The pigeon hanging near DS perked up at the commotion and knew something was off, then more birds swooped in, just itching to grab the fresh sprouts. DS was stunned too, because this pigeon somehow understood every bit of the birds chattering, and that was seriously wild. Senai and Ihan threw items and supplies into storage like a lifeline, tearing through everything to rescue Amour. Even after cleaning up, throwing the grains back onto the floor would be nothing but a total waste. That pigeon had no choice but to agree, and it got even more intense the moment they started arguing about soy. But the pigeon's visit still blew everything else out of the water. It was the wildest drama of the whole day. The transport pulled up sooner than expected, and he introduced himself as Grant, Eldon's servant. Grant wouldn't let it go, grilling Diaz non-stop about the place's vibe, and Diaz finally spilled the whole truth to him. Eldon scribbled something urgent and hit Diaz up to go see what was going on. Ilias reached for the pigeon's cargo, then dove straight into reading it. The first letter hit with an apology for the rat chaos, and the second tore into the mess in the capital, bringing Princess Diane, her troops, and their weapons into the spotlight. There's another story about the fief's recruitment board, and a whole pack of dog people comes sniffing around. Diaz was just. Still, why was he so curious about the little dog people when he barely knew anything about them? He broke it down. There were big ones and small ones. The big ones were the brainiacs and the strong ones. Diaz ran into the bigger guys standing guard, while the smaller ones stumbled around, all instinct and clumsy reactions. The little ones kept causing chaos at work, so they got shoved in packs together. After swapping words with the villagers, Diaz decided to go take a look for himself. Grant was totally hooked on the soy grains, so the main character basically let him grab a handful. After a bunch of tense back and forths, Klaus and the elders finally agreed on one thing: they'd boost the soldier count. Diaz kept grilling everyone he could find, and somehow he hit a brick wall. No one stopped him, not even once. He swung in to check on Aruna. She was busy chatting with Ihan and Sinai. The moment he brought up the dogs, the sisters practically lit up on the spot. Aruna felt salty because DS totally killed the vibe with that lecture. She wanted the girls to stare their choices in the face, but they were stubborn as hell, wouldn't say a word about why they crashed with a rat. Diaz knew there had to be a reason, but even he couldn't crack what they were hiding. Meaning they'll probably end up hashing it out sooner or later. The only judgment on Amour flashed a fierce blue, so Diaz strolled right over to her, sliding into the conversation like it was nothing, then asked what on earth brought her here. Even with nerves clawing at her, she took a deep breath and spilled the whole story of how she ended up there. Meanwhile, Grant was out there racing too. He sealed the letter for Eldon, and now it was racing toward sunset. The letter laid it all out. Dog people could finally be accepted, but only with a few strict conditions. And just like that, Amber got pulled into Diaz's crew too. She spilled her whole story, then begged to stay in the village with them. She wanted to stay right by AI Han and Sun AI, pushing them to level up. He was sharp as a tack, could read and write, and he even had the skills to teach the girls a bunch of stuff. Amber was all in, ready to sprint for help, because there was no way she was going back to her hometown anytime soon. So Diaz swept her into the village, introducing her to everyone while quickly checking in with each and every person. Everyone seemed fine except Aruna, who wore a sour, bothered look like something was off. Amber bragged that they stayed spotless, nothing like the other rats, and Aruna was totally fine with it as long as she kept everything squeaky clean. And just like that, the twins started teaming up with Amour, hanging out nonstop. But then DS clocked it. Those packages were vanishing left and right. He spotted a barrel of wine tucked right into the pile. Amber strained to hear voices drifting in from the distance, and they sounded absolutely hooked on the drink. Time zipped by, and the girls were right back to tossing nuts into the food. The older kids were up to some shady business, and even Sugar got caught in their sneaky plan. And Amour was all fired up, practically vibrating with hunger, ready to chow down Diaz. He noticed it, and the feeling hit him, like they were hiding something big and keeping it from his face. Aruna asked if he was shocked, and he just nodded, thank goodness. Chaos erupted left and right, and Maya burst in with one brilliant idea: a feast. So Rana kicked off prep alongside the whole crew, while DS was stuck busy doing his thing. Ever since Diaz slipped off to grab a drink without a word, they were all thrown into the unknown, no warnings, just surprises. Under the kingdom's laws, nobody under 18 was allowed to touch alcohol. Pretty much everyone knew adults still struggled with booze, so how could kids fare any better? DS didn't have a clue about the Oni people. But Aruna was only 15, and she refused to sit on the sidelines, determined to take it on herself. Aruna didn't lash out, she just clung to one hope: Diaz would finally hear her out and get her point. Stirring up that feast without permission was her way of getting even, just a little payback on her terms. So yeah, it ended with them as a couple, and Aruna really thought he'd open up and talk to her more, especially if DS was weighing on him, because at least he could talk it out with her. Since they were husband and wife, Aruna refused to brush anything off. She needed to talk it all through properly. Diaz threw out an apology and vowed to handle it better next time when they brought up alcohol. She told him, honestly, honestly, I think it's good for your body. The Oni were serious Kumi's drinkers, tossing back that creamy goodness like it was medicine, strong enough to fend off sickness. Fuse went pale when he realized they were giving alcohol to babies. Something felt wildly wrong, and he could tell instantly. Aruna snapped back, if they don't drink, they'll get sick for real and die fast as hell. Right in the middle of their chat, an old lady barged in and cut them off, because they were about to get loud or not, they need to lock in on the feast, time's almost up. The old lady clocked what Aruna was pushing. Everyone drinks together, no isolating. Turns out Aruna's hatred of alcohol wasn't random. She'd been through something with it before. So Diaz finally started to see it clearer, realizing the gaps in values and culture weren't small at all. The whole thing still hit like a truck, and Diaz had no choice but to adapt on the fly. Every time a fresh species or faction rolled in, it sparked a whole new culture and flipped the world's rules on its head. Still, Diaz was the lord of all thieves. He realized what he was, and he swore, no matter what, to protect this village. No matter how many enemies leapt out, he pushed forward anyway, because this was his job. The very next morning after the feast, breakfast came with a suspicious new drink, mysterious liquid, straight up served like it meant something. They called it kumis, and Aruna charged into the village to grab some right away. Aruna tells Diaz, just give it a shot, even though it was already out. Alcohol burned his throat, then Diaz took a sip, and even Klaus's face went totally blank with shock. It wasn't just some mysterious drink, it was alcohol, and it was painfully weak. If it's kumis, no stress. Aruna cracks it open and says it'll pump your strength right up. It forges stronger bones and keeps your digestion running smoothly. Now Diaz learns that Waikumi's a huge deal in her culture. Then he figured, we gotta talk about this again later, and pushed for it right then. The whole village felt it hit at once, and suddenly everyone was buzzing and talking nonstop. While Diaz was working, the twins shouted his way, and he couldn't help but smile because they'd actually shown up. He grins, thanking them for pulling together a seriously solid amount. The twins begged to set up a field, only Diaz wasn't exactly thrilled about it. So next time, they'd whip something up again, only this time, since building out in the distance felt sketchy, they'd do it right near the square. Meanwhile, the protagonist flashes a quick wave and bids those old ladies goodbye. Then old lady Celia swoops in to chew the fat with Diaz, because whatever she's here to talk about, it's absolutely important. That night, they all packed into the meeting room to tear apart her idea together. Celia was sure it couldn't possibly work once the thief started going after a crowd of over 100 people. At that exact moment, everyone was fully on board with DS, no arguments, no second thoughts. So Celia pitched the idea of choosing a rep to help them lock in their thoughts and feed them straight to Diaz. Everyone snapped their heads up, nodded in agreement, and started firing off ideas about what to do next. So with DS stepping in as the feudal lord, the reps' roles flipped overnight. Aruna took charge as the housekeeper, Klaus stepped in for the soldiers, and Maya handled the humans. Amr had been through it all, but he still knew his limits and shot down the offer with a quick, no thanks. They needed more reps. Once the dog people rolled in, they'd settle it for real. The meeting dragged on until the night fully swallowed the sky, then it finally ended right like that. The very next day, Aruna shoved Diaz awake at the crack of dawn, because some surprise visitor was already at the door. She was barely awake, so it took her a whole minute to finally clock that the visitors were right there. It was probably the dog people. There was this huge, clear figure out front, with a whole pack of smaller ones trailing behind. The tiny ones were dogs, and the bigger lot followed camelots. Aruna wasn't sure what was coming next, but it felt like they were hauling something awesome. Soon, they spotted something downright wild lurking out in the distance. A whole pack of dog people bolted for their lives, sprinting straight from a giant snake. Aruna snapped that it was Rick Anaconda, and this dude was a full-on monster. Diaz stood there completely baffled, because no doubt about it, someone was hunting them down. Aruna jolted in panic. She'd completely forgotten her bow and arrows, and she was absolutely not ready for what was coming next. During the fight, one of the dog people got snatched and eaten, and the screams tore through the air for help. DS lunged out fast, desperate to rush in and save the day. Still worried sick that the others were standing there unarmed. The protagonist lunged at the giant snake and fought it with nothing but his bare hands. When the fight finally died down, Aruna came barreling in, and Diaz let out a huge sigh of relief, because she was still fuming at how this guy had tangled with a snake and somehow walked away alive. Lucky it wasn't poisonous. He rushed to the dog that had been swallowed, and somehow, like a miracle, it was still alive. Aruna hated herself for leaving her bow and arrows behind, especially since it had only been a minute since she'd been on guard. A dog person grabbed his gratitude and thanked him, because now everyone was safe and sound. Aruna strode into Daya's and introduced herself as the feudal lord. The woman leaned in and said, "I'm Konai's." She was the caretaker who looked after the little dogs. Back in those days, anyone trying to move in had to choose from just 3 tiny clans: the fierce black ones, Tibetan mastiffs, known simply as mastiffs, proud to the bone and fearless to the end. The lighter ones rolled with the Basinius, called the Singius, an ironclad, no-nonsense clan with serious manners. The mixed ones were Orson Sheps. He called them Sheps clan, and they lived for non-stop action. Connors demanded they memorize the names, because they were absolutely everything. Aruna ran the test, and every single result lit up as strong light blue. John said the little ones actually love to work, because if they don't, stress hits them hard. Diaz orders them to hit the fields, harness the horses, build the reservoir, and keep the cattle fed. Could help Klaus and do whatever they thought was the smartest move. All the dogs erupted in joy, and the protagonist watched in awe as everything finally clicked. He told them to calm down and keep it down. To his shock, every single one of them heard him. Loud, clear, no mistaking a word. DS crouched down to talk with them, and Aruna leaned in right beside him. Kanus couldn't believe it. He clicked with the clan fast, and somehow he treated every one of them like equals. Murph Tibetan, the hard-headed chief of the Mastiff clan, stepped in and greeted Daya with authority. Diaz lifted his paw and shook it in a bright greeting, and he did the same thing to the chief of the Basenji clan. Cedrio, named like that from the start, would jump in and tackle the chores. Finally, the leader of the smaller clan barreled over, throwing out a quick hi like it was urgent. He rocked a giant name, but everyone could just call him Chef, because they were about to handle the animal herding. Dias told them they'd already got Mia. She wasn't about to be treated like some sheep, but he also said he could handle the horses just fine. Aruna shot Murph a greeting, while everything else kept rolling. The dogs were sniffing the air, totally curious, because she was Diaz's wife. From every chief's tales there are tons, tribe after tribe, all chatting up a storm. Kanus couldn't believe it. Diaz was tossing the little ones straight into soldier roles too. And yeah, the simple tasks were one thing, but they could barely even grip a weapon, and they were kind of. Next thing you know, Diaz had it. He wasn't messing around. He was zeroing in on how to crack it open and explain it to Canis. The crew scrambles back and slams right into Klaus, who's standing right there on. On patrol, DS lays out everything to Connie about Klaus. They bang fists, and then, out of nowhere, a full-blown drama erupted that nobody saw coming, and it hadn't. It has absolutely nothing to do with the main plot. Aruna watched it all unfold, and yeah, DS was completely clueless. Me and the squad would get marched out to the fields with Mastiff dogs escorting us, so we could snatch up stones. The stones looked like pure fertilizer, if you could just grind them right. 10 wild days vanished since the dog people stormed into a luck and jumped straight into work. Sinai and Ihan leaned on their parents' wisdom, then forged their own path, planting and raising crops of their very own. Diaz just sat there, soaking up the chaos as everyone busted their asses with pure, mad pride. Connors was swamped with work, and honestly, the dog people's lack of skill didn't even matter that much. If they had the right gear, they could pull it off for real. Sure, they stumbled around, but their skills were legit. Klaus smashed his way into soldier training with a brutal kickoff, with the Mastiff dogs lunging at his side. They finally caught him and dropped him hard. Now they're replaying it again. We're getting sharper by the day. Klaus clawed his way through the war and came out on the other side as a total monster. He charged at any enemy general that stood in his way, and in the end, he didn't just win, he earned the name Klaus of the 10 Necks. The day Kanus was absolutely buzzing to call his dog the People's Soldiers was the kind of excitement you could feel in your bones. Instead of talking, he just let her witness every moment explode into view. The main character felt that if adults could actually talk to dogs, that kind of bond had to be special. Yeah, everything seemed fine, then Diaz got blindsided because somehow everyone just clicked and started vibing hard. No one was about to let some pathetic thieves stir up trouble in a whole meadow, and if those awesome dogs stayed calm, then honestly, there was nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, in the Sans Serif kingdom, down in the deadly deep of a tomb, the Tread, crowds hauled in supplies there, saving every last bit for the war fund, grabbing, stashing, and stockpiling like their lives depended on it. Princess Diane snapped, "Touch that coffin or that statue and you're done." Got it? The crew surged forward, hunting those treasures like their lives depended on it. One of her soldiers leaned in and asked, "So what are you gonna do with that scepter you just snatched, Diane?" Legend claims the founding king clinked that cup and toasted 10,000 enemies, so Diane was thinking of doing the same to DS, stacking the loot into an army. That's why Pernisia did. She had to push through and break a sweat because she wasn't just acting. She had a secret plan, and it was that king's seal wasn't just decoration, she was about to weaponize it for her own advantage. Diane seethed. She was supposed to be a big deal in the war, but Diaz ruined everything. If she truly was a saint, then the very least she could do was put in the work. And the mentor straight up said Diaz ended up wiping out innocent people in the last war. Called a patriotic hero, Diane still felt completely shut out. Pernesia freaked out because that chick was a total dead end, and she had to sprint to Richard right now. Meanwhile, the mentor was cackling with pure evil glee because he straight up tricked Diane. After he finished Diaz, this was finally his moment to go after her and take her down. He'd prove he was the real deal and rip his way into becoming the new hero. Right then Richard heard the word fly in. Diane's crew had their spy back on deck. Diane stormed up to the founder's tomb, but this time, the founders wouldn't even need to lift a finger to stop it. Richard was too late. She slipped away before he could catch her and finish her off. But there was still a real shot she might bump into Diaz. He'd seen enough to know Diaz was a full-blown mad dog. Diane stepped too close, got bitten, and that one mistake ripped her life away. Diaz carried two names. One was the patriotic hero, Bloody Axe. The other, the one with zero guts and lousy good vibes, plus a history so sketchy it still raises eyebrows. When the war turned to seizing enemy territory, they got orders: hit the enemy, take them down, then strip the land for loot. A royal order slammed down: hit the enemy back with everything you've got. But through the whole war, Diaz never once took a life, and whenever he was with the army, he did his own thing. Even after rallying the volunteer soldiers, not a single one died. That's why people always caught him as good-natured. Diaz was nearby when word of the chaos tearing through the kingdoms reached him, right after he stepped into the British University like he was coming to snatch something off a battlefield. War made it normal, but this time something in him snapped, right there without warning. He spotted some guys yanking a woman and trying to take her against her will. Every day at the exact same time, he cracked the code, ended his suffering, and broke the. He got arrested for throwing a fist against the nobility, and now he was staring down a trial. The main character flat out declared those guys weren't even fit to be nobles. King Sansarif blasted him with praise, and every big shot in the room backed him without hesitation. That's why Richard was drenched in sweat for days. Some heavy hitters had him under pressure, and he'd always believed the smartest move was to stay as far away from him as possible. Some of his crew figured the Days wouldn't try anything against them, yet they still had to take down Diane, and honestly it made perfect sense that the Days would go after someone royal. The nobles finally clocked it, snapped their views around, and decided, right then, to keep their distance from Days. Once the meeting finally wrapped, Tom, yeah, that dude, showed up to corner Richard and asked straight up why they kept shipping Days to the border, even though the king was a full-on fan. Trust me, the king didn't banish time or pull some crazy, world-bending stunt like that. He straight up trusted Days to draw the line between the front lines and national defense. Kingdom energy, King had more Days in control than any other vassal, because he never let anything slip through the cracks. Days stepped in as the kingdom's fix-it guy, covering every blunder like he'd been trained for it. For 20 straight years, he stayed locked in, until he finally became the hero of Richard's dad. But then Days vanished from the operation, no cash, no backup, nothing. Even without proof, it had to be Mesa pulling the strings. Another girl was itching to ask Richard something too. She couldn't wait to find out which royal had been hurt, and it was already days in the making. The whole room fell silent as she waited on the tea, like the next second could shatter everything. Then this woman poured out the whole tale of a spoiled brat who always got his way. One day, he chased the same military glory and bolted out as the commander of the British unit. Then the enemy crushed his squad, closed in on him, and he truly thought, "That's it, I'm done for." Then some guy burst in out of nowhere and yanked him back from the brink before he got wiped. He couldn't believe anyone would do something this reckless. Then it happened. The first time Richard got actually hit. Days came in with a brutal smack to the head for being such a fool. Even when he tried to flaunt his royal status, Days still shoved him out the door and told him to stop messing around. Then Richard grew up into a no-nonsense, hardworking man, the kind you can actually trust. Becoming the kind of dude who doesn't judge anyone, no matter if they've got a date or not. Richard can't shake the belief that his past self would have changed everything for the better. Days dragged on and somehow kept him alive, but the country around him was still slipping into decline. So he'd fork over coin to the Commoners Guild, and anyone else he could bribe to hunt Diane down. Before she could link up with Dees, he had to snatch her and the king's seal into his hands first. Man, that was a whole lot, so he shoved a contingency fee up front right away. If he dragged things to a certain number of days, they'd force him to cough up the cash. Meanwhile, Days was getting absolutely roasted. Sinai and Ihan took turns dragging him for that same old white beard, like he was just living his normal life for laughs. Meanwhile, Diane was absolutely seething. Pernesia had left her on read, and the silence was driving her nuts. She was stunned. How could nobody recognize she was royalty? With her brand new scepter in hand, she was about to seize control and run this entire country. Time shot by, and Klaus kept hammering his training with the mastiffs nonstop. He stumbled into one by accident, then shot over to help it right away. And before anyone could blink, Klaus and Connor brushed hands by accident. They got thrown into a real-life drama about clashing backgrounds, different races, different worlds, and zero easy answers. Meanwhile, Days helped Sidrio hoist the heavy wooden plank. At last, the water started pooling up, gathering fast like it couldn't be stopped. Every brutal day paid off. They crushed the reservoir project. Before anyone could even react, a crew rushed in, shoved the wraps on, and finished the build in a flash. Collars kept rolling in, and the fruits from Sinai and Ihan were looking absolutely insane, so they had to cram the reservoir full of water to keep everything running. Meanwhile, Dave's rolling with a horse named Bears. Aruna wasn't great at riding, so she basically tossed the reins to the main character. 3 other horses, Carbellin, Gry, and Shaw, stood ready, and their skills were straight up off the charts. Bears and the rest were sharp as knives, catching human slang in seconds. He'd pull pranks nonstop, and it never bothered him. Total chill until he rode Bears, then it all clicked like a perfect vibe. Day stumbled on Ihan, and Sina sprawled out, snoring their worries away. Dreaming of their parents, the buyers started fidgeting and looking like they couldn't wait to go join them. That's when Grant burst in like a fire alarm, sprinting through the door, eyes blazing with panic. Urgent news just hit from Eldon, and Grant had to move fast. A few days ago, Diane stormed up to Eldon's side with soldiers and demanded a sit-down with the Lord himself. She told him she'd wipe out his days and swipe his stuff, also she could get Eldon back. Eldon stayed icy, turned her down, and kept his emotions perfectly steady. Down just so Diane could slap the king's decree right into his face. It demanded he fall in line and help her with whatever she needed. Eldon saw right through it. This wasn't real for a second. But stamped on that letter was the royal seal. Only the king had the power to make it. Eldon called for a war room huddle with his vassals, because that was the deal, and right then he died. Went along with it, but the meeting dragged on forever while they tried to keep things cool with snacks. But Eldon was absolutely furious. He had to team up with a clueless princess. Even with his emotions rattling him, he forced his mind to stay sharp. He'd never betray his best bud. Deus was riding with him, no throwing him under the bus. That guy he'd helped back in the meadow, Eldon figured he'd get the same boost too. So yeah, ditching him wasn't happening, and by the end, they still couldn't agree on a single thing. So they shoved Gran out there to find out what Diaz really thought about it. He had his own thoughts about Diane, then jumped into the conversation later like, "Wait, I've got something to say." Later on, Grant stormed back and brought the main character's answer with him. Eldon snatched the letter, and the whole room froze in dead silence, like the air itself was holding its breath. It was bad enough to stop your breath. Everyone was rattled, stunned, and bracing for the shock they were about to read. Grant insisted DS had ordered them to team up with Diane, exactly the way the king demanded. And yeah, everybody was absolutely rattled. Meanwhile, Klaus yanked Connie's aside and laid it all out in a no-holds-barred heart-to-heart. Klaus laid everything on the table and told Diaz straight up that they were marching for the battlefield, and they might not come back alive. But before anything else, he just had to let his feelings spill out to her. And Klaus straight up blurted out that he loved her. DS1 to jump in, but Kana said she felt exactly the same. They got tangled in the biggest drama of all, an impossible love story that hit like a storm. Then Klaus scooped up Kanu's and hugged him tight, right in front of the girl. Aruna dove in and tore the whole thing apart. Then the two of them kept flinging those love vows back and forth. Aruna was desperately scrambling to shield their innocent ears from all that chaos. After all that chaos, Klaus stormed over to Diaz's place and showed up with a handful of dogs. From where they stood, it was crystal clear. War was barreling toward them, ready to explode. 5 days after Eldon's letter, Diane's army rolled in 50 armed soldiers, ready to swing the fate of everything. DS's crew rolled out with Klaus, him, and the dog squad. Eldon had 1,000 soldiers, only 200 were armed, exactly like that letter claimed. Murph led 10 mastiffs under his command, and Aimer was tagging along with DS. She showed up to translate everything because her hearing was razor sharp, and those mastiffs marched out wearing battle masks crafted from earth dragon gear. Klaus clocked the extra fighters and realized this was the moment to shout for backup from the Honest. But they couldn't afford to lose their own village either, so Aruna kicked her magic into gear and hid the whole thing. Klaus understood what he needed, but he still couldn't stop wishing Eldon was standing right there beside him. Eldon knew that even a shaky letter couldn't be ignored. He had to follow it no matter what, because this was a real mess waiting to explode. That's why Diaz couldn't trust the massive army. This protector force looked ready to step in the second things went south. The main character looked Eldon in the eye and told him to put his safety and his people's first, no exceptions. The plan was brutal: lure the soldiers straight into deadly traps, scatter them with precision, and then strike Diane down. Stealth mission: every dog suddenly knew exactly where the holes were. Diaz didn't know if it'd even work, but they were out of options, because if this failed, he'd have to go in alone with Bay waiting on the other side, hands already set to strike. Leaving the back open meant their homes and carriages were simple to mend, so they could just roll everything through the meadow. But it also meant abandoning the field Sinai and Ihan had busted their butts to build. The moment they started tending the field, the tears dried up for good. So if these guys wrecked the field and stole their smile, they'd better pull out all the stops. As the lord of the fief and the head of the family, DS would do anything, fight anyone, burn every bridge to protect them. Just then, right when everything felt tense, the protagonist heard the battle bell explode through the air. A forgotten relic that hadn't seen the light of day in ages. Once those defeat claims hit the air, the whole army surged forward, until the moment it went quiet, and then they slammed into a charge. Diaz couldn't wrap his head around it. Why were they doing this, when all that gear was gonna knock the breath right out of them? But they snapped into action, and prepared to slam the brakes on the enemy's advance. But for some reason, the soldiers just froze in place, and Diaz couldn't even process what he was seeing, utterly baffled. The left and right wings stayed dead still. Only the center section started moving like it meant business. Then Klaus leaned in and told Diaz that Diane's man was sprinting back and forth like he couldn't stay still. He looked like a messenger, so don't ring that battle bell. The protagonist was freaking out, because he couldn't crack their strategy no matter how hard he tried. A soldier came barreling over to Eldon, demanding, "Why should I obey the order to march forward when all you're doing is standing there?" Eldon snapped back, saying, "I'm drinking tea right this second, and it's insanely important." His dad's demand to keep tea time sacred crushed the soldier's patience, and frustration hit him hard. Eldon insisted he was just doing what the king ordered, and swore he wasn't stepping a single inch out of line. He didn't think he had to do anything else. There was two enemies, because if he was really going to unleash 1,000 men, he'd wait it out and strike at the perfect time. Eldon leaned in and demanded another cup. Camelots and the crew brewed it forever, dragging the minutes to buy time, because one of the other soldiers finally blinked and thought, "That's weird, his pay's decent, so why is he acting like this?" Diane's real target was DS all along, and when he finally clocked it, he stopped rushing and decided to take his time. The captain knew that if he started throwing hands with Diaz, he'd instantly turn the entire country into his enemy. He was a huge deal, juggling duty to the whole nation and his hometown at the same time. Real dangerous move, no cap. And yeah, Eldon's army was basically hanging back, relaxed, while the soldiers finally snapped to attention and did exactly what their captain ordered. Even with Diane's crew snapping orders at them, they just shrugged, pocketed the cash, and headed back out. Klaus called out that the soldiers were pulling back, and everyone knew Eldon was just stalling. So yeah, it was weirdly funny. Only the broken soldiers were sneaking forward, and let's be real, they weren't exactly good at it. DS decided to flip the script, go after Diane, take everyone down, and leave the whole place scarred. Amherst told her to plug her ears, and she did it instantly, no hesitation at all. He sank into his thoughts, then DS exploded into a massive scream. Meanwhile, Aruna was riding a wave of pure joy, smiling like her heart had hit the jackpot. If DS told them to chill, then they'd trust it, because they knew DS had it covered. The women's group from Aluk was gearing up to jump in and prove they meant business too. Maya kicked off the battle by casting magic, zeroing in on every move across the battlefield. She told me everyone's ready to roll, so I can drop the stress. Maya's luck readings never missed, and every single person around her felt straight up grateful. Eldon leaned in and demanded, "So, Camelots, how do you rate our fighting style right now?" DS stunned everyone with his insane resilience and raw strength, moving with this calm that felt downright creepy. Klaus swooped in to plug every gap in Diaz's onslaught, and not a single ally got left behind. The smaller species were squaring off and going at it, clumsy with every move, but pure instinct kept driving them forward. Eldon couldn't believe how sad it was, even for him, too. "Watch this," Klaus swore to Connor he'd find his way back. He wasn't letting himself get taken out right here. In the chaos of battle, he came dangerously close to getting wrecked, and Diaz snapped his name out to him. Klaus barely escaped death by pure luck. Because Diaz had warned him, there was a snake right on the ground. Up ahead, Furious screamed because her problems kept piling up one after another until she couldn't take it anymore. Even when she tried with all her might, that noble meant nothing. No one ever listened to her. She demanded answers about the founding king's power, because it refused to cooperate with her scepter. Right as she felt in control, the scepter suddenly slipped out of her grip. As he raised his hand, a storm of arrows slammed into the air and came flying at him. He couldn't stop replaying it. Where on earth did all this chaos even start? Aruna stormed in, rolling through the gate with a whole pack of dogs at her heels. She needed him to snatch the horse and the scepter while she shoved Diane out of that mess and got her out of danger. That concealment magic would die the second they left, so she had to be out of the shadows quick. Careful, Aruna was setting up one brutal scare for Diane, so bad she wouldn't dare come back. She sprinted after the princess as flames roared in pursuit, chasing her like a living curse. Her gut told her that pulling the arrows and taking her out fast would be the quickest way. But Diaz absolutely loathed it. Now she was trapped in these emotions and they were wrecking her. If it was only a drive to do the right thing, Aruna still chose to stand beside him and back him up. Right after that, out of nowhere, a shady dude snatched Diane clean out of the air. Richard had one of his guys snatch her at the last second, right before she was about to get taken out. Richard snapped the seal shut tight, and even if they were running late, you could bet he'd be over the moon. Then they decided to make a quick exit and bounce. But more arrows came screaming out of the chaos and raining down on them. The subordinate's stomach dropped as they realized, who on earth is coming for us? Diane might still be getting hunted down by Diaz and the rest of that crew. And he spoke up because Diaz's people weren't their enemies, quite. They showed up on Richard's orders, Richard, the disciple of D, right on the spot. He even whipped out those gold coins Richard had set aside for Diaz, ready to dump them the second he got the chance. He had to know it was maddening, but he still demanded they let Diane stay with Richard. Before anything even happened, the world went dead silent, total silence. Aruna slammed another bag of gold to the ground, so the subordinate ditched the two bags right where they were and took off. Aruna charged back to snatch up the gold they'd left scattered behind. Behind them, these people looked like they'd been tied to the orphans Diaz raised, except their skin carried this wild red tint. He still had no clue how to size them up, so he bounced around for now. DS was already wiped out of the fight, and Aruna was pushing him to dig into something ASAP. Maybe she could play the Kodo and actually help him calm down. She even pictured herself rubbing Diaz's shoulders, helping him finally breathe out and unwind. So Aruna finally made it home, buzzing with joy from all her daydreams. Meanwhile, the protagonist seized control of the moment and bullied those soldiers into dropping their weapons and surrendering. Klaus fired everyone up and the crowd erupted, shouting at the top of their lungs because victory was right there, about to happen. Enemy soldiers crumpled under the assault and dumped their weapons as they went down. They didn't even get scratched, sure, the enemies walked away with a few minor injuries, but every single one of their crew kept standing strong. Diaz lunged after Diane, but she slipped out of reach. Then he blew his chance to call her out. Suddenly, Amr lunged in and sank his teeth into Diaz's head, snarling that he'd been reckless. The protagonist pointed out that in the war, the kingdom's top strategist got sent in, and they handed him the command before anything else could happen. Dodging every trap, Eldon burst up to Diaz and demanded he throw in the towel. In kingdom territory, invasion wasn't just wrong. It was a straight-up lawbreaker move, a full-on border violation. They were stunned. They even wanted to negotiate peace, and then he just accepted. LDAN made the proposal and DS didn't fight it at all. He was totally on board with whatever they decided. Eldon decided to link up with Kane first and snatch a bargaining chip before anyone else could. Reconciling with DS was a huge moment, right here, right now. Linda was raring to cash in, and the king, so the story went, was the one who messed up because he never stopped Diane from slinking around and stealing his stuff. You could say they were just getting crushed by the king's blunders, and Eldon was ready to make him admit every single one of them. It was a brutal combo, but DS totally didn't mind letting him use his name however he pleased. Out of nowhere, every single one of them snapped their heads toward the same voice. Don't worry, DS is doing just fine. Aruna claimed she stirred medicinal herbs into the energy boosters she ate for breakfast. She pulled this move to crank up their battle spirit, so they'd hit the battlefield with raw, unstoppable energy. Then Diaz finally understood why that stubborn old lady insisted he take those herbs early. Amur couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Everyone else looked way less tired than he'd ever expected. When he asked, Maru blurted out that those herbs were the secret fuel to keep him wired and ready, while Aruna stayed locked on caring for Diaz and Maru pushed to bring everyone together. He was absolutely going to corner Maru later and make him explain himself. Then Aruna told everyone she'd met Richard's messenger and let him stay with Diane to cool off. She even explained that while she was at it, she sent word his way. He spilled his money over the cash set aside for Diaz. Richard is acting like he's got the biggest fan badge imaginable. Diaz had a million questions ready to fire at Aruna, but they both agreed to save the interrogation for later. They dumped the prisoners on Eldon, snatched up their loot, and then tore out toward home. DS spotted the dogs from the Women's Association roaming through the village. Yeah, there really was a meetup between Aruna and the dog tribe housewives. Diaz just shrugged like it was nothing but pure good vibes, because Aruna was the one who laid out the whole basics of the association. Even after he told her to keep the village safe, DS still couldn't shake the shock. Aruna fired off a comeback, but Diaz missed it completely. Then he immediately apologized. That's when he spotted one of the dogs trotting around with the scepter, and he demanded he grab it right then. The gym still had that faint glow of magic in the air, like it was begging them to test it right there and prove it. Aruna raised the scepter, unleashed her magic, and got nothing back. It looked like a normal jewel until Diaz's hand snatched it and everything changed. But something felt seriously off. It felt a lot like the battle axe, same kind of wild magic in the air. Then, without warning, the scepter erupted, blasting a blazing fire spell straight up into the sky. Dude, everyone instantly froze, and their jaws just dropped at what happened. Aruna's eyes went wide, because that power matched Diaz's axe to the exact core. Everybody leaned in, desperate to find out what he did to pull that off. Aruna bristled with pride in Diaz, but when it came time to take the scepter, she did it purely to keep everyone safe. As soon as they got back, Ihan and Sinai sprinted over and slammed into Diaz with the biggest hugs. Just like Klaus and Connor, they got their own unforgettable reunion moment. Later, they all leaned in and dug deep into how the staff's power worked, and just how pure magic it could unleash. In the end, they finally realized it wasn't for everyone. Only DS could use it. It was like sharpening Diaz's axe, only this time, one shot of fire hit the mark and the rest stood no chance at all. In the end, Aruna unleashed her magic and slammed the flames back outside. That day, she flicked the scepter to life like a lighter, lighting up the whole village. A whole month blasted past, and summer started creeping right up on the royal capital. The town was buzzing about Diane, the traitor, who grabbed the king's seal and tried to kick off a rebellion, and Richard was the first to spot her play and snatch her before she could get away. Eldon, Kazdex's heir to the Western Territory, got dragged straight into the mess, and when the claims hit, everyone realized the hero's rewards were gone, instantly throwing Misa into the spotlight. Diane got disinherited, narrowly dodged execution, and ended up trapped in a temple. Richard made bold, game-changing moves, winning the king's trust and snatching up Diane's crew. With accusations raining down on him, Eldon somehow won the king's trust and walked away wearing a noble title. To make up for it, Eldon handed over a 3-year tax break, but Richard just sunk into a funk. Even though it was him who still walked away as the winner this time. Even now, he couldn't shake it. Eldon was still the true winner, and that whole victory felt like it was set up right from the start. That tax break was the real disaster. It handed Eldon way too much power. And yeah, Eldon was backing Richard for the throne, but he was trapped in a situation where he couldn't just march after him. Richard couldn't forgive himself for doing everything the Duke demanded, and the rumors started to spread. About Deus, news of him is exploding across the kingdom, spreading like wildfire. Everyone talked about how he got kicked out with empty pockets and dumped into a cursed land, then somehow bounced back, clutching the sacred axe. They say Dia swept down a dragon, won a gorgeous maiden's hand in marriage, and then racked up more than 100 followers. The king crowned the orphan Diaz with a duchy, handpicked him a new family name, and sweetened the deal with the same tax break. At first, it sounded totally insane, but Eldon swore there was real truth hiding inside it. Rumors tore through the kingdom of Sansarif like wildfire, spreading from mouth to mouth. They smashed through the DS, rolled up on the meadow in the west, and somehow ended up rubbing shoulders with every kind of person imaginable. Finally, the storm inside everything began to calm down after all that chaos. Diaz geared up for all the summer chaos waiting for him tomorrow. Then Aruna told Diaz to lie face down, and finally decided to take a breather. So Diaz just got herself a massage, just like Aruna had planned, and that's when everything kicks off. When she noticed the bald spot where Amr had taken a bite, her heart sank. She told him, "You can count on me," then swore she'd always have his back. Diaz looked genuinely confused for a second, but he still couldn't help feeling grateful for her kindness. While Diaz and Diane were in the middle of tearing into each other, Francis and Francois tore eastward, chasing something out of the shadows. They'd always been shy and careful, but this time they were way past their comfort zone. Dog people could usually talk to Mia, but this time it came out as pure gibberish. Right out of nowhere, a voice ripped through the sky and the ground like thunder. It felt like the only move left was to turn around and head back after getting this far away. Mia and the other one turned back and hurried over to thank the dogs for leading the way. But the mastiffs were completely lost and it left everyone scratching their heads. Still, they were hyped to hear Diaz had won. On the very next day, Aruna headed out to groom the horse Aisha and brushed through her mane. Aisha used to be Diane's ride. Aruna gushed that Diane's horse had the cutest name, and then spun the whole backstory like it was a legendary tale. They grabbed her after the battle, but Diaz was on edge, worried sick about who would take her from here. Even now, some horses still long for their old owners like it's heartbreak they can't shake. Let Aisha breathe for a moment, she'll open up when she's ready. Aruna's horn blazed green, and just like that, it proved her perception magic was dead on. Out of nowhere, a dog burst in, sprinting toward Diaz to sound the alarm. A slick, shiny lure was slithering straight toward the village. Diaz stared at that huge mouth and couldn't help wondering, was that Pageant behind it? Agent Du showed up in the village like clockwork, scanning the crowd and pitching his deal to recruit fresh hands. He couldn't help but wonder if Pageant had dug up something insanely cool this time. The Pageant barked at the main character, and the moment it did, every single thing he wanted magically showed up. Turns out the guy was Paige and Du's brother. Pageant Ray Aruna caught it instantly. His clothes and voice were different, yet they still looked freakishly close. The Pageant fam lived for trading and wore their roots like a badge. Then DS leaned in and demanded, what happened to Pageant Doe? Lately Du's been grinding nonstop, throwing his health out the window. So Doug took Diaz's request, then everything spiraled fast and got messy. They shoved past the small talk and straight up admitted it. No one wanted to live with Jujin, and slavery was absolutely off the table, so that missing bloodline immediately got everyone's attention. For the Jujin, if you didn't have a bloodline, you didn't just lose, your beastman powers got ripped away. They were just kids with blood so thin it barely looked real, and the Beastman King was obsessed with that kind, nothing like his ancestors. A bunch of them bolted from the kingdom, but discrimination locked them out of every other place they tried to run to. They were planning to take them to Diaz's village, but first they needed to hear what he thought. First, the main character was still trapped in their own racing thoughts. Then he brought up Eldon, still battling the cruel slavery forced by the Ajin and the Jujin. And even the ones who'd been crushed by suffering could finally breathe out and find peace there. Regarded, DS totally seemed like it already knew what was going on in the neighboring territory. Still, the second he heard it, a strangled shout ripped out of his throat. Ray felt just like Doe staring into the future, already dreaming up a blazing new trade route between the territories. Ray shot an apology for being too casual, then snapped right back into work, but something was about to change. But DS wasn't buying into the expensive stuff, no matter how valuable it looked. That's when Aruna snatched the bags of gold and locked in, ready to grab anything that looked valuable. Which spooked DS because sure, they were sweet, but they clearly weren't built for anything practical. Aruna thought saving gold was totally lame. If they wanted to keep trading, they had to hit the merchants and buy what they needed. If it was handmade, they could sell it later without even touching it again. Diaz was blown away, and he told her to take over the negotiations. Reprepped a whole stack of boxes packed with anything that could catch their eye. But Aruna clocked his tricks in seconds, and erupted in laughter at him for trying to sell that cheap junk. Ray was completely rattled and on edge, bracing for whatever was coming next. Diaz handed everything over to Aruna, because she crushed it at this far better than anyone else. Then he caught sight of a barking dog charging at a cage packed with ducks. The duck sank its teeth into the dog, and right then, every last duck exploded out of the cage. Maya stormed onto the field to see what kind of chaos had everyone losing their minds. These were the kind of beasts you'd better not waste, fed up fast in just 6 months, then they stuck around for the long haul. They could also churn out eggs, meat, and even feathers. Like, seriously, this was insanely useful. Diaz headed to Aruna to talk her into helping him snag those ducks. And Ray flashed this painfully awkward grin, like something was about to go horribly wrong, because it totally was. Ignited a full-blown argument over discounts and who could score the better prices. Reb spilled details about furniture stuck on pause, then dropped the news that she and Diaz still hadn't shown up in the air yet. Most of it was the kind of fancy stuff nobles got, but Ray wasn't having any of it. She was ready to bend the rules and make them watch. Yeah, it was a steal, but the quality was legit top tier. He shoved Aruna the tiniest sliver of fabric, less cloth than anyone would ever dare to wear. She couldn't wrap her head around it. One of her own creations could help her finally have an heir, but Aruna flat out refused to buy, even with other styles sitting right there. After that brutal showdown, it finally looked like the negotiations were done for good. Aruna snagged a few sweet discounts, but then the prices jumped again. At least, that's what it felt like to her. But the second Aruna laid eyes on them both, her face lit up with a bright, unstoppable smile. She called on Soul Judgment to seal the deal, and Paging dumped more than half his stock to make it happen. In the end, nobody got the short end of the stick. Everyone walked away with something in hand. Food, goods, daily essentials, and tools, plus 6 geese. And then they hand him a special barrel of alcohol. So why not? Before anyone could blink, the whole village crew rolled in and started hauling everything back. Aruna's eyes locked onto a pile of wild clothes sitting in the cart. Were dance outfits, fancy dresses, and full-on aristocrat get-ups. Aruna nearly dropped her jaw at how insane the nobles' tastes were. She suddenly started picturing herself right in the middle of them. That was insane, especially knowing kids were still at home. Then she couldn't help picturing Daya's rocking those exact outfits. She fit perfectly, and then her brain completely melted. The protagonist returned, and it looked like they'd grabbed every single thing they'd bought and left nothing behind. When Daya spotted Aruna, she was betrayed, completely mortified by what was racing through her head. Daya's worried she was okay, but Aruna snapped that she was totally fine. Ray declared the deal was finally sealed and fired off a quick, "So, is there anything else?" Then Daya's leaned in and said he wanted some supplies, stuff the dog people would probably go nuts for too. Ray was in the dumps and Aruna got teased, because she was about to come back with even more. The moment he bounced, they scrambled like crazy, prepping the geese. They carved out a snug little home for themselves and hauled together a working water supply. When Dias finally came back, he was bombarded with love from the tiny dog people, like they were determined to spoil him to death. Everyone was buzzing with excitement to jump in and help Maya get her work done. The elders thanked Dias for the goosebees, because in winter those feathers were grabbed like pure gold. They'd have those geese their brand new digs in no time. Dias steps up and personally thanks them for every ounce of hard work they put in. He fired praise at the pups for their killer effort, raving about how great their speaking was, and it all started with that. And Dias never once gave them their reward after the battle with Diane. After they finally scraped the mud off, he decided to treat everyone DS. He rounded up all the dog people and thanked them for backing him every step of the way. Anyone who fought would score 2 rewards, and anyone who didn't would still get 1. After they handed out the goodies, they swept up every last gold piece they'd earned and wrapped it all up. That's when one of the little dogs leaned in and asked if he could poke a hole in the gold coin he'd just gotten. Everyone else was in on it too, and Dias couldn't shake the question. Why wouldn't he say no? But he still desperately wanted the answer. If they carved a hole, they could slide the thread through and wear it like a proper collar. Dias straight up told them he'd handed over the coin himself, so they could snag something awesome. And they absolutely refused that idea, because everyone wanted to show off the gold as a necklace instead. The protagonist hit a wall. Their values didn't match up with the world's, and all they could think about was those dogs decked out their homes like they deserved real cash for it. But somehow this whole memento vibe hit them just as hard. DS leaned in and asked, "Do you have any attachment to the gold or the silver?" With them, it was all about chasing what sparkled in front of their eyes. Nothing deeper, no real attachment. It wasn't the prize that mattered, it was who handed it over, so Dias pushed for a totally different reward. Something they could lock away and keep safe. Every last one of them was all in, and honestly, it was way better than those gold coins. Even with the coins in hand, the protagonist still had to rack his brain over which gift would be the smartest swap. And Aruna pitched the idea of using fangs and bones they'd hauled down from their hunts. It sounded insanely cool, and they were instantly like, "Yeah, count us in." Aruna cut the meeting short, and Dias promised to craft the necklaces himself. He thanked Aruna for the idea, but she just beamed like, "I'm happy to help," and right on cue, Aruna won. He wanted a necklace too, and to everyone's shock, DS totally said yeah and rolled with it. After studying with Amber, Senai and Ihan burst back into the scene, right out of nowhere. They wanted necklaces too, but for Dias, Diaz, it felt totally off since they'd craft them from buffaloes, the same animals they'd just eaten. And that's when both of them snapped, instantly done with that whole idea. But honestly, making those necklaces was a nightmare because they didn't have the right materials at all, and Aruna still thinks it'd be awesome if she pours her heart into the gift because dog people don't care about the stuff itself, they care about the vibes they feel when they get it. She says, pour your feelings into it and they'll love it no matter what. Then she adds, let's drop in a little gem to spice it up, and they've got a whole stack of those. Daya still can't shake the doubt. Aruna just tells him to relax because it's all going to be totally chill. Still, she was all about crafting handmade things, and she taught him how. This finally calms Diaz, and he turns to her and thanks her for having his back. Diaz finally clicks. Aruna can read his every move like it's written on the wall. And she burst out laughing like he was an open book, honestly. And Diaz could totally match the vibe everyone was feeling, because they were right on the same wavelength. Time somehow slips away, and Diaz whips up a necklace like it's the most important thing in the world. And when it finally clicked, he couldn't believe it. Somehow it turned out way better than he ever expected. Aruna showed up to inspect it, and then saw the final masterpiece he'd whipped up with her own eyes. Aruna slipped the necklace on, and it instantly looked insanely awesome, like the dog people were absolutely going to lose their minds over it. It took 3 days just to make one, so cranking out a bunch would have dragged on forever. And Aruna tells him no need to sprint, slow down, take your time. DS realizes he can't slow down. He has to keep grinding every single day. Then Aruna blurts out that she wants to learn how to make Kamidova, and Diaz realizes she isn't talking in riddles. She means it, right down to the details. Kitchen, they finally had one, but it was so tiny they could barely cram their stuff in. So Klaus snapped and pitched it. Bake bread in the ovens, add a real sink, and raise a roof over the kitchen too, and Aruna was buzzing, already picturing how amazing it would look. She couldn't stop wondering what wild dishes she'd cook up with a Kamidoba, but one nasty problem sat in the back of her mind. Where on earth was she going to find the materials to build the roof? Aruna reckons she can call on the Camelots, have them haul together a roof from a stable that's easy to use, while Diaz hatches a plan to draft a letter for Grant. But Connors would be back any minute and he needed to ask her, so he rushed to the village first to check if the dog people had finally settled in. Before Cannies came back, they had to beef up the spots for Klaus and squeeze in the rest of the upgrades too. Diaz stared, totally baffled, trying to piece together what the heck happened between Klaus and Connors. He says it's nothing major, but Diaz won't buy it. Aruna can't believe Diaz still doesn't get that they're clearly into each other. Diaz wore the most stunned expression imaginable, and Kanu's raced to tell her dad about what they were up to, while Aruna just sighed at her husband's maddening slowness because they'd always been insanely close. Diaz was so locked in on his own meal that he never even noticed a thing. What a total goof. So yeah, he wanted to make it crystal clear. Connie's staying with Klaus from here on out. If everything goes right, they might get blessed with a baby soon, so the main character thinks it's awesome, feels genuinely happy for them, and can't help but be shocked at the same time. Outside, Diaz catches the dog people blasting hype for Aruna's necklace, practically salivating for theirs. Diaz had no idea she'd be this obsessed with it. Meanwhile, Klaus had no idea what on earth to get Connor for his wedding gift. So DS didn't stop, he kept grinding on those necklaces. Every single try made him sharper, way better each time. Right then, the twins burst in to spy on him, watching from the shadows like they had a secret mission in mind. He remembered they also wanted necklaces, and Diaz swore he'd craft a few just for them. After they finally left, the protagonist jumped up and slammed the door shut, only for the door to slam back open and launch DS. Klaus blared out that he needed to talk, something huge, and Diaz's nerves spiked as anxiety crept in. Business matters, and apparently Klaus was freaking out over what to get Connor's parents. Connors brushed it off like no big thing, but Klaus still insisted on showing respect. So Klaus showed up to grill Diaz on what kind of gift would be solid enough to impress. With Diaz it was brutal, he barely had any choices left. He could hand over materials from an earth dragon, and Klaus nearly lost his mind at the sheer brilliance of the idea. In the end, Moro's heart cracked open when he realized the wedding gift was for him. No one meant it that way, but it still hit him hard. But here's the twist: values aren't universal. Each culture and each person reshapes them. Klaus didn't just want to hand his in-laws a gift, he wanted it to be earned by his own grit. Now that they finally talked, he started piecing it together, like he could almost see the gift in his hands and his best guess, something fresh from a hunt. Diaz understood, but hunting earth dragons was pure danger, and buffalo meat just might not be enough. So Diaz had a slick idea, something surprisingly soft. If he chased that buffalo, he'd steam straight into the Oni village and trade for some Mia wool, an absolute killer gift. Camelot's needs top-tier wool, no question, because his in-laws are about to lose their minds with excitement. Meanwhile, Diaz was tossing out hunting tips that could genuinely save the day, and Klaus was fired up, soaked in every bit of knowledge he could grab. 5 days vanished in a blink, and Diaz was still cranking out those necklaces nonstop. Once it finally clicked, he started mowing through them at lightning speed. Right after Aruna came back from her trip, Aruna and Kanus popped into CDS like, boom, instant arrival. Connors felt awful for yanking Diaz off her grind, but Diaz had some seriously huge news dropping next. She finally got the okay from her parents, and once she did, she packed up and moved in with Klaus. She was all in on the idea, praying she and Klaus would click instantly and hit it off. A long, tense silence hung in the air until Aruna leaned over and nudged Connie to finally spill the rest of the news. Eldon and Camelot's headed for the royal capital, and for now, they've gone straight MIA. Connie's dad stepped in for Eldon, and because he was swamped, it was only Connie's mom showing up at the wedding. Klaus and Kanus would rush over to greet everyone, and her dad was throwing a huge banquet to celebrate. DS had this gut feeling, like something huge slipped out of his mind and vanished at the worst possible time. So he pressed her, asking when she was going to unleash her plan to go there, and she snapped back a response that completely blindsided him. Connors froze in shock, because Klaus was probably out in the village prepping for that wedding. Day after day, Klaus stalked Buffalo like a machine, then somehow only managed to bag 2. Using Metobai would have made everything so much easier, but Klaus refused to budge. No matter how many people stepped in to help, he would not hear it. He sprinted across the endless lands, chasing one goal, snagging the perfect gift. Meanwhile, Connors was on edge, ready to swing at Klaus the second she spotted him, nervous. Klaus was being a complete goof and didn't care at all. Then her mom said people like him needed a hard slap, and Connors was raring to deliver it. After their chat, Cannies snapped with excitement and shot off like a rocket, and Aruna was totally locked in, drilling slaps in. She fussed over her appearance, ready to jump straight into her wifely duties the second duty called. DS side tried to breathe through it, begging for the chance to calm down, because she could feel it, something bad was coming. If she ever raised her hand to slap him, he'd realize every single hit was totally justified. Aruna couldn't stop laughing, watching Diaz bulldoze his way through the entire mess. Then she leaned in and asked if he had any wedding gift ready for the couple, because the girls were already revving up for the celebration and gearing up to throw a full-on party. Diaz's face gave it away. He hadn't lifted a finger and he hadn't even thought about a gift. He stammered that everything would be fine, that he had something ready for the ceremony. Then the truth hit. He still had no idea what to give them. Right away, Aruna had him doubling down, slapping the air over and over to pump himself up. DS realized he was in serious trouble, and he had to find. Trying to hand it over fast, then Connors kept hounding him, pushing for those slaps. Klaus finally broke down and accepted the help he'd been stubbornly refusing. They teamed up with the dog people and used Metabai powder. Everything finally clicked, and in just 3 days they rounded up enough buffaloes to make it all worth it. Then they launched straight into the hunt for Connors' parents. They said goodbye, and Diaz went into full panic mode over the gift, because if he didn't pull himself together, the whole crew would toast their wedding without him. Was running out. Normally Diaz would have called Aruna for advice, but he couldn't pull it off, so he bolted straight to see Chief Maru. She always had the perfect advice, and that's why Diaz showed up desperate for help. Maru claimed he could always win her over, and Diaz felt that crushing weight lift because she was finally back on his side again. She offered Diaz a gift set of bedding stitched from premium Mew wool, and when he heard it was meant for newlyweds, his surprise hit him like a truck. Then, after a beat of thinking, it clicked. Klaus was kind of a goof, and honestly he had to be, because that's just how he rolled. Maru leaned in and pressed Aruna for when she'd finally get to hold a little one of her own in her arms. They were both way too stiff and quiet. She even started to say, I wanted to give a. She'd found the perfect bed for it, and DS was just overwhelmed, thanking her nonstop. Each side of the pillow hit with a totally different style, and Maru even slipped in some medicinal herbs that helped with the pregnancy. Days kept flying by, and right when the kitchen needed it most, more materials started streaming in from the capital to get it built. They even put in a bathroom and built a fence just to keep the geese from taking over. Because the artisans backed them up, they walked away with rare materials and a fat prize of 10 gold pieces. The very next day, once the artisans poured back into the royal capital, Klaus and Connors came rolling in with a cart, packed to the brim with goodies for the whole village. stage. And just like that, Daya's roped in Aruna's help to gear up for the wedding, brand new clothes and all, sure. Written line. Then they burst back out to meet the couple, who were moments away from saying, I do. The main guy ran the whole event setup from start to finish, playing straight into the kingdom's customs, until Klaus tried to sneak in that dog person vibe. Honest lived for the Oni traditions, so when the wedding finally came, the whole crowd showed up like it was destiny. Ease was standing on deck, ready to blast out the speech for the couple right in the middle of the ceremony. He went straight into the ceremony and slammed through the blessing of St. Daya, no way around it, then crushed every single word like he meant it. Out on the battlefield, DS would pull the exact same move no matter what kind of chaos was happening. Klaus clearly remembered it, so when he heard him finally about to drop the chant, hype surged in him because Saint Daya's teachings were refreshingly simple. Love people like you love yourself, go live your life to the fullest. Don't hurt a soul, don't steal, and don't trespass in someone else's space. Don't judge someone by their clothes or where they're from, drop the hate and let people be who they are. People totally underestimate these basics, but they're the lifeline everything hinges on. People say Saint Daya always hung out with the founding king, dropping his hard-earned wisdom to secure the sacred land. At last, Daya's finished the wedding recital and told everyone to dig in, hit the dance floor, and soak up the good vibes with them. So yeah, they finally tied the knot for real, and everyone showed up at once for a massive feast. DS kicked things off by crunching down on some bread, crafted by Ahan and Sinai. These two were absolutely buzzing with excitement. Aruna made sure the two stayed classy at the table, like a real mom with standards. Then they went even wilder, hoisting Lox up and tossing him into the air as the celebration erupted. So yeah, this was how the dog people celebrated the dude who finally found happiness. Klaus wasn't about to bolt from the village or anything, but the tradition was still pure fun, you know. The little ones gave massages, swearing it would kick envy to the curb and bring in good luck. To Klaus, it felt like his whole body was getting tickled, but he couldn't get enough of the support from they. Then Klaus thanked everyone for celebrating this new chapter and vowed to build a whole family overflowing with love right here in this village. Connor shot in fast, swearing D worked twice as hard to bring him real happiness. Everyone cheered nonstop for the couple, clapping their hearts out like it was the best moment of their lives. So the party kept crashing forward, everyone was dancing like there was no tomorrow, soaking up every last drop of that insane vibe. Aruna called Dayas to dance too, and his nerves started kicking in fast. The Oni tribe usually doesn't pull off something like this. Aruna spent her free time hunting new moves, and it set everything in motion, so the two kicked off a dance together, even if DS was a little out of sync. Cringe moments piled up as time kept sprinting forward. When the dance ended and the last plates cleared, the whole village finally fell silent, like the world just held its breath for a historic moment. Night was creeping in fast and it was time for everyone to hit the hay, but Dayas didn't call it quits yet. He handed out necklaces like a prize to the dog people first. Everybody got hyped and Dayas snapped, chill out, line up now. He wanted to hand them out sooner, but the party was so wild he couldn't cut in. Soon DS snatched up a necklace and passed it to everyone. In the village, no favorites, no exceptions, even. Connors landed the win and grinned like crazy, while Dayas practically begged for it, insisting it had to be a keepsake for finally joining their crew. Ihan and Sinai hand-delivered 2 gorgeous embroidered cloths they'd made with their own hands. Dog people showed up with shiny stones, Francis and Francois handed over horn fragments, and Amber wrote a piece right there. Klaus burst in with gratitude, thanked everyone nonstop, and couldn't stop wondering about the saltstone he'd just been handed. That's when Dayas lunged for his own gift and hauled out a mountain of loot. Konai's and Klaus lit up with gratitude, while Aruna beamed with pure pride. DS's gift had hit her right in the heart. The bedding set was more than decor. It felt like they were pleading to the heavens for blessed little ones. Dayas didn't want to stumble into an awkward moment, so he swallowed his words and let it slide. Everyone was absolutely hyped about the bedding set idea. Dayas didn't mean to shove the couple along. Rushing people just wasn't his style. But that's how the ceremony ended, way faster than anyone expected. Meanwhile, a crew of tough guys rushed to Lord Huggis and reported everything they'd learned about the village. They'd come hunting through all that fancy Jujun gear from the lands of Netris. Then, once they spotted a cart rolling toward the village, they shadowed it hard until it shrank into the distance. But it was obvious they weren't here to just play, they were here to take over the whole week. Hugis was poised to take them all on, and everyone could barely contain their excitement for the showdown. At the exact same time, a cart rumbled across the land, drifting through unfamiliar roads like it was hopelessly lost, searching for its next way out. Then he spotted a dog sprawled on the road, and it snapped, barking at them, asking who they were, visitors or bandits, because if it didn't like the answer, it was ready to bite. Summer hit hard, and suddenly everything started shifting for Diaz. Francois, who was expecting a baby that fall, found herself stuck indoors for endless stretches of time. It went out hunting for soft grass to bring back to Francois later, because that's what the Mayos did. They swore they'd stay glued to Francois until the due date crushed closer. Then, out of nowhere, someone burst in screaming the protagonist's name. The guard dog was barking to announce company, and guess what? It wasn't bandits coming through the door at all. The crew hauled along 6 guys, and they all clung together in a tight little squad, huddled side by side. Aruna chose to roll with DS, and Francois snapped that they should go scope out the visitors. She looked totally at ease with anyone as long as they showed respect for the mayor's race. No drama at all, so they charged to the field and saw a cart rolling in from far away. Then DS burst out, shouting Issa and Eli's names, and Aruna's eyes widened because he actually knew them. Issa blasted Diaz with a call, then shouted Dad and Eli Brome too, which utterly shattered Aruna's world. DS still couldn't believe how far they'd come, so he blurted out and asked what happened to the others. One popped out of the cart and yelled at the protagonist, "No father." Eric showed up out of nowhere, sprinting over to catch sight of Diaz. Eric snapped, "Oh what, you called me the wrong name, it's Ellie now." Ellie waved at Mia standing right there in the cold with her, and it was the same vibe. Francois nailed it. And man, those 3 were genuinely the kind of awesome kids you'd root for. Far off, Dia caught Uncle Ben leaping out of the cart, still kicking. Ben yanked a grin and snapped, "Seriously? You really thought I was dead already?" At last, Aruna finally blurted out, "So what's with this whole dad thing anyway?" She could barely believe it. He'd been hiding kids this whole time, and she was desperate to find out their mom's side of the story. Issa blurted, "So I've got a daughter too," and Aruna immediately stepped in like a wife, because Issa was totally stunned at how young she looked until Aruna snapped back that she's an Oni. In the end, Issa finally apologized for her rude comment, and that apology lit a spark. Aruna quickly apologized too for being way too pushy. But right when Diaz was about to spill the tea, Aruna's horn suddenly blazed red. They all snapped their heads around to stare at a crowd of people rushing in, closing in on them, and his crew slumped in disappointment because he had a mountain of loot, but he refused to share a single bit. He'd mowed down countless people, was sick of it all, and now he wanted DS to kneel and bow. Luna just couldn't process a word of what that idiot was blabbering. Then out of nowhere, the whole group disappeared like smoke, and Hugis just stood there, utterly baffled. Eli scratched his head, stunned. How did they go invisible with zero magic? Issa's eyes narrowed as she realized they were being tailed, and she even told Eli the story of Hugis, the knight who turned into a bandit. Finally, Aruna snapped like a light bulb flashing, realizing exactly what Diaz was about. Meanwhile, Hugis was screaming at his crew to track down those cowards and put an end to them. Right then, Diaz charged in alone, talking straight with Hugis, and announced, "I'm the lord of these lands," daring him to a one-on-one duel. At that exact moment, Huge's entire crew snapped to attention when the kingdom's hero dropped the news. Aruna leaned in and whispered, "Don't worry, everything will be fine as long as Diaz repeats after me." Diaz told Hugis, "If I beat you, you'll do what I say, but if you win, we surrender." The protagonist dared Hughes to toss his sword aside and charge at him, right there, daring him to prove he wasn't scared. When Hugis got shoved, he dropped his sword like it meant nothing and charged straight at him, fists bare. Aruna had him pegged as a total idiot. He'd bite on any silly bait the second it hit the hook. Soon, Hugis came barreling in and started swinging wild punches like he was playing a video game. And just when Diaz's luck ran out, he ate those punches like a total champ. Hugis couldn't wrap his head around it. Some hero was out here acting straight up like a noble lord. Diaz shot right back, saying even the toughest can't take on the world alone. He's not going solo, he's got a whole crew with his back. Then he dropped the smackdown on Hugo while locking eyes on him. He needed to push harder for his crew, then Haugas got completely wrecked. DS tore through everything and turned him into dough with raw strength. His crew burst in to help, but the moment they laid eyes on the fight, they knew they were wildly outmatched. Issa and Ellie were freaking out because Diaz was an absolute beast. Aruna even said they were all part of Diaz's family, so they could just vibe. He nodded, and then she leaned in and asked where his mom was, because she was dying to meet her. Issa shot back that every one of them was an orphan, and that their caregivers were their real parents. Now Aruna finally clocked the whole situation and realized she'd totally misread it. Issa was panicking that Diaz might lose, but Aruna shot back that if it happened, she and the others would have their backs. But if it came down to a strength contest, there was zero chance Diaz could lose. Eli's brother had everybody in love with him, no joke, and he somehow owned the room even when he was alone. In that orphanage, Diaz busted his butt just to survive and to give the kids a real life. He rallied everyone, built them a warm little home, and the kids couldn't help but look up to him like he was their hero. Aruna couldn't believe it. Diaz had taught them how to read and write, and it hit them like a wave. Because of him, orphans suddenly found homes, and adults started trusting them like never before. Soon, Diaz became their leader, their brother, and even their father. So tight a bond it couldn't ever be broken. That old guy with them, Uncle Ben, he was the dad of the brother who worked at the temple. Ihan and Sinai couldn't stop buzzing with curiosity about Diaz's parents. And if they even remotely looked like him, DS wouldn't have thought they matched his vibe, but somehow they were just chill, kind people. Ben exhaled hard, then dropped the bombshell. Diaz's parents were the very first and second chief priests. Even the orphan crew jolted in shock, and Aruna blurted out, "Wait, what about the temple?" Biaz wrestled with the perfect way to say it, and decided to make it quick. After landing in the Holy Land, Saint Dia threw his life into a temple built to spread the word of God. Then when he died, that sacred place got folded into the kingdom, and a whole crew of priests took over. He took care of it, and once the lessons hit, questions about where God came from and what his plan was started flooding in. Parents, Ben said there are 4 temples flexing their power, one huge temple at the center, right where Diaz's parents are. But today, the big temple was run by some seriously shady priests, and the mess had been brewing for years long before DS ever showed up. The school vowed to live by Saint Diaz's teachings, but the modern crew kept twisting those lessons to fit their own desires. His parents and Ben were all about the old school, but the new wave crushed them in sheer numbers. Then Ben shot out from Diaz's parents' place and raced toward the sacred land. When he rolled back to the capital, Diaz's parents were missing, and so was the old school faction. Ben couldn't believe it when he learned the priest's son had turned into a warrior out there in the war. That's why he was determined to plant some hard-earned wisdom right in Diaz's head. Seeing him living a solid life with a wife, Ben figured he could finally kick back. And if that's true, Ben finally figured his parents could let out that long, overdue breath and rest easy. Ben was praying Aruna, and Diaz wouldn't start throwing punches. His wife Aruna lived for happiness, and she kept it laid back, no drama attached. Right up until Ellie lunged in, snapping that she wanted to be Diaz's wife. Diaz had zero idea what Ellie was talking about, but she'd promised him ages ago, back on his birthday, that once she grew up, she'd marry Diaz, and that promise was the gift. Ellie remembered she had zero cash and figured she'd get a ring when she was older, but the whole thing was so unserious. Then out of nowhere, she started calling herself his fiancé. Diaz figured Ellie seemed way more normal when she was little. Then life hit, and she started getting wild as she grew up. Aruna leaned in and realized Ellie's soul didn't belong to a kid at all. It was unmistakably the soul of a woman, and her heart beat the same way. Right then, Issa scoops up Sinai and Ihan in a tight hug and declares, "You're my new sisters." Later, deep in the village, Hughes and his crew were tearing through the fields, grinding hard. Meanwhile, Eldon got lost in thought, staring at the truth. Diane didn't seem to care about her mistakes one bit. He stepped up to back Richard right there because his choices were running out and nothing else really held up. Camelot's heard, so yeah, the prince himself fought tooth and nail against tax breaks, even while everyone else was tense. Honestly, he was way more chill than the rest, and he outsmarted princes like Mesa without breaking a sweat. The intel crew clocked Mesa's shady vibes and started believing she was teaming up with the Empire. Eldon clocked it, warned them, be careful, because they didn't want anyone getting hurt or watching another person slip away. Camelot nodded, then dipped his head hard, like his mind was scrambling to rethink every choice. Meanwhile, the village of Ilk looked totally transformed. New buildings popped up everywhere, way more than before. Issa spotted the village girls dressed in cute kingdom clothes, and they looked nothing like he expected. Aruna's thoughts started to swirl. The outfits looked straight up fire, but once it was time to work, they were brutally hard to wear. Work 5 days vanished like nothing, since ISA and the crew rolled into. They were straight up vibing in the village, doing things their own way. And the craziest twist, Aruna and Ellie instantly clicked and became best friends. Ellie still insisted she was Diaz's wife and didn't even blink at Aruna, but Aruna could tell how much Diaz meant to her, and it hit her right in the chest. Ellie shot back that she was too young and never good enough for Diaz. Aruna even confessed she didn't have the experience yet, but the truth was, her feelings for him were rock solid. To Ellie's shock, Aruna didn't snap once. Everything Ellie said somehow didn't even ruffle her. Aruna was a woman too, and she got exactly how it felt. Ellie finally cracked, opened her heart to Aruna, and Aruna felt the storm of her inner battle. And ever since that moment, they've been inseparable, leaning in close, spilling personal secrets like it's their favorite late-night ritual. Diaz was knee-deep in work when Eli showed up out of nowhere. They were already plotting a quick return to the city, just enough time to swing by, see him, and make it back. Diaz caught on and told him to wave at the rest too. Eli expected the main character to step in and shut them down, but Diaz just knew they still had their own homes and jobs to run. Now they were grown up and there was no way to run from their responsibilities. Eli had grown past the days where DS could run his mouth and give him lectures. No matter how old they got, Diaz stayed their dad for life, always watching out for them, and Eli was fired up because this was his chance to care for them like real family. But DS couldn't return Ellie's feelings, so he kept loving them the way a father should, caring for Ellie and everyone else, because if he ever leaned into romance, he'd lose the chance to be their dad. It was a line he simply couldn't cross. No way was he ditching his role as their caretaker. That's when Ellie came sprinting in and crushed him in a hug, tears pouring down her face. Diaz heard Maruna say that only people with souls like Ellie's really understand what's going on. So now Diaz is praying she'll find someone incredible who truly gets her. Ihan and Sinai barreled in too, desperate for a hug. It turned into a full-on hug party right in the middle of the hug chaos. Ben slid in to find out what the heck was going on. They were on the edge of saying goodbye because they were leaving the very next day, so he rushed over to soothe the girls as tears poured down their faces. But somehow it didn't feel sad at all, because they knew they'd meet again. No doubt about it, Ben and the other Mia who tagged along weren't going anywhere either. He wasn't about to head back to that temple. That would have been a total waste. Then he'd keep an eye on Mia, so Ellie decided to stick around too. She craved the chance to jump into negotiations and help the village, and she kept her eyes peeled for folks just like them. She and the kids were buzzing, totally hyped about their day. The main character stared in disbelief, because it still didn't feel real, not even for him, but this village kept turning up the heat day after day. So the new crew finally rolled in and snagged 6 fresh meh personalities. They had a whole backstory, but we're not digging into it because it's not that deep. Still, there was no real reason to kick them out until this one snag hit. Someone had to decide who would lead the horde. Diaz had zero clue, but the chief of the Mia village had always pinned it on Francis. The new Mia squad rolled in, and with their other chief too, Diaz knew they'd hit a decision point. Maybe one chief per horde, but every Mia comes with her own rules. What really shredded his nerves was this: how on earth were they even supposed to pick a new chief? The 2 ex-chiefs huddled up in a tight circle, and DS slipped over to investigate. That's when it hit him, this wasn't random at all. They were picking their way forward through song. They were cranking out bold, fearless bangers like their lives depended on it. Every song hit with its own unique vibe. About how they'd steer the whole crew through it all, dead serious, all gas, and fully convinced they could hold the group together. This wasn't some simple test of who could nail the high notes, but the real fire was in their loyalty and the principles they swore to uphold. And once they chose a new chief, Maya would jump in to back him up, singing right along, while Diaz just stood there, scratching his head, totally baffled. Because Francois didn't stand by Francis right from the start, and it wasn't some mystery, it was that nothing in his love for her ever proved he was solid. Leader, the sheep finally got to raise their own, and for those little ones to thrive, the right leader had to step up. Diaz froze in shock. Turns out the mayor could pull off moves like this too. The singing battle raged for hours, and right when the sun began to sink, their voices still would. Their voices cracked and their strength drained, but they didn't stop, they pushed forward anyway. Right in the heat of the fight, the Maya with the huge eyebrows clocked something that nobody else saw. Mia's crew was marching forward together, one after another when, right then, Francois shadowed the crew like a relentless tail. Francis stood there and the whole crew surged around him, ready to belt out the chorus together. Francois waited right to the very end of the competition on purpose, so he could step in and help the squad. Nobody could beat that kind of result. The chief was shut in, locked down tight. That thick-browed Maya didn't quit. He kept singing, until his voice finally vanished into thin air. But it didn't take long before he spotted Francis and Francois singing through their tears. And then boom, the one with the huge eyebrows. He cut his song short and handed Francis the victory. Everyone swarmed in and belted out Francis's song, which meant Francis was now the new chief of the crew. Celebrate, because Francis was absolutely legendary. Ice's first time seeing this, and wow, there was no doubt they were seriously clever. Aruna stared, then suddenly clocked Mia's huge eyebrow. It was gone, vanished without a trace, and he snapped and bolted out of the village. But Diaz shot after him. Diaz. He praised him for battling all the way to the end, refusing to quit even once. Then he clocked his opponent, linked up with him, and no rage, no childish flare-ups. DS was just locked in, vibing hard with that calm confidence. That's when it hit him. Nobody had even named him yet, so he started throwing out ideas, but every single name slid right off him. Until he pitched Ethelbald, and it was like the sheep were so into it, like they couldn't stop. He ran to cry in Diaz's lap, and now they'd call him Ethel. Aruna and Ellie just stared, shaken, because Diaz was basically a real dad. And that's exactly how they pulled together a little party to celebrate Francis' big victory. During all the fun, Diaz decided to name the rest of Mia. This twist had everyone gasping. Turns out the whole group was made of twins, and Ethel's wives too. Since they were girls, the twins jumped at the chance to pick adorable names of their own. So they started tossing out names tied to Ethel, but come on, who even remembers that stuff? Let's skip it. Diaz knew worrying was pointless, but the stress crushed him, because the wives chose Francis over Ethel. Ethel nailed it. Choosing a strong leader is everything, no cap. The main character couldn't stop getting obsessed with the exact vibe Francis's music was blasting into the world. In the blink of an eye, the May account shot up to 8 and Francis snatched the top spot. At Eldon's place, the moment finally hit, time to hook up with this dude, and came roaring up to meet Juha, the kingdom's the top soldier who actually believed he was a total snack. Juha went around calling himself Diaz's ultimate war buddy, and yeah, Eldon knew that was just the kind of self-made title he loved to slap on himself. Juha tore up the party till dawn, unleashing pure chaos, yet he was a total wild card. Eldon usually wouldn't click with someone like that, but in the middle of the interrogation, Juha boasted that he was the uncredited hero, and he just had to talk to the Lord of the Lands. Eldon heard his story and immediately decided to scope him out himself, just to be absolutely sure. Sure, Eldon's chin could have pulled a whole crowd, but none of that fazed him, because deep down he just wanted to nail down who Juha really was and find out whether he actually battled Diaz. Juha said he could just go straight to Diaz and ask him firsthand, like, after all those epic moments they shared. Eldon snapped back, "What's your angle here? Your story sounds legit, but something's off." Juha admitted he let himself get captured on purpose just to meet Diaz, but then he stalled, starting to, "I couldn't stop thinking about it. The food hit like a knockout, the ladies were shining, and the whole place felt straight up unreal, because everybody kept grinning all the time." Stunned by the sheer vibe, he couldn't look away from the park they built. But Juha doubted Eldon would ever take him seriously, so he went all in, and now he's standing right in front of the Lord of the Lands. Eldon shot back that he could have just said he wanted to join the crew, or that he knew. Yeah, but Juha wasn't satisfied. He shoved past that limit and pushed it even farther. He just had to find out what it would cost to stay, and DS did it for free. Then he figured the Lord would hit him with a totally different price. After mulling it over, they figured out this was only for the time being. Eldon threw him the sweetest job offer of his life. Meanwhile, Eli and Isa tore out of Ilka village a whole week ago. The letter Dia sent to the guild with his wild ideas should have hit by now, and then, just like that, he finally heard from the F. The priest warned that the non-bloodline people were gonna come flooding in soon too. He was freaking out about how they'd pull off a business deal in a kingdom this strict, so Diaz started plotting a Kazdex branch inside the guild, so they could pull up deals for the Ilk village crew with Kazdex, passing the whole thing to Sansarif and the kingdom. It would pump the guild full of power and keep the whole economy roaring. That day, Aruna dashed out to hunt goose eggs for dinner, and Ellie couldn't stop thinking about her magic. She could spot souls even inside the shells, instantly knowing which eggs were alive and which ones were perfect to cook. The living ones were left behind to hatch, no questions, no second thoughts. Sinai and Ihan were stuck with DS, frantically tending the chicks like their lives depended on it. And honestly, she was loving every second. Aruna burst out laughing because after work he started playing with the chicks and the whole thing felt totally chill. Ellie couldn't shake the fact that her culture still labels hard work as a dude thing, but Aruna was out there grinding right alongside them. Normally, Aruna wouldn't touch that kind of life, but she'd swear she was a real good woman, not just some worker, and Ellie grinned, because Aruna was desperate to spin stories about the days she was called masculine. Her family was barely scraping by, and since she was the oldest, Aruna had to learn to hunt and stand on her own. Through those patrol gigs, she finally crossed paths with DS, and for the first time, she felt completely fulfilled. Then Ellie blurted, "Why is my family falling apart?" And Aruna didn't hold back, she said it plain, they just weren't cutting it. Her dad was just a regular guy, grinding out everyday jobs. But her brother was a total disaster. Nothing in the world could capture just how bad he was. Even with a solid job, he still stayed gone for way too long. Her brother was a clown who tossed his money at women, then vanished, leaving the whole family broke and starving. Ellie was so relieved she asked. Letting it out felt way better than stuffing it down and letting it rot inside her. Ever since, Aruna refused to linger on her brother. She was too busy being happy with Diaz, and day after day, Diaz and Maru kept backing her up so she could never find the words to thank them enough. Maru ruled as the Oni village chief, and she brought them together, probably because she couldn't stand to watch them fall apart. Aruna realized Maru was giving her extra because it was for her, because Diaz's didn't matter as much. Ellie clocked that she basically snatched her spot as fiancé, but she couldn't hate her, not with both of them living the same orphan life. But Ellie totally rolled with it because Diaz showed up like a prince on a white horse, swooping in to steal the day, while Aruna had zero clue what Ellie was even talking about. Ellie broke it down and swore it was all about a destined person finally showing up, and the moment her words landed, it sounded so intensely masculine that Aruna just got swept away by her own wild daydreams. Before long. Wrong, Ellie realized she couldn't keep hating her after those vibes hit her. Decided to stay right there and help Diaz and Aruna out. Meal prep was locked in, and they finally kicked back for some well-earned chill time. Rana geared up for target shooting, then told everyone nearby to back off before she took aim. She always carved out a little time between her chores, like she refused to let anything slip through. She trained with her bow every single day, grinding until her aim became deadly. Ellie couldn't help but be seriously impressed by how fiercely committed you were, so she stepped up and asked how that tiny short bow could hit with such brutal force. He broke it down. It all came down to what the bow was forged from. Ellie spotted bones and horns woven into the wood, and Aruna's face went wide-eyed, because she could read details like that instantly. The moment it got yanked, you could tell it was soft and stuffed with glue, sealing the bones in place. They swapped the materials on the fly, mold everything to match the archer's power and build, and even fire while they're riding, an insanely practical weapon. Ellie went to yank the bow for herself. But even with every ounce of strength she had, she still couldn't make it work. This was totally normal until DS pushed it this far. The bow was forged from earth dragon materials, and Aruna used magic to wield it. Ellie couldn't wrap her head around the fact they de-scavenged parts from a monster at the very top of the food chain. That magic transfer can fire all kinds of arrows. Honestly, it sounds absolutely insane. Ellie thought this whole mess was way too complicated, and Aruna busted up laughing right after Diaz said the exact same thing. Because yep, practice really is the key. Senai and Ihan mounted up on horseback, learned the hunt from scratch, and somehow managed to nail flying birds midair. They were pulling off straight-up insane moves, steering the wind's path like it was nothing, and these kids were on a whole other level. Riding around with a bow and arrow wasn't hard at all, until Aruna dared Ellie to try it, saying it could save her in a fight. Out of nowhere, a voice blared, demanding to know where they were headed. It was some wild voice, and Oni maybe yelling out loud, and that's when Aruna finally caught sight of someone who'd come back alive. She wasn't exactly thrilled, but her annoying brother was. Rage was boiling in him because they married off his sister while he was away. In the Oni tribe, the youngest son doesn't just inherit, he takes the reins of the family, and the the older brothers back him with everything they've got. Aruna kept her mouth shut about her family, and Diaz didn't lose a second worrying about it. One day, Diaz hurried over to call the girls back for dinner. Right out of nowhere, a guard dog burst forward like a launched missile, barking nonstop and only then daring to show up. DS rushed in to investigate, spotted Ellie, and demanded to know what on earth was happening. Dia caught Aruna ripping into her brother, like she hated him with her whole soul. He suddenly burst out of nowhere, insisting he'd come to rescue his sister, then immediately started grilling everyone. Where was the evil lord who snatched his poor sister? Despite swearing he'd save her Aruna, she charged at him, unleashing every ounce of her rage. Diaz pulled it off, but his shock hit hard when he found out Aruna had a brother, and Ellie was just as stunned because the main character never once mentioned him. He hadn't spotted him at the wedding, and Aruna never once brought him up. The brother was practically begging for someone to finally listen. Diaz begged Aruna to just hear him out, because he was fighting tooth and nail to make his case. And right on cue, Sinai and Ihan were about to crash in, just to witness this chaos firsthand. Finally, Aruna stopped short, stepped back, and her eyes widened. Maybe she'd gone a little too far. But she yanked away from her brother anyway, still blazing with rage as tears streamed down her face. Diaz rushed in to comfort Aruna, and the brothers started screaming at him. He couldn't even believe it. He dubbed Aruna quiet and sweet, even though everyone could see she was anything but. This was Zord, Aruna's older brother, and somehow they weren't as different as they'd hoped, because the truth is, the two of them never really clicked. Zorg doted on his sister, but Aruna couldn't stand him. She was ruthless about masculinity, and she clocked DS for exactly who he was. Zord stormed back to finish the evil lord he'd sworn was Deus. After his sister announced her marriage, Zorg completely snapped. She figured she'd been traded off for cold cash. Then when he came back to the Oni village, rage exploded in him. But that was the deal. No matter how much he tried to talk it out, Aruna cut him off mid-sentence like, "I wasn't." Diaz just stood there, scratching his head, totally confused, because the guy had been so quiet, and now he was left trying to figure out what the whole drama was really about. Ellie could tell he was jealous of DS, but the moment she brought it up, he shot it down hard and denied it. He straight up couldn't believe it. Aruna actually fell for that guy. That made Ellie's head spin. If he truly cared about his sister, why did he torch the whole family's money? And the guilt hit him hard, like it was eating him alive. But it was already too late, so he blurted out an apology anyway. That only lit Aruna's rage even hotter, because even when his family tried to stop him, he ignored every warning. Then Zorg dropped the bombshell. He'd been funding that woman, and she claimed she was sick, so he stepped in to help. But the soul judgment still flashed that she had a blue soul, and Aruna lost it, because it was painfully obvious she was lying, even after she said again and again that her brother was getting played. Shade never listened for a second. Diaz even asked if a soul could be blue, and he still played it shady. She broke it down. It was straight up magic, so you could block it or twist it out of the way. You could pull it off with magical gadgets, or if you had a bigger stash of magic juice than the next person. Zorg was born with almost nothing, so nobody should have been surprised. Sometimes you'd run into someone like Asa, way more skilled than Aruna could ever be, and that absolutely rocked the protagonist. She was deep blue, and she fought with magic. This is how Zorg crashed into a liar who knew every secret about the Oni people. Powers, it wouldn't surprise me if some peeps could tamper with the detection results, because this magic is a total double-edged sword. By the end, Zorg and Aruna didn't share another word, because one misunderstanding blew everything apart. Then DS sat there and devoured every last word Aruna threw at him, and only after that they took off. As they drifted away, DS clocked that Zorg was still stuck in that heavy, gloomy stare. The protagonist burst in, yelling that it was getting late and they should crash with them, but Zorg snapped back in rage, while Aruna instantly agreed because she didn't want the hassle. Still, Diaz couldn't shake his worry. At night, the land looked sketchy in every direction. Aruna flat out shut him down, no crash, no exceptions, and she didn't even want to look at his face. The dog people offered up that he could stay with there. Hold up, skip that place, cause the siblings were totally not on the same wavelength. Next morning, DS jolted awake before dawn with a terrible gut feeling and rushed over to check on Zord. The air felt crisp and almost inviting, so he figured he was probably overthinking the whole thing. As they trudged along, Zorg peppered him with questions. What's his point? What does he want? And why won't he just leave him alone? Diaz snapped back that he was family. There was no way he was ditching him. And after everything that had blown up, Aruna looked genuinely worried worried about her brother. Zorg shouldered Aruna's bow and arrows. She'd handed them to him right before he took off. She claimed it was a busted prototype, but Zorg was buzzing anyway because it came from his sister. Even with everything going on, that family bond was still blazing strong. No matter what life throws at her, Aruna still refuses to stop caring about her brother. Zorg snapped with frustration. DS had to turn blue too, or else. The fact he refused to use magic made him as honest as they come, and Zorg's patience snapped. Daya said, "Yeah, I've lived with it since day one. I just figured that's how it's always been." That had Zorg wondering, did he ever feel miserable about it at all? The protagonist told them that when he was little, he'd get that feeling sometimes, like every kid was learning magic and laughing, just playing away with. Daya still remembered sobbing to his parents, and that same rage hit him too. But with loving parents and a strict uncle watching over him, he learns a lot in life. Since he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, he stopped brooding and turned his focus to what he could actually do. Zorg finally understood where it was coming from, and he couldn't believe someone could think like that. Everyone always snickered at how little magic he had, convinced he'd never amount to a damn thing. No matter how hard he pushed, the only people who didn't talk trash behind his back were Aruna and that woman who'd stepped in to help. That's when Zorg suddenly lunged at something he spotted out of nowhere. He spotted a wind dragon, and then he realized it wasn't one at all. It was 5 of them blasting in hot. Zorg barked at Dayas to get back to the village and keep it safe, because Dayas couldn't shake the fear of abandoning Zorg out there in the thick of it. Frustration blazing, Zorg told them they'd start by hunting down their eyes and ears first. At first, they couldn't drop the prey in one strike, so they went for the kill step by step. Dayas could barely make out the enemies in the distance, but that's the price you pay when you don't use a bow. Then Zorg proved exactly how it was done. Launched another storm of arrows straight at the wind dragon. That's when the protagonist finally locked onto them far out ahead. While Zorg kept trying to work the boat, he barely seemed to move it at all. So Dayas snapped that the bow was forged from earth dragon materials, and the arrows were too. But now none of it mattered. If it was real, he had to twist it into something new right now. And because of that, he loosed even more arrows, one after another, relentless. And this time he didn't miss. He slammed the hit right into them. But they slammed the accelerator and went full speed. Dayas felt the throttle bite, and the moment he noticed the speed climbing, everything changed. He kept pushing, and the fight finally crushed him hard. But instead of whining about the pain, he was absolutely crushed that he lost the clothes Aruna made. Then DS snatched the charging dragon out of the air and smashed it down in a heartbeat. The protagonist finally adjusted to their blistering pace, and Zorg just stood frozen, staring in stunned disbelief. Even with that axe swinging in his hands, their shell was tougher than steel. Zorg couldn't believe he was still going at it, pushing forward with pure, unshakable determination. Daya watched the others still soar through the air instead of striking. Looks like the first guy dropping scared them stiff. They let their guard down for a second, then snapped back to reality and realized charging in like that would be a disaster. Still, it was totally weird. No one was breathing fire. I mean, they were. Dragons, of course. Zorg said they weren't exactly beasts of fire magic, and he didn't trust what they could do from a distance, so they thought it'd bounce back, maybe even believed they had the taste for human blood. Zorg had zero faith that Aruna's village would be allowed to breathe, and Dayas nodded along. Yeah, they'd come for them the moment their guard dropped. But their counterattack wouldn't stand a chance if they could. Dayas figured they should just catch their breath for a second, then his plan clicked: send those weapons rocketing through the air, and it might actually work, because the protagonist was already itching to smash everything with his battle axe. Zorg swore it couldn't be done. This axe was so heavy it felt like it was made to crush him. But Dayas was dead sure his brute strength could carry him all the way. Then Dayas whipped his axe into fast, spinning circles, ramping up pure momentum, and blasted it skyward, freezing Zorg in shock. DS finally landed a hit and took one out. Aaron Zorg couldn't deny it. This guy was seriously impressive. Then just as they thought it was over, wave after wave slammed into them, rushing like a tidal surge. With nothing but his bare hands, Dayas started dropping them, one after another. Zorg pitched in by firing off a few arrows, right when they mattered most. Once it was all over, Zorg couldn't wrap his head around it. DS had dropped all those people with nothing but his bare hands. Then it hit him. He had really beaten that wind dragon all on his own. The kind of trouble that absolutely smashed the entire Oni village to pieces. If he'd been left alone, he never in a million years thought he'd do something like that. He was left totally baffled, like what the heck was happening to him, because hunting dragons was never supposed to feel this wrong, this off, this nothing like what he'd imagined. Dayas marched to collect the dragon corpses, and Zorg snapped at him for acting reckless. Aruna's husband, also the lord of the whole territory, was a complete idiot. Then the two hauled the dragon's remains and the weapons back to the village. Strutting around with their haul would rack up points with Eruna for Zorg. Meanwhile, Diaz's clothes were ripped to shreds, and he already braced for a full-on lecture. While they rolled along, Zorg cracked a joke. Yeah, he called himself a weird guy, the kind of lord who'd genuinely rage when his clothes got wrecked. He only made it through the brutal stretch because Eruna never let him fall. Even in her clothes, she always helped by sewing them up. Zorg even said he didn't look like a real chief at all. Both. Zorg couldn't shake it. Diaz's name alone felt wrong, and everything about him screamed mystery. When they finally arrived, Aruna's face crumpled with worry over what happened to Diaz. She rushed to patch up his injury and grab him fresh clothes, and she couldn't help but beam, because her husband had just wiped out the wind dragons. Even though Zork insisted he'd done the same thing, she still nodded, appreciated him, and then quickly brushed him off. Even when he pushed to talk more, she barely gave him the time of day and walked right past him like he didn't matter. When Aruna rushed to take care of Diaz, he told her point blank that she needed to treat her brother a lot kinder. And she fired back that from this day on, she was officially part of Diaz's family. There's zero space for Zorg here. If he wants to prove his masculinity, he should head back to the Oni tribe and find a partner, because she'd rather he focus on his brothers, the heirs of the family. Aruna couldn't even process it. Some idiot actually stormed straight to her, and sure, he wasn't strong and looked smaller than normal, but a dragon's still a dragon, no matter what. Dragons were pure gold, and when Zong finally proved himself, Aruna's heart lit up with real joy. And on Diaz's orders, she made it her mission to treat Zong with kindness. Then everyone converged together, roaring with excitement as they celebrated the hunt like it was a victory worth remembering. Aruna's song lit up the village like never before, pulling everyone into the swirl at the center. Diaz was buzzing with joy because the whole crew was having the time of their lives. Forget the dragon celebrations, this party was all about Aruna's happiness, and you could feel the joy in the air. Then Diaz slipped out quietly in the middle of it, right when everything was getting tense. The night everything went silent, he finally stopped and stumbled upon Mia Francis. Ethan burst into the party and things were heating up fast, like it was about to blow wide open. Wild Mia, Diaz didn't recognize him at all, called out, asking if he was lost or something. Even though the mayor tried to strike up a conversation, the protagonist just couldn't grab hold of what they were saying, like the words slipped through his fingers. Mia was throwing a full-blown tantrum because DS couldn't land his words. Dia didn't just listen, she abruptly snapped into the Maya's raging rant. Mia thrusts a tiny bag into the protagonist's hands, and it's not just anything, it's a gift. The Lord of the Mi was ready to hook him up with those 3 San Giovanni, just like that, and prayed he'd go on to tame even more dragons later. Diaz was left utterly baffled by what the sheep was even saying, and the Maya thanked him for his hard work, because the healing day for his lord was almost here. If he sold the San Giovanni or tried using it and messed up, the seeds could turn evil, so he had to stay razor sharp and careful. DS tries to sort it out, but the moment it hits, his stomach flips and nausea creeps in. Then Aruna storms in to ask why he's been out there for ages. He tried to tell everyone he was talking to Amia, but the whole thing just disappeared. Aruna figured he must have been wiped out, so he told them to head home and finally crash. He still couldn't figure out if he was awake or trapped in some wild illusion. If it's just a meh situation, don't tell me they're the villain. Meanwhile, a squad rallies together, but nothing is going according to plan. They swore they'd save the Empire, but no matter what they tried, they couldn't find a way to make it work. One of them pushes the idea of cutting Diaz loose, because he's their only son. The next day, Diaz blurts out that ever since he battled the dragons, something's been off in his head. His wife thinks it's just exhaustion and begs him to calm down, but he's clearly too restless, so Aruna pushes, "Let's take a stroll." At the meeting, the whole group stared at the plan and thought, taking out DS? That's insane. The intelligence chief leaned in and told me, ever since the chaos with the kingdom hasn't stopped shaking, it's been loud nonstop. If they kept going like this, their connection would get blown wide open, so they'd have to face it later. Everyone in that room had beef with Diaz, and the commander just let out a smug chuckle. And yeah, turns out Diaz and the commander's father were bitter enemies from the war, rivals to the bone, but also somehow their benefactor at the same time. His dad was drowning in stress, and after the war, he even started thinking about ending it all. And the one who saved his dad was none other than Master Diaz. He clocked every move, shut his scheme down cold, and honestly thought the whole thing was whack for a so-called warrior. Diaz set off every trap and marched straight up to his dad. Giving him an honorable death and thrusting the axe into Diaz's hands was something I'll never forget. Commander felt real gratitude toward Diaz, so revenge wasn't even on the menu. Then they turned to Mai's crew and started wiping out the useless losers. But Richard and Isabel were the only ones under watch, and honestly, the other nobles were totally boring. Joking about ditching Meza felt hilarious until the truth hit. He was royal, and that move was pure risk. Meza wasn't helpful at all. She crashed into everything, sparked chaos, and kept getting in the way. They couldn't lift a finger, so they made someone else swing the dirty work for them. Meanwhile, Meza was seething. He'd gotten next to nothing in cash, and that made his blood boil. So he charted a plan. Once he moved, he'd start with Eldon, right for what he pulled on him. At the same right then, Richard tossed the Empire and Mesa's chaos straight to Niles, and Niles almost couldn't believe it, because Mesa was suddenly getting pulled into all of this. So they just let the Empire burn its money. No victory, no defeat, just a cold, perfect wait. They should track Mesa like a hawk and step in fast if things start going sideways. Meanwhile, Eldon was slamming the final touches on his work. Tomorrow, they're set to roll up to DS, and we're scrambling to get ready. Eldon was grinding day and night to claw back what he'd lost from that tax break because he knew Richard and the rest might not click with him. Eldon craved to prove himself, so he couldn't resist slipping away to take a look at Diaz's village. Camelot felt completely worthless, standing there while his lord did everything for others and still couldn't lift a finger to help him. There's a mountain legend about the Sangiovani, a plant that can cure every disease, and the Camelots would have died to snatch it and deliver it to Eldon at the right then. The village chief yanked Zorg over for a chat, and nerves jittered all over him. After that brutal scolding, he was already in a slump, desperate to end it fast. Moru blinked in shock. Zorg had just handled 3 dragons, but she didn't let herself hype him too hard. Still, something about him felt different, and she passed him the next item with a confident nod. It was candidate Chief Mark. Zorg got blindsided completely. Moru snapped that if the scandals hadn't exploded, she'd have crowned him chief, but the rings piled up in front of her told the truth. With everything counted, he'd been the third pick all along. And yeah, next door they had a dragon hunter neighbor, the kind everyone respects and fears a little. Zorg didn't just train, he became a real, stone-cold hunter, and that's exactly why they picked him for chief. Moru stuck his nose in and told him to quit his job and jump straight into that arranged marriage. Still, he couldn't shake the thought of how a real chief was supposed to roll. While Diaz and his fam were vibing on a chill day off, they were itching to head back home. Aruna swung by to check on DS, and he was so calm it looked like he was fully chilling. The next day hit, and the main character knew no more waiting. He had to step up right now. Then out of nowhere, his strength vanished, like all that rest didn't matter at all. Suddenly, Diaz slammed down. He slammed to the ground, and Aruna went into full panic, screaming his name like her heart would burst. When the main character finally woke up, the whole place was on edge, and everyone looked absolutely wrecked. Diaz had absolutely no idea what just hit him, but then he crumpled and burned with fever through the entire night. Turns out, it all traced back to the injury he picked up while battling Drake. Those beasts might have been laced with poison. A normal person would have crumpled way earlier, but Diaz's brutal body kept standing for longer, like it refused to quit. Fever raged on, and he could be staring down serious trouble, because healing wasn't going to be simple, not one bit. Still, the main character turned to everyone who'd been watching over him this whole time and thanked them from the bottom of his heart. Aruna was kicking herself for missing just how sick Diaz was, then still plucking the nerve to invite him out. Ellie stayed close to soothe her, whispering that this was always bound to happen, while Diaz, never one to sit around, left the rest to them. And Aruna finally crashed because after all that time awake, she had to catch some Z's. Ihan and Sinai rushed out to fetch the medicine the main character needed to drink. Diaz couldn't even think about drinking water, but he refused to make things worse for them, even if it meant holding back. That medicine hit like a punch, smelling sharp and bitter as poison, yet somehow sweet underneath. Diaz demanded to know what was inside, and they answered him. They grabbed the leaves he'd brought from one of the 3 saplings they'd planted in the field, but the bag they'd been in was already gone, so DS just couldn't figure out how anyone even knew where it had disappeared to. But before long, he started slipping away again, so he shrugged it off, laid down, and drifted into sleep. The next morning, he shot upright in a jolt. Someone was screaming at the top of their lungs. Aruna was in full panic mode because his deadly high fever finally crashed. Dee stared in disbelief because it felt better than ever. The cut still hadn't closed up, but it was already setting itself up for a nasty scar. She practically sagged with relief, convinced he might have been one wrong breath away from kicking the bucket. Aruna even asked if he didn't heal because he was DS after all, but he shut that down fast, claiming his wounds were absolutely brutal from the battlefield. Then Aruna leaned in and demanded what could have done this. Maybe some medicinal herbs. He nodded, remembering Sana and Ihan shoved medicine into his hands before they even dared to go deeper into it. Klaus burst through the door, yelling at the top of his lungs. He was here to announce that Eldon was barreling into the village. She stared in disbelief as DS stood there, loud as ever, and after that, even trying to make sense of it, they couldn't figure out how the healing happened so fast. Aruna still couldn't shake her worries, but DS had a debt to Eldon, so he tore off to meet him. Before you could even blink, Eldon burst in grinning, instantly apologizing for being late. Grant and the others were swamped, but DS didn't see anything wrong with them suddenly barging in out of nowhere. Even back then, Eldon's mom always bragged that she couldn't wait to meet Diaz, and that little dream lit the whole place on fire. You hardly ever heard him complain like that, and when Diaz did, he pictured his mom, strong, respected, and the kind of woman who commanded a room. So the main character leaned in and demanded, "Why are you even having me come here?" Eldon leaned in and said he needed a couple favors, starting with permission to crash in the village for a bit. And yeah, he was hunting for a place to crash for the night. Good thing they had supplies. Right now, DS didn't mind him staying and taking whatever he needed. But Eldon wasn't done. There was one more thing he had his sights on, and he practically yelled that he wanted a full tour of the village. The moment it was on the table, the main character was all in, ready to dive headfirst. Even if they didn't chat like normal people, Eldon still had one mission. He needed to check how everything was after all that time. Everyone needed to stay focused on their meals, so Diaz grabbed the moment and showed him the fields. Eldon stared in disbelief as the planting fields stretched out before him. No matter how desperately they hunted for answers, nobody could figure out why it kept growing into a flawless, perfect circle. So they turned the page and headed for the animals, and Eldon practically buzzed with excitement seeing every single one of them. That's when he finally quit looking at the horse. That thing looked like it belonged in a royal palace, straight out of a legend. Diaz just couldn't figure out what was going on. Hold on, he brushed it off like it was nothing, no big deal at all. Sina and Ihan were hustling to guard that one exact spot with everything they had. Suddenly, Connors burst in with the dog people, ready to roll out the welcome for Eldon. They grinned at him and swore they had the time of their lives every single day. Omelets showed up to bang on the shelter's door and announce, "We're done, break is over." And Diaz crumpled to his knees. Rana checked him over, he was perfectly fine. Maybe it was just his balance playing tricks. That's when the main character spotted the girls passing something straight to Eldon and Camelot's. Right then, both of them dashed straight for them. Eldon tore into whatever they cooked up, chugging it down like it was fuel. It looked like somebody mixed up a dangerous bomb tea. Diaz blurted, "I'm sorry, I made you drink that weird stuff," then admitted it was Sangiovanni leaves. Eldon fired back that his nose was something else entirely, just one whiff, and he could sniff out poison like it was screaming. On top of that, they'd been worried sick about his health earlier, and now they were buzzing with joy at his kindness. Sangiovanni was an ancient herb, so rare and legendary it felt like a myth you'd swear couldn't exist. That tiny bit can zap any sickness clean out in an instant. When the founding king caught an epidemic and fell sick, Saint Dia threw herself into prayer to the gods, and just like that, a cure was born. Camelot has always begged the gods for a single shot, any chance at all, to step into destiny. People will chase the impossible, and for the Camelots, that dream was Sangiovanni. After that, they slid over to talk to the girls about using the herbs, without even checking if they had permission. They snapped back, "Yeah, but we didn't just take it, we asked first." Just couldn't stop worrying about Diaz. They tracked Diaz down while he was catching Z's, asked for his go-ahead, and Diaz just gave them the green light. So they tracked down Maya and Amr for help, and the two immediately jumped in to whip up the medicine. They split the leaves, one for Diaz, one for Eldon, so yeah, they weren't wrong. Diaz still flashed a thumbs up even if his memory was blank. Because making those meds could blow up in their faces, they swore they'd rope in Aruna as backup. That night, everyone was ready to crash. Diaz flicked the lights off and killed the room's glow. Two twins had been crushed by an illness that took their parents, but now, somehow, they were electrified with excitement, pushing through the sting of those memories and standing strong. Their pain should have crushed them with stress, so when Diaz said he'd made them worry, it felt like the final blow. But now he's totally fine, so everyone finally gets to kick back and chill. Still, it stung. He felt lame because he should have been the one guarding them. Yet somehow they were the ones saving him. Now Diaz was buzzing with energy because he knew he had real connections with these people. They were a family and no force on earth could ever snap those bonds. The very next day, Eldon was flying off the walls like he couldn't sit still. Usually, Eldon popped his meds every morning, but this time he didn't need a single one. That had to be the Sangiovanni doing its magic, slamming healing straight into him. He tore down the path at full speed, and by the time he stopped, he was wheezing and begging for air. Even though he finally felt a little better, his body still hadn't healed all the way. The San Giovanni was the real miracle, one dose, and it cured his illness for good. It felt like a miracle, but even when he started feeling better, every step still drained him like crazy. Eldon blurted, "I'm sorry I had you all on edge, but like the doc said, you can finally stop worrying." After they checked his health, they pounced on the real question, why he was there in the first place. At last, he brought Amer and Ellie along, and they went on a total blast. They were rushing to meet Eldon at the meeting. "We're starting right now with the message they got straight from the king." But first, Eldon poured out his gratitude and thanked them from the very bottom of his heart for the San Giovanni. No matter how hard he begged, nothing could ever repay them for that impossible miracle. Then Diaz seized the moment and spilled the truth about the mysterious me, the thing that gave him the San Giovanni. Diaz could already feel it. There was a strong chance this MEA's thing was the real deal. Depending on how you saw it, if Eldon paid DS, it might have felt like he was gaming the gift. Like any payment he made would have been the same kind of taking advantage. And to dodge anything shady, they do it like this. Every adult in the village is stuck with bad vibes the second they try to use the herb. Because the adults always acted just like this. But it only worked because Ihan and Sinai brewed the medicine themselves. No strings, no payback, just pure goodwill. Maybe the smartest move was letting those two handle it. The smartest play was to slam the brakes on hope and act like none of this ever happened. Even if they, the end, tried planting the San Giovanni, he figured it was safer to sidestep the whole mess than deal with the fallout and consequences. If word spread about the plant, human greed would slam the village like a wrecking ball. But Eldon leaned in and asked, "If someone's on the brink of death, are you really going to change your mind?" Diaz snapped back that he wouldn't change a single. Even with the San Giovanni in his hands, the one cure that can drag someone back from death, his heart would still be choosing that person. That's why they cling to the pure hearts of the innocent girls and to fate itself. With the San Giovanni in their hands, what happens next isn't luck, it's destiny. If the herb was meant to save someone else, it would have dragged them right into the village, no questions asked. And if those people came with bad intentions, they'd better brace themselves. Their actions will catch up to them. Finally, the story shifts to Eldon's side, getting ready to explode. He made the call and told Camelets to keep it quiet. No one could know. They brushed off the small talk and dove straight back into what mattered, locking in on every word of the conversation. At the conference, they hammered out the king's message, his brand new title as Duke, and the rare chance to rewrite his family name. Diaz was absolutely stunned. He was seconds away from becoming a noble. But everyone else froze in shock because, yeah, he'd technically already earned himself a family name. Diaz still swears he's just an ordinary peasant. Heli lunges in and blurts out, "If there's land, then I'm already a noble." I couldn't believe it. Diaz never once called himself Netros. Then Diaz suddenly remembers somebody said right at the start he could use it as a surname. Back then he barely blinked because all he could do was drift off, dreaming of those empty lands. Eldon finally gets it. There's no slipping out of this mess. That's why the king pushes for a talk with Diaz so he can step up and truly claim his noble status. Eldon points out that the king finally started taking real steps after his past mistakes. So he snagged the title of Duke, got to swap his surname, and walked into 3 whole years without a single tax to pay. Eldon hands Diaz the official document and the sealed authority, so he can finally stomp into power and rock that Duke title. Amer tells Ellie, "Keep this safe," and Ellie immediately thinks, "Yeah, but where are the perks?" The king's stuck in a brutal succession mess, and with everyone guessing, nobody has a clue what chaos hits next. If he could lock up a team with Duke, Diaz, and Eldon, he'd finally get to breathe easy in peace. And then it hit him, Misa and Diane's stunt was way bigger than he expected. Even after the money vanished, they had to scramble for a while to untangle every last bill and figure out what happened. Diaz can't shake the memory of Misa snatching everything he should have had from the very beginning. They claimed the money would be pulled from public debts, but Diaz refused to touch that mess, because he was already buried in debt to the king and Eldon. And what shocks Eldon most is this: Diaz wanted to know exactly why he felt that way. It all started with the money. If Diaz had gotten those funds, he'd never crossed paths with Aruna, and he wouldn't have forged the bond he has today. After all that chaos, it still felt wildly unreal. But DS insists they can't just sit back. Building the village is something they've gotta do themselves. Lord Diaz refused to pass the responsibility. He kept the money and his people under his own watch, no help needed. Eldon totally clocked his vibe, but the main dude missed the point on a few things, because it definitely wasn't happening like Eldon would back him just. He hauled back a stack of dragon materials from the land and scored a bunch of extra goodies too. though you could tell Eldon felt a little guilty because he'd come out way better than anyone else. And yeah, the public debt mess is still hanging over everything like a ticking time bomb. The more cash he could snatch, the faster his noble status shot up. Every coin that propped up DS got stamped as public debt, and that twist made Eldon skyrocket in power. And get this, the king didn't lose a single coin, even after all that chaos. He thought he'd rejected a one-sided gift, but when it all finally played out, it wasn't even close to that. Then Ellie bursts out with an idea that could make everyone happy. They could carve out a road from nothing. The road to Aluk was a nightmare for carts, and every mile Eldon had to fight through made the trip feel brutal. So they need to build a real road that links the city straight to the village, so they could tap into that so-called public debt money and score wins for both sides. Eldon can't believe how brilliant the idea is, and he and Ellie celebrate like they just pulled off something legendary. Gamer's hyped out of his mind too. DS is so awesome and fair that it makes his cheeks burn bright red. Now they decide to hit the road and figure out exactly what they've got to grab and prep before they go. Camelot shows up right as they're about to head out, and Diaz blurts out Juha's name because he heard the guy just got hired. Juha's a straight-up genius and everybody's buzzing because of his advice. Diaz isn't fully convinced, but Camelot's can't deny he's got a genuinely great side. Especially because he despises war with his whole soul, and he's always hunting for peace, no matter what it costs. Emmer demanded to know how any military strategist could even hate war. Diaz caves and agrees, because Juha himself flat out said that war just wrecks everything. He swore the smartest move was sidestepping war itself, by striking deals and winning through diplomacy. People snapped to notice his skills, so he landed a job in the royal castle, but he kept pushing for a fast win, and that impatience backfired hard. Camelot tells him the envelope he opened has his name and his brand new family name written right there. Diaz starts sweating immediately because he desperately needs that new family name. Amr blurts that Iruna and everyone else in the group will carry the same surname too. Diaz goes rigid when he hears this will last for generations, and suddenly he's got to whip up a name that actually fits. He's stuck in a total spiral because he can't land on one solid name. And that's when Ben bursts in out of nowhere, charging straight for Diaz. He brushes off the questions and starts obsessing over what wild new name he's going to roll with. After I checked in with Iruna and the girls, there was nothing anyone could complain about. Diaz still grabs his attention and demands he hold it up, because she's dying to find out what name it's going to be. First, Ben sighs because he always speaks super formally, even though he's an adult and a D. Duke Mir Battle, just say the name and you can feel it clicks. It fits him and this whole place perfectly. Mir shoots a connection to Mia, and Battle is in. The school word for a warrior or a hero means everything. So when you smash the words together, Battle basically means protector warrior of the mirror. Deesmere Battle pulled off an insanely cool vibe the second he showed up to Ben. The main character's totally on board, but he shoots back, "Yeah, where did this even come from?" And Ben grins, saying, "Don't stress over the land's name, turn your focus to the people who actually live there. If they want to keep their friendship with the honest, then calling themselves Mia's protectors is exactly what makes sense." Netros wasn't getting the job done, so they needed to stop dwelling and start looking forward. If they want to sell things connected to Mia, they can totally slap it into their family name and make it stick. Diaz suddenly clocked that nasty look burning on his face, and Ben fired back that it wasn't some secret master plan. He was just thinking it all through. He was dreaming of building a sick little temple, and he was already hyped to slap the family name on it. Ben was always leaning in close, dropping life-changing wisdom on the village folk like it was common knowledge. His advice didn't come out of nowhere. It was forged from hard-won past mistakes and the lessons he gathered deep in the temple. Diaz was cool with it, but he just couldn't figure out how that led back. The family, because come on, it's crystal clear once they start worshipping the me right there in the temple. People swore the Sanjivani was a gift from the gods, passed down through one of them, no less, so it only felt right that it'd be treated like divine messengers and protected in a temple. Still, they had tons of time to figure it all out before it all hit the fan. Ben just wanted to do the right thing, lay down his best advice for everyone, and protect his family all at once. So you're just gonna drop the whole worship the me thing. The name, honestly, it wasn't bad at all. It was pretty damn good. rushed over to catch Aruna after we wrapped up the surname convo, and that night we were all set to celebrate the decision with Eldon too. Everything was about to be insane, and it was going to be it. Aruna told me they usually skip family names, but this one just felt right, no paternal names in the mix, and honestly, flipping it around didn't seem like a big deal. Diaz had no clue what she was talking about, so he grabbed the moment and showed the girls instead. Luna leaned in and demanded the two of them tell her their father's names. They both claimed they were Diaz's daughters, and it punched straight through his heart. And Aruna was buzzing because the way these two nailed it was unreal. It felt totally normal to introduce themselves by saying they were tied to their parents or their spouse. Turns out Diaz could choose which piece to roll with after all. Everyone in the know said the heirs from there would absolutely carry that surname with pride. Aruna beamed like she'd already won, daydreaming about playing the noble and using the girls as heirs, and if she ever had kids, she'd put that plan to work for them too. Diaz stammered that he didn't care at all, because noble life felt like a total maze, and Aruna kept cracking him up. Diaz was a wreck, so nervous he could barely hold himself together. When night fell, everyone gathered close, ready to throw a full-on celebration. Eldon, thanks for the invite, because they were straight up having the time of their lives. Every now and then, the girls kept sneaking glances at Eldon and Camelot. DS figured it was because they were way too hyped to see them. Safe, helping them bounce back from their illness made them feel unstoppable, like they'd finally broken free. Now he finally understood why everyone was smiling like that. Then, out of nowhere, he got hit with the same shock again. Because the dog people were taking their work so seriously, it felt almost unreal. DS was absolutely pumped, because that win hit hard and it felt like they all came out on top. It hit him like a punch. Eldon had been dead wrong about judging the races, and now he finally understood. He clung to that bond with DS because without it, he'd have absolutely missed this moment. Everyone pushed open fresh doors to a future Eldon had never even dared to imagine. Up to this point, all he wanted was one thing: to end the war and smash discrimination once and for all. He thought about giving up because he felt completely done for, like the weight of it was crushing him. Overwhelmed, he stared at what Diaz built and felt pride hit like a wave. And then he looked the Duke in the eye and swore he was ready to give Diaz everything. Who swore he'd return the favor. Time vanished in a blink, and before they knew it, the next day crashed right in. It was the day they'd finally get lessons on nobility and proper etiquette. With Aruna. It all started the moment the founding king rose. He planted the whole aristocracy vibe across that gigantic territory. They drew up ranks, and at the very top sat the Duke, stacked with perks inside the royal family. The real flex was ruling their own territories, buying and selling land, pushing into empty stretches of the world, and planting his flag like, "This is mine." Kazdex is massive now because his dad played it smart with the money, widening their territory, snapping up new allies, and even paying fees straight from the land's cash. That's why they pushed Diaz to repeat it too, because his mind was already coming apart, melting under the pressure. On the map, that forest sat inside Eldon's territory, and Eldon was ready to sell off half of it to Diaz. The two of them would hash out the deal with. This wasn't about some Sanjavani gift. Eldon would never just hand over his lands out of gratitude. He told himself it wasn't just a want, it was something they had to have. Eldon tells Diaz to stop and wonder where all that wood for the houses really came from. In the end, DS walked away with the full loot, everything Aruna and Eldon had. That's why Eldon corners Aruna and demands to know where all their wood has been vanishing to. 1 second later, the protagonist locks in on a clue, like it's suddenly shouting at him. Right then and there, the wood mattered. If he demanded it, he'd flip it all and sell as much as they needed. Instead of getting buried under paperwork, they could blast through the process, sell the land, and cash in. He wanted to set the record straight so nobody could stir up drama later. Everyone could see the Oni were snatching wood off Eldon's land, but they didn't understand what land even costs. Eldon broke it down like, "Yeah, being a duke means you juggle tough deals and make sure they're fair." Dia fires back that all they've got left to offer right now is leftover cash. And the materials ripped straight from 2.5 dragons. Eldon's mind was completely shattered, and even the Camelots crumpled to the ground, stunned out of their minds. That was more than enough, more than he could have ever asked for. It felt wildly unfair, but somehow in the end it still played out. Eldon tried to hammer out the real price, but DS couldn't stomach it, so they quit the fight and left Ellie to step in and take over. Ellie wrapped up the Forest and Dragon deal. 3 wild days flew by, and once the contracts were sealed, Eldon turned around and headed home. Aruna shoved an apology at the protagonist, admitting she never once mentioned the whole illegal wood fiasco. Diaz didn't snap in anger, he understood the Oni's plight, and that's why he held the lands like a lord. So from this point on, he had to bulldoze every problem that came his way. The village sank back into its cool, calm peace, like the chaos had vanished into thin air. He thought it was all fine until Sina and Ihan started whining nonstop, begging to smash into the forest. The Oni were knee-deep in winter survival, scrambling for salt stones, hunting like their lives depended on it, and hauling in every last scrap of materials they could grab. They kept their eyes on the hunt and refused to take female animals, because their family's safety depended on it. Runa just spotted a flock of migratory birds in the sky, and it was the clearest sign yet that autumn was finally rolling in. So when DS brought up the forest, the twins nearly burst out of their skin, desperate to get there the second they could. The protagonists told them to calm down until they finished their business with Eldon, and because they used to live with their parents deep in the forest, they probably still had memories itching to come out. So yeah, they were desperate to go, and Diaz couldn't stand seeing them hold it in any longer. But Aruna had already talked Eldon into letting her strike the forest anyway. Autumn meant non-stop prepping, and once winter hit, things turned wild, because they were about to be stretched to the limit. Starting tomorrow, the girls could finally meet them out in the forest, every single day. Senai and Ihan were buzzing with excitement, and then Diaz. They asked if autumn was really that chaotic. Aruna snapped that summer was pure chill, but now it was non-stop, all hands gathering supplies. The forest was a treasure chest of food and goodies, but every step also came with poisons lurking in the shadows. Aruna snapped a warning, but the girls took off running immediately. They were buzzing with excitement from every wild sight, right down to the poison. DS spotted some edible mushrooms and pitched the idea of snatching a few right then. He'd grown up in the forest because he always found his way back as a kid. Now with winter prep everywhere, one wrong move out there could cost him everything, so he stayed razor careful. Luckily, Sina and Ihan were all in too, and they jumped in hard to help out big time. Diaz's nerves sparked when she had to leave Francois alone, because she was seconds away. Ben didn't go anywhere, he stayed put and watched over the sheep while the trap was in motion. Aruna's jaw dropped. DS was actually thinking about chomping mushrooms. That's when Diaz finally clocked it. He'd never once seen Aruna toss mushrooms into her cooking. She still couldn't wrap her head around it. There were actually mushrooms she could eat, and that shock hit her hard. They even tried to grab a few, but DS shut it down. He warned her those things were deadly, and that was it. Absolutely no go. Honestly, Aruna was desperate to be the teacher. She never once imagined she'd end up the one getting taught. She dove into the idea like it was pure gold, and Diaz's charm somehow made even learning feel dangerously cool. The girl spotted a tree packed with nuts and immediately started stuffing them into her collection. They should only snatch the ones already on the ground. The girls already got them. The winter prep rules he learns right out of the gate. Aruna warned them that grabbing from the same tree would choke off the new sprouts and the animals would end up starving. So Senai and Ihan moved like they'd done this 1,000 times, and it was obvious they'd been through this before they even started. They'd gear up for winter, but they'd better not stockpile everything. They'd run off to grab some wood, and Aruna pushed harder. She was desperate to hunt male beasts. He'd heard the rule, never hunt the female beasts, but somehow he never actually got it. During mating season, there's a strict rule, don't hunt the males, because the whole point is keeping those beasts alive. Diaz couldn't believe it. They'd taken insane care of the forest stuff, and if they pushed hard enough, they could even snatch more buffalo out of it. Aruna practically burst with excitement watching Diaz strut around like he always did, pure, manly confidence. Winter crushed the field so hard that even the horses couldn't survive it alone. There were nights when the feed was so scarce she couldn't even manage a wink. But this winter, Aruna was straight up vibing. Food was locked in and she was buzzing because it had been forever since prepping ever felt this fun. And yeah, having Diaz as her partner made it even better. The protagonist can't stop thinking. He has to be insanely careful because he refuses to let them down. Time blasted forward and the crew hurried deeper into the forest, snatching up everything they could carry. Dia tripped over a pile of potatoes and the twins bolted over the second they saw them. The moment the protagonist started sniffing them, they were absolutely shook. You'd know they were good by something way bigger than taste. You'd judge them by whether they could. They chewed on the weak ones, then swallowed the strong ones away for later. Dias couldn't believe their nerve. They just tossed everyone into ready-made holes, then scattered the bodies all through the forest like it was nothing. That way they'd rake in more potatoes, and the best, juiciest ones too. The crew busted their butts until break time, and DS asked around for the perfect places to plant their roots and help everything thrive. They told her straight up too little or too much would mess everything up, only moderation worked. The spots craved sunlight, but they still needed the trees to throw in some shade every now and then. Healthy trees and medicinal plants didn't sprout anywhere, only the perfect place for the protagonist to find them. He said if that's the case, then next time we'll start chopping trees, and the girls shut that idea down fast. Choosing the wrong ones would have been a full-blown disaster. Dias froze in shock. There were trees he couldn't cut, and that rule hit him like a wall. He laughed because in that forest, those two were the real pros. There was no way he could keep up. Then Aruna lit up with an idea. Let's hunt down more supplies in the forest and finish the day the right way. That's when she suddenly noticed a mushroom popping up out of nowhere. But before she could even reach it, the washroom suddenly grew a face and blasted something straight at her. They whirled in disbelief just as Aruna crumpled to the ground, and DS clocked the magic instantly. The girls shouted a warning, don't breathe a single breath from that gas. The protagonist yanked the axe up and brought it crashing down. He lunged in and swiftly took down the mushroom. Then he bolted over to make sure Aruna was okay, but she was nowhere in sight. Hurt, the girls finally blurted it out. This monster was the magic mushroom, and it started blasting toxic gas. Even with danger lurking, the girls promised her she'd be okay real soon. But with Aruna about to, it's getting risky fast. She jolted awake and bam, she was trapped in a fantasy world. The gas dragged her into a waking dream she couldn't snap out of. Aruna might act that way for a moment, but then it'll fade just like that. DS got picked on the moment that rumor came barreling in, so the girls ditched the whole situation, grabbed another break, and started singing to drown it out. Somewhere out there, someone catches the music, and it hits so hard they can't even finish the thought. He didn't look like he belonged to his people, but his magical power was absolutely off the charts. He'd have his hands full right now and deal with the rest later, because he could already hear that music calling back in the spring. Back at home, Aruna snapped back to reality, and embarrassment hit her so hard she felt like she was going to explode. At home, they sizzled the edible mushrooms on the grill, dusting them with salt until they were bursting with flavor. Dias lit up and praised Aruna for nailing it, then said the food was absolutely delicious. But the second they stumbled back from the forest, Aruna couldn't even bring herself to meet his eyes. The next day, DS stood with the mayor. Then one of them suddenly got cured right in front of them. He whipped out the map and pointed to the temporary road being carved out right this second. Now Eldon pushed his plans from the east toward the middle, while Ellie spread westward, right into the lands of Pajan. Ellie said that the road would link the village and let them grow from north to south, but DS snapped back because that road wasn't the only way to connect the village. He suddenly realized the grasslands were everything for them, and they had to move like every mistake mattered. He figured the Oni people wanted the village booming too, but right now they'd stay on guard. No way they'd let anything go sideways. Dias didn't quite catch it, but it was clear the Mia were desperately trying to get a message through. Dias figured there was nothing scary about crossing the road first. He just wanted to do what he thought mattered before everyone else. Dias kept messing with the map, which still hung there, Maya's support holding it steady. Amur barged in to announce the meal was ready. Then everyone headed to the hall to eat together. She spotted Dias tampering with the map and snapped at him, "Don't mess with it." He didn't argue, he stared into the mess like he was miles ahead in his mind, then nodded and backed her plan. DS knew they had to get the Oni people's take, but it still felt wrong leaving Aruna out. Because Aruna was already in the village crew and would step up as their chief, Dias had to check if anyone was willing to rise up and oppose it. Then they rumbled up to Zord. "I never expected those mushrooms to blow up. Learning something new is totally insane." Dias told Chat to hold a message, but Zorg popped in instantly. He wanted to catch up so bad, but he just couldn't. But he couldn't spill the tea with Maru just standing there. Still, Zorg leaned in and drank in every detail about the village's brand new project. Then they tossed the map and plans on the table, asking the homies what they thought. GS spelled it out plain. They'd punch roads through the village to move trade, and if the money was tight, they'd start by pushing east. but if they started stacking coins, they'd stretch north to south too. They headed south, but they couldn't even break ground until those Oni folks gave the thumbs up, and Zorg had to know why. They were trying to keep things calm and dodge any drama, but Daya's new trouble had a way of bubbling up later. In the whole war storyline, who actually owned all of it down to the bone. So Daya's was banking on getting even more from this, then picking your brain about those roads. Before anything else, Zorg couldn't wait to hear what the main character thought about his moves. And he figured they could slice the whole land down the middle and let each crew take their half. They'd lay back on their own turf, but splitting in two would stop them from widening the roads. They'd build it like a perfect ring, village at the heart, and the outskirts reserved for the honest. The only way forward was cracked into 4 lands, but once you were in, the roads were yours to roam freely. It still feels like it got sliced clean in two. Daya's wanted the pitch, and later they'll go straight to Grant to get advice. He could fly up high and scan the land for the perfect spot to draw the divider right. They dragged the whole crew into the conversation, and not a single person tried to shoot the plan down. Aruna was on board, but the moment she looked at D, shyness hit her like a sudden wave. DS Zork thought they were going to war, but nope, everything was the exact opposite, and still DS just couldn't resist hearing Zork's side of things from someone who. He wanted to make this hit the hardest possible, but his mind got stuck right at the divider, like it was the only wall he couldn't break through. As the Duke, Dias could rattle the world, then rewrite who owned what by transferring the rights. They still had a pile of things to iron out, like pushing the grasslands to stretch farther for. Zorg had plenty to say, but the second he called himself the chief, he'd snap up that deal without even blinking. Even when the ones went to war with the kingdom, they couldn't crush them, so taking more land became the only real win. They'd rake in big gains from the roads too, look at it any way you want, and those grasslands were practically theirs. Haruna's kids weren't just staying put, they'd inherit the land, so the Oni would end up taking the village. Zorg couldn't wrap his head around it. Morrow had this whole thing plotted from the very start. Ever since they got hitched, this choice was locked in long before any of us even caught up. That's why she handed over the precious Mia, and even the yurt, so they could all share the same vibe. If Zorg seized the throne, the brothers would shatter the world, ruling 2 separate lands at once. Still, Zorg was itching to get the full rundown on his gig as Duke. He'd make it all click and blow that old lady's mind wide open. Meanwhile, Misa was sprinting to snatch up a few items, all for gold coins. Misa shot into motion. Nereus was secretly watching Richard from the shadows, totally locked on him. He was hawking shady goods that could flip the whole city upside down, and even if someone dropped dead, there was nothing Nereus could do to stop the fallout. Rumors were exploding everywhere that Eldon was training fencing hard and learning to ride at full speed. And honestly, he looked sharper than ever, pure dapper. He probably made that call right after he snatched the Duke title, because the economy was booming. This was the perfect moment. Grinding food came flying in non-stop as the chef threw a full-on party. Not a single thing to spare Neri. Marius didn't exactly hate the city. This place hit different. The food was straight up fire, the vibe stayed chill, and maybe it was the way all the different races mixed together because everything felt random, light, and easy to roll with. It'd be a total bummer to let Mesa wipe them out and take the Empire down with them. He'd carry out Richard's orders, yet the city would still get slammed with hits and he couldn't make it work. He was buried in debt to Nereus, and Nereus trusted him so deeply, so now he was trapped, scrambling to figure out what he was supposed to do next. He clocked a mom rolling out with her kids in tow. But they looked like a total mixed bag, and she couldn't help thinking one of them might have been a nanny, just quietly babysitting the neighborhood kids. The kids shot Nereus a wave, and he fired back one just as excited. In the end, he threw in the towel because this stuff was way beyond his pay grade, and honestly, he might have been getting a little too tipsy for comfort. If the feudal lord ever found out, no one would fault him for it. Mai's plans were up first, and once they started, they were completely toast. Meanwhile, Juha got word that someone was out to wreck the city. Back at Moru's place, Zorg, the Oni crew chief, ripped through the contract, ready to steal half the claimed lands. For now, it was just a scrap of paper, nothing official yet. Once it was all set, it would have been pretty chill, but right now they couldn't relax one bit. They had to watch their backs at every turn. Nobody else cared a bit, and Moru suddenly caught wind of it. She grabbed his necklace, then snatched a ring right off it like it was nothing. That was how she saw Zord leveling up, straight into becoming the new chief. Now he's taking charge, leading the expedition team and running the security squad with total control. As soon as the stay ended, the roads would explode with traffic and fresh problems would start popping up everywhere. They'd have to pack in the people and keep everyone safe while the DS and Aruna chaos tore through everything. and the security team had. They gave them the whole backing, but they were pretty naive, handing over half the lands like it couldn't be exploited, like the moment someone played them, everything would blow up. Zorg felt Maru's stare burn like fire. Those old ones weren't just slick, they were crafty to the bone. Meanwhile, Eldon was grinding like his life depended on it, still grappling with his fencing, but refusing to give up. Camelot begged him to slow down, just chill out, and stop pushing so damn hard. But he was all in on that hustle, sprinting to make up for every second he'd lost. Right in the middle of it all, Diaz erupted into a sudden sneeze the instant someone finished saying. They teased him nonstop, saying Aruna could just wrap him in a hug to warm him up if he ever got chilly. They were totally messing with her, yet somehow it turned into a sweet, adorable moment. Time vanished in a blink, and the prep work kept crashing forward without slowing down. 10 days vanished in a blink, and the village started exploding with even more chaos than before. That day, the girls couldn't land a single shot in the forest, because they'd been there almost every day and their aim was razor sharp. And just like that, they hauled in way more food than they expected, though Aruna kept pulling everyone back, refusing to go too deep. So she ended up having Saina and Ihan whine nonstop about being left out. DS tried to back them up, but Aruna was faster. She cut him off instantly. Diaz said they couldn't just sit around, so when they finally had a break, he decided he'd take them straight into the forest. Before anything else, they had to slam through winter prep and harden every house for what was coming. That's when our protagonist finally clocked Grant swinging into view again after ages. But Grant was absolutely pumped, itching to spill some juicy tea. So the girls slipped food to him, and by the time he was done, he'd wiped out the whole trip. He hauled in a stack of heavy letters, ready to rip everything open and lay it all bare. Those letters were all about Eldon. He bounced back in a flash and threw himself into ruthless training. As soon as the snow melted, construction on the new road would kick off for real. Eldon's wives showered them with gratitude, and then boom, they handed over a letter meant for the chiefs of every race. They handed over special items from every tribe, all meant to shout Eldon's gratitude loud and clear. They weren't worth much, but that badge meant everything, pure pride. Grant said he could read the letters anytime, yet one of them was screaming, urgent. Diaz took one look and realized it was all about the rat race that had attacked them before. They were already on the run, and now the lion race was forcing brutal, no excuses training while they stayed locked under watch. Now they wanted those guys handling shady characters on the job, and DS had to give the go-ahead before anything like that could start. They were small, fast, and exactly what the job needed, but they couldn't just run loose because the team feared the rats would crawl back later and hit the protagonist with revenge. But once DS walked away, he let Camelots call the shots and trusted them to handle it. He was convinced Amber would light up to see her race stepping up and going for it, and the protagonist felt the same gratitude so hard he couldn't wait to do something for her. Right then, Diaz snapped to it and started typing a reply on the spot, until he noticed Amur had been listening to every word during the. She shot him a shaky smile, then nervously thanked him from the bottom of her heart for his kindness. After wrecking his way through a night in the village, Grant finally took off toward home. Now the protagonists finally tore themselves away and rushed back to winter prep, but they had barely. They finally had enough food to survive the chill, and they stocked up on gear, warm clothes, and sturdy houses to make it through the cold. Diaz's eyes widened because they weren't just sewing clothes. They were stitching cozy sleeping outfits for both the elderly and the tiniest babies. But Aruna could already tell those were the most delicate ones, and this winter didn't mess around. Living creatures had to fight the cold just to stay warm. Some of the weaker ones could freeze and die just from the cold, but Aruna wouldn't let them touch the mountain deer's fur, no matter what. Those mountain deer were perfect shields against the wind and rain, yet somehow they still wouldn't let a single drop soak in. The sweat kept piling up inside, and if things went bad, it could bring on a brutal cold, and the worst-case scenario could still happen anyway. Mia Wool is the real MVP. This stuff drinks up every drop of sweat and dries super fast even in the dead of winter. Aruna burst out laughing at Diaz's face. Just wait till winter slams in. They had to tackle the sleeping gear first, but before anything else. First, they dropped everything and set up the yurts, then cranked the whole place into full winter mode. They reinforced every column against the wind, stacking double layers of fabric like a fortress, then cranked it even further with way more protection. Then Daya set off down the camp, darting from yurt to yurt, double-checking every single one. Ever since the main character stepped in, the rain quit and the wild wind calmed down, so he didn't find any real major damage. The very next day, with everyone pitching in, they slammed the walls shut and sealed them up tight for winter. With just one quick look, you could tell they'd leveled up hard, way better than they were before. But just to be extra safe, DS double-checked everything. And right then Ellie popped up, asking if she could talk to him about something. They crunched the numbers on how much mule they could sell, and what supplies they could borrow from the vendors. They were piling up a solid stockpile, but once they'd used what they needed, sales just didn't have much room to grow. But yeah, there was still a mountain of stuff they had to grab before they could even call it a win. Luckily, they still had credit, so things should have been fine, yet Ellie still wanted to give DS a quick heads up. The main character leaned in and said, "If we run out of cash, we'll just whip up more mo." No matter how high they pile it, money can't stretch the way food and clothes do, so the real mission was simple: keep everyone alive through the winter. Ellie nodded like, got it. Relief hit her hard. Then she told Diaz to go over the paperwork, and that's when Diaz got blindsided by. Then it hit him. He finally understood what was really going on. And yeah, it was another huge one. They had to figure out just how far they could stretch their budget for Aruna's winter clothes. She wanted to turn that cash into winter gear that looked straight up unstoppable, because she swore it would be perfect, and that was all she needed for it to work as long as it did the job. You didn't need to dress up, but man, looking good was always a nice extra. Diaz didn't care, but fashion was Aruna's whole thing, so he figured he'd better go talk to her. Ellie thanked Diaz, then promised she'd jump straight in and fix everything right away. Meanwhile, across the border in Caustic's territory, Meza busted his way to a stash big enough to pull off a surprise for his supporters in a note. Timed, he snapped back that anyone could do it, anyone except Diane. Meza grumbled, annoyed. It was all because that idiot Eldon had to ruin everything. Cutting tariffs and opening new markets sounded awesome, but they had to move carefully, because no one was allowed to mess up and run they. And trust me, this was only the warm-up, because the real insanity was just waiting underneath. To rake in even more cash so the plan can finally kick off. And once it's rolling, this whole area falls under Mai's control, ruled by cold, hard money. At the end of the day, he needed the Empire to win and drag everything back to normal. So when the Empire's guy challenged his scheme to seize the throne, it hit like a shockwave. But Meza couldn't think about that anymore. Richard was about to take the reins and the guy. So yeah, if it all boils down to that, he still gets one shot to snatch the cash and throw his head on the altar for the Empire. Meza let out a laugh, because the Empire would have pulled that trick ages ago if they. It looked like the Empire was barely keeping itself together, like everything was slipping out of place. That guy fired back, asking how Meza became such a big-time player. Because money didn't just matter to him, it screamed at him like he was cashing in his own country. And Meza snapped back that the Empire was the one who twisted him into this. Then he roared that it was. At the very start, he didn't even want to hand over the country. It was the citizens' mess that did it. His dad wasn't some helpless fool. He still ruled like a real, capable king. When the Empire struck, they abandoned their father and sold off everything they had. He had a bad feeling the Empire guys were pulling the strings behind all this. What a twisted mess. When the kingdom finally got its chance, they should have walked away, but some of them stayed and served justice like it was a show. But the merchants were the first ones to flip the switch and turn it. Traitor. Then Meza finally clicked. In this war, money was the only weapon that truly mattered. Even if his dad fought like a beast for the country, with zero time for comforts, one loss and they're done for, straight up toast. But here's the brutal truth: no matter who you are, without cash, your life doesn't mean a thing. Meza couldn't believe it. Why were his dad and brother still missing the answer? Everyone in the rat race heard it all and scrambled to figure out their next move, scribbling every word Meza said. A few days later, Eldon got signed and Juha hit him with, "So what's going on?" If that choice from the other day was haunting him, he could still turn back and undo it, no doubt. From the rat's report, Eldon instantly knew Juha was blazing down the right trail. But Meza's death, snuffing out someone from the royal family, hit him like a warning shot, and suddenly he couldn't shake the unease. While all that tension was simmering, Diaz was just vibing through the winter stop. The girls showed up and blurted out, "We want to build a roof over their crops." Diaz understood someone had to be trying to protect the crops from the snow. Old Chilchai rolled in, saying she was ready to harvest those crops ASAP, and she needed you right there as backup. Aruna blurts that Francis is getting ready for the baby's arrival tomorrow. Connors burst in to warn them. The pregnant wives of the dog people were finally showing signs. DS suddenly hit him like lightning. He realized he had to prep even more, because he knew nada about births and he was relying on the women to step in and help. In the end, even Klaus finally showed up just to tell them the fortune reading had warned they were going to have to go toe-to-toe with monsters. Diaz was swamped with everything he had to get done in just a few days, and he could barely keep his mind above water.